Mito alone. The field was red, not with flowers, with ash, and memory, and everything that had been lost when hope became irrelevant. Sasuke stood with one arm hanging limp, his left eye hollowed out by divine fire. The wings behind him were not Susanoo. They were fractured timelines stitched together with vengeance. Across from him, Naruto bled from the mouth. His body was cracked like stained glass. Energy leaking from every open wound. The sky above them was gone. Not dark. Gone. Replaced by a horizonless void where fables used to live. They didn't speak. Not at first. What could they say? There was no one left to hear it. And then Sasuke took a slow step forward. His voice was cracked porcelain. You knew. Naruto didn't answer. Couldn't. You knew what they did to my brother. You knew why they made him a butcher. And you still wanted to save them. Naruto stumbled forward, wings dragging. I wanted to save you. The world trembled. But it wasn't shaking anymore from power. It was trembling like a dying breath, trying to whisper forgiveness. Sasuke screamed. The kind of scream that came from a place before language. Before betrayal had a name. And his blade. A construct of every time he'd been lied to. Drove forward. Naruto didn't dodge. He lifted his hand. Not to block. To touch Sasuke's face. I'd do it again, he said softly. And again. And again. Until you lived long enough to hate me for it. The blade pierced his chest. The world split. And so did they. Sasuke fell to his knees as Naruto collapsed. The light drained from the skyless world. Their final war ended not with victory, but with two boys who never stopped trying to hold the other back from the edge. And as time collapsed around their broken bodies, the system spoke once. Scenario failed. Loop collapsed. Reversion engaged. Mito screamed. She shot upright, clawing at her chest. As if the blade was still inside her. Her breath came in gasps. Her fingers trembled. The memory, not hers, still echoed behind her eyes. The sky above the island of reincarnators swirled, uncaring. And Wukong, lounging casually against a crooked palm tree, arched a brow. Nightmare? He asked. Mito stared down at her hands. They weren't bleeding, but they felt like they should be. I watched them die, she whispered. I watched them kill each other. Wukong didn't answer. Not yet. I don't understand, she said, louder now. Why do I remember that? I wasn't there. Her voice cracked. And why does it hurt like I was? The Monkey King finally stood. He didn't grin, didn't mock, just looked at her. Old, sad, wild. Because not all memories belong to the one who lived them, he said. Sometimes, they belong to the one who has to carry them. Mito's hands curled into fists, and the pain in her head flared again. This time showing her another memory. Just an instant. Naruto, laughing with a girl named Sakura under a tree made of broken mirrors. Gone again. There was no sound on the first island. No birds. No wind. Not even the breath of the waves behind her. Just the sound of her own heart, trying not to break. Mito stepped off the boat. The sand was black. Too soft, like it had forgotten how to hold shape. Above her, trees grew out of the sky instead of the soil, their trunks curved, inverted, like dripping ink. The air was wrong. It smelled like memories that didn't belong to her. She swallowed, then said her name. Naruto Uzumaki. The sound bounced off nothing. No echo. Not even from herself. She walked. Not because she wanted to, but because stopping meant sitting. And sitting meant remembering. And remembering meant. The first mirror was almost shy. It hung from a tree branch, gently swaying. A shard of silver, cracked down the middle, reflecting her eyes just a second behind. She stepped forward, and the reflection changed. A boy, blonde, smiling, hands tucked behind his head like the world never betrayed him. She blinked. He vanished. Her reflection returned. I didn't ask for this, she muttered, and kept walking. More mirrors came. Some buried in the sand. Some clustered like fruit on vine-tangled branches. Some rising out of the air like wounds in space. She tried not to look at them, but they weren't showing her. They were showing him. Naruto, standing over a grave. Naruto, laughing with someone she'd never met. Naruto, alone in a crowd, smiling too hard. At some point, her fists clenched without realizing. She stopped before a wide, polished sheet of glass nestled against an overturned tree stump. This one didn't show Naruto. It showed her, but older, taller, eyes sunken, lips drawn tight, carrying a sword she didn't recognize, wearing a cloak far too heavy for someone her size. The older Mito didn't speak. She just stared back, like she was waiting for the girl in front of her to understand something. Mito flinched, took a step back. I don't know who I'm supposed to be, she said quietly. I don't know what they want from me. I just wanted to be beside them. The mirror cracked, a line running from the older Mito's forehead to her chest. It split her reflection in half. She turned and ran, deeper into the trees, deeper into the quiet, until the sand felt like it was pulling her down with every step. There were no ruins, no monsters, no challenges, just herself, and the fragments of someone else's life bleeding into her head. She remembered a moment. Not hers. A ramen shop, hands pressed together in gratitude. Laughter that felt like home, then cold. Someone kneeling, screaming, blood on the floor. An apology she never gave. She collapsed, right there in the sand, pressed her forehead against the ground, and curled in on herself. I didn't live that life. Why does it hurt like I did? Why do I keep seeing him die? The trees didn't answer, but one mirror hovered above her, just out of reach. It shimmered with golden light, and she knew. If she touched it, she would remember more. If she looked away, it might vanish. Mito sat up. Her hands were shaking, but she reached up anyway. The second her fingers brushed the glass, she remembered falling from a cliff a long time ago, hands reaching out. Sasuke's eyes wide with horror, Hinata screaming, her heart stopping. Then a flicker of light, a moment of rest, a whisper, "It's okay. You can rest here. I'll carry it now." She gasped. Her back hit the sand again, and her fingers clutched the mirror as it cracked. Wukong's voice echoed in her mind, amused and distant. "You wanted to find yourself, right? Then you'll have to walk through everyone you might have been." She lay there a long time, breathing, letting her chest ache without explanation. And when she finally stood, she didn't wipe the tears away. She walked again, not because she knew who she was, but because whoever that boy had been, he had carried something, and now it was her turn. She expected monsters, more mirrors, a battlefield made from the bones of another version of herself. But Island 2 was just a hill, a soft one, wild green grass, a crooked stone path, and wind that smelled like rice and paper and dusk. Wukong was already there when she stepped off the boat. He was lying flat on his back, chewing a stalk of something gold and vaguely alive. "No horror show this time?" she asked. Her voice was dry. She sounded like someone twice her age. "Just you today," he said, not looking up. "And me, I guess, if you count weird old ghosts doing favors." She walked to the top of the hill and sat next to him. Not beside him, just near, close enough to pretend she wasn't alone. The sun overhead wasn't the real sun. It flickered when she blinked, but it was warm. "You really don't act like a god," she muttered after a long pause. Wukong grinned, eyes still shut. "That's because I'm not. Not anymore. Retired. Burned my crown. Gave up the fancy titles. Now I just do the occasional favor for friends who made mistakes so big they looped reality around someone else's soul." Mito frowned. "So you're not even my sponsor?" He cracked one eye open. "Me? No. I'm just babysitting until the real one wakes up. You're carrying something, kid. Someone. And he asked me to watch the fire until you figured out how to light it yourself." Mito looked down at her hands. Wukong closed his eyes again. "Doesn't matter yet. Not until you're ready to ask the question you're afraid of." Silence returned. But this time, it was comfortable. The wind picked up a little. The fake sun flickered again. "I cheated during the Chunin exam," she said suddenly. "Back before all this. I pretended I was strong." Wukong didn't move. Didn't laugh. Just let her talk. "Everyone else had already ranked up. Or saved someone. I was just me. The Uzumaki who got left behind. The one they whispered about. She's not like her brother. She's not like her mom. She's not. So I cheated. Just once. Just to feel what it was like for someone to look at me and not see disappointment." She laughed once. It cracked. But it came out. "Dad caught me, of course. Didn't even yell. Just looked sad. That was worse. And I thought if I had just been someone worth being proud of, I wouldn't have needed to cheat." Wukong finally sat up. His expression wasn't soft. It wasn't sharp either. It was just honest. "That's the trick," he said. "You don't cheat because you're weak. You cheat because you're desperate to matter. Every god I ever beat, every monster, every chosen one, all of them broke because no one ever told them it's okay to want to be seen." Mito wiped her eyes without thinking. The sun flickered again. "Do you think I matter?" Wukong snorted. "No, I think you will. Right now you're just a girl who talks too fast and doesn't sleep enough and is carrying a time bomb in her soul. But you're asking the right questions." She smiled. Tiny, but real. They sat there a while longer, watching fake birds dive into fake trees under a fake sun. And for the first time in the chapter, nothing hurt. But when she stood to leave, she stumbled. Her head lit up again, burning. Images flashing like lightning. Naruto on a swing, alone. Naruto buried in scrolls, muttering someone else's name. Naruto with his hands bloodied. Naruto giving up his body to save someone who had already died. She gripped her chest. Wukong caught her before she fell. "Almost time," he said. "Keep walking." She nodded, even through the pain, and stepped onto the next path. Because she still wanted someone to be proud of her. And because she wasn't done remembering him. The fog was already moving before she stepped off the boat. It slithered across the shallows like a living breath, curling around her shoes before she even set her first foot down. There was no ground. Not really. The island wasn't sand, or stone, or even soil. It was made of memory. Or the hollow shape memory leaves behind when it forgets what it meant. Mito's feet sank into it. Soft, warm, familiar, like stepping into a dream she hadn't earned. The air was still, not silent. Watching, breathing, waiting. She took a few steps forward, the fog parting like it had been holding itself for her. And then the voices began. They didn't shout. They didn't scream. They spoke. "You should have died with them. You were just the extra. Even now, they don't need you. You're a footnote in someone else's ending." She stopped walking. The fog thickened. It didn't suffocate. It clung. Like regret that didn't know how to let go. Shapes started to appear. People? No, not people. Versions. Girls her age. Her face. Her voice. But not her. Not anymore. One lay face down in the fog, a broken kunai in her back. A mission gone wrong. Another sat silently, arms hugging her knees, hair cut too short, her eyes empty. Another screamed without sound, mouth open, blood pouring from her ears. Another held a scroll of exile. She had betrayed the village. Another held nothing. She had never even tried. They didn't look at her. They didn't attack. They just sat her day like they had given up waiting to be chosen. And suddenly Mito's legs couldn't hold her. She fell to her knees. She didn't cry. Not yet. But her arms wouldn't move. Her lungs felt far away. The fog pressed close, coiling up her shoulders, whispering against her ear, you were never enough. You were only special because he cared. If he didn't, you'd be nothing. Just like us. She squeezed her eyes shut. But they didn't go away. She felt herself unraveling. Like if she stayed here long enough, she'd forget what her name meant. She'd forget her voice. Her shape. She'd sink into the fog with the others and become another version who never mattered. I cheated, she whispered. No one asked her to. But the truth came out like it was tearing itself from her ribs. I cheated on the exam. I wanted someone to say I did good. Not even great. Just good. I wanted my mom to smile. I wanted to stop being Naruto's sister. I thought maybe if I passed, I'd stop being background. But even then, I failed. So I lied. The fog didn't answer. It just held her tighter. Another version of her stepped forward. This one was younger. 6 years old. Wearing the academy uniform. Her hair too messy, too long, too stubborn. She looked up at Mito and said, you were always the extra. And Mito nodded. I know. She meant it. She didn't say it bitterly. She didn't say it with pride. Just honestly. Another version of her spoke. This one was crying. Older. Covered in bruises. We tried so hard. And they never looked back. Mito looked down. Whispered, I know. She didn't fight it. Because the pain wasn't coming from the fog. It was coming from inside her. The fog had just stopped lying long enough to let her hear it. She stayed like that for a long time. Not moving. Not breaking. Just sitting in the middle of the island. Surrounded by every girl she could have become. And slowly. Too slowly to notice. The fog began to part. Not all of it. Just enough. Because something was walking toward her. Not towering. Not glowing. Just walking. Another version of her. But this one was older. Not strong. Not a warrior. Not a goddess. She was wearing dusty sandals and a cloak sewn from old shirts. There was dirt under her nails. Laughter lines on her cheeks. She looked tired. But her eyes were steady. Mito blinked. Are you another version of me that failed? The woman shook her head. No. I was the one who kept walking anyway. Mito tried to speak. But her voice cracked. So the woman sat next to her. Said nothing for a while. Then asked, do you still want to matter? Mito nodded. Tears finally coming. More than anything. The woman smiled. Not pitying. Not proud. Just there. Then keep walking. Even if they don't see it yet. Even if you're the only one who remembers what you're walking for. That's what made me different from them. I didn't need to be chosen. I just chose. The fog didn't disappear. But it loosened. Its shape stopped pressing inward. The girls stopped whispering. Some laid down and vanished. Some kept watching. But not cruelly. Just tired. Mito stood. Her legs shook. But they worked. She wiped her eyes. And stepped off the island. The version of her that mattered stayed behind. But smiled. Because she knew this one would walk further. The boat carried her silently. As if ashamed of what came next. She couldn't see it. She didn't need to. She felt it. The way you feel a storm pressing against your bones before the sky splits. The way you feel sickness curling behind your ribs before your body admits it out loud. The boat didn't dock. It stopped existing. Her feet found ground because the world decided she was no longer allowed to drift. There was no wind here. No scent. No sky. Only the blank hum of a place that had never allowed light to learn its name. The moment her heel touched the island's soil, she went blind. Not like before. Not like when she closed her eyes or stood in darkness. This was different. Her sight didn't dim. It didn't blur. It was stolen. Ripped out of her with the soft, obscene grace of something that never belonged to her in the first place. The world vanished, not as if it had been hidden, but as if it had never existed to begin with. And yet, she stood. There was no transition. One moment she could see, and then she couldn't. There was no warning. No shift. Her knees buckled. Her hands flew out, searching, grasping. And found nothing. No wall. No anchor. Not even air. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment. A sickening, plunging moment. She wondered if she was still breathing at all. Then the pain began. Not on the outside. Not on the surface of her body. But in her bones. Her ribs twisted first. Not cracking. Reforming. Like her chest was trying to become something that didn't need lungs. Her spine bent backward. The vertebrae rolled apart like beads on a snapped thread. She fell, but there was no ground. Only the sensation of falling through her own skin. Her fingers stretched and tore, the nerves igniting like dry paper. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. Not breath. Not blood. Not voice. Her body folded. Her joints reversed. Her stomach curled in on itself, intestines knotting and unraveling with surgical precision. Her heart beat once. Then again. Then stopped. Not dramatically. Not with a bang. It just ceased. She died, and kept going. The island didn't kill her. It unmade her, and then forced her to remain. Her eyes were the empty space where they used to be. Ached. Not physically, not even spiritually. The ache came from absence. Like her soul had always known it wasn't meant to see. Like the miracle that let her view the world had been a borrowed dream. And the debt was finally due. She curled into herself, arms wrapped around legs that no longer bent the right way. Her spine pressed into her stomach. Her face sank into her own chest. A human spiral. And still, she lived. And still, she endured. Voices came, not from the world, from inside, from the things she remembered when she didn't mean to, from the thoughts she never finished forming, from the guilt she never named. You were never supposed to walk. You were never meant to matter. You were born blind, but they gave you vision so you could see how small you really are. You were gifted life only so you could watch it be lived better by someone else. You were a kindness given to a world that forgot what kindness was. You were a mistake. She didn't speak. She couldn't. Even if her jaw had worked, what would she say? They weren't lying. Not really. She crawled, elbows scraping over nothing, knees bending against muscle that groaned with disuse. Every motion pulled her open. Tendons snapped, bones splintered, skin sloughed off in translucent ribbons. No blood, only pain, only truth, only her. She reached out and touched something. It wasn't ground. It wasn't memory. It was choice. It burned, and she held it. She held it and screamed. Not aloud, not with voice, but with will. She screamed with her heart, with the cavity where her soul had curled into a ball and tried not to be noticed. She screamed with her shame, with her weakness, with every kindness she had ever begged for but never received. She screamed, and the world heard her. And then, the island paused. Not stopped. Paused. Not in mercy, but in confusion. Because this one, this girl, this blind, broken, burning girl, refused. Refused to die. Refused to become a victim. Refused to surrender. Her foot moved. And then the other. She didn't walk. She dragged herself, piece by piece. And something inside the island hissed. Something old. Something bitter. Something that had won 1,000 times before and couldn't understand why this girl wouldn't stop. And then, she stood, blind, shattered, unseeing, unbelieving, still her. And she whispered, not with her mouth, but with everything she had left. You don't get to decide what I see. You don't get to decide who I am. I was never supposed to survive. But I'm here anyway. So burn me again. I'll keep walking. And the island burned. And she walked. She couldn't see, but she felt everything. The world wasn't dark. It was narrative. Everything around her hummed with memory, like dust whispering its own forgotten name. The ash beneath her feet had once been dreams. The air was written in voices that had no mouths, but still remembered how to speak. The trees, or the illusions of them, creaked with timelines that never came true. She walked with her head low, but her soul open, because even though her body was broken and her eyes were gone, she could feel it now. The quiet stories of the world around her. She passed a stone and felt the ache of it being stepped on too many times without being thanked. She passed a river and felt how proud it was to have carried the lost. She passed a crooked piece of wood jutting from the ground and felt its bitterness at having been forgotten halfway into becoming something useful. She heard it all, and she kept walking. The path to the next island was long. It wasn't a sea anymore. Not water. Not mist. It was a long corridor of fading memory, winding through 1,000 invisible choices. And as she walked, Mito remembered. Not someone else's life. Her own. Waking up every day, feeling like the first breath wasn't really earned. Waking up and knowing that the sun didn't rise for her, but simply in spite of her. Walking through the compound, seeing her mother smile at old photos, seeing her father work silently, hearing the stories they used to tell her about the brother who wasn't there. The one who vanished before she could even remember his face. They never said she was a disappointment, but they didn't have to, because silence is a language too, and Mito learned it fluently. She had been good. Once. Good as a child. Sharp. Energetic. She made people laugh. She picked flowers. She trained until her lungs burned. She memorized every word of the bedtime stories about the brother she never met. The boy who saved the world and disappeared. People said she was a spark, a legacy, a name worth watching. And then she wasn't. She didn't get stronger fast enough. She didn't catch up. She made mistakes. And little by little, the compliments stopped. Then the eye contact. Then the invitations. Then the belief. And suddenly, she was a candle no one remembered lighting. She learned to talk a little less. To smile only when people were watching. To laugh at herself before anyone else could. She got good at pretending. Too good. There were days she didn't even notice how tired she was until someone asked her how long it had been since she slept. She would say, I'm fine. Because what else was there to say? I don't know who I'm trying to be anymore wasn't something you could say out loud without making people uncomfortable. One night, she tried to disappear. Not by dying, but by quitting. She skipped classes. She laid in the same clothes for days. She told herself, if no one knocks on my door by the time the sun sets, then I'll stop trying. The sun set. No one knocked. She got up anyway. She always did. The corridor widened. The wind pressed gently. Somewhere ahead, the next island waited. But she stopped. Not to rest. To remember what she never got to say. I didn't want to be the strongest. I just wanted someone to be proud that I existed. Not for what I did. Not for who I reminded them of. Just for me. The ground pulsed beneath her feet, as if even the forgotten soil mourned that no one had said it sooner. And she walked, blind, but not without direction, because even if she couldn't see the path, she could finally feel that it was hers. And that was enough to keep going. For now, she didn't remember falling asleep. She didn't even remember stopping. But she woke to warmth, to scent, to the quiet clatter of a home that had once been real. She was in the compound. Her bed was soft, her blankets worn just enough to be familiar. The sun trickled in through slatted windows and painted gold across her wall. The smell of breakfast drifted under her door. Rice, tea, something with egg. For a second, she didn't move, because the stillness was so complete it felt like glass. Like if she breathed too loud, it would break, and all of it would vanish again. Mito, her mother's voice, cheerful and distant. Up already? Come eat before it gets cold. Her throat closed. Not from tears. From confusion. Her eyes still didn't work. But she knew this room. She could feel it in her bones. She stood. Her legs didn't ache. Her joints didn't scream. She walked barefoot down the hall and into the kitchen. Her father was at the table, humming. Her mother plated food with the soft rhythm of someone who'd done it for years. And they looked up, and they smiled. You look tired, her mother said. Rough dreams again. Mito didn't answer, because something was wrong. It was too warm, too quiet, too forgiving. Saturday they talked like they used to. Her father told an old story she'd heard 100 times. Her mother teased him. Someone laughed. It might have been her, but it felt like her voice belonged to someone else. And as the laughter faded, the silence behind it got louder, until it was deafening. That night, she dreamed again. She saw herself as a child, running, smiling, hands covered in mud and bandages. Then older, awkward, quieter, holding a paper exam with her name at the top and a score too low to smile about. Then older still, sitting on a rooftop, legs pulled to her chest, watching lights come on across the village. No one looking for her, no one missing her. She woke again the next day. Same smell, same hallway, same soft lies, and the guilt began to return. Because the worst part wasn't being forgotten. It was the tiny voice that said maybe you deserved it. The next day she stayed in bed. No one came to knock. The food still appeared. The house still hummed. Time moved like syrup. She began talking to herself. Not out loud. In that corner of the soul that always listened. I'm not broken. I'm just tired of trying to be enough. They see me. I know they do. But they don't stop to look. Not really. Not like they did for him. Or for her. I was the good one. The quiet one. The obedient one. The shadow that didn't complain. I smiled. I trained. I studied. I waited. I hoped. But every time I reached for pride, it slipped through me. Every time I thought, maybe this time, they'll say they're proud. They just nodded. Moved on. Do you know what it's like to exist in the light of giants? To grow crooked just trying to reach their height? I wake up every morning with a weight in my chest. A silence in my throat. My body moves, but my heart drags behind like a corpse. They didn't forget me. They just never needed to remember anything remarkable. I was always just enough not to worry about. Never enough to be worth celebrating. And I told myself, next time they'll see me. Next time I'll be better. But the years kept passing, and I kept losing. Please, I don't want applause. I just want to hear it once. Just once. You did well. You made us proud. Please. Just say it. Please. Please. But no one came. She stopped getting out of bed. The world didn't notice. And somehow, that hurt more than anything the island before had done. Then, one night, she heard something new. A step. Not her mother. Not her father. Not a ghost in her memory. Just someone sitting quietly beside her. Not saying anything. Just breathing. Someone real. Someone else. And for the first time since arriving on the island, Mito spoke. I really wanted to die sometimes. The words came without force. No crescendo. No drama. Just honesty. Not because I hated life. Just because it didn't seem to notice I was in it. I think I could have vanished and nothing would have changed. And if that's true, then what's the point? The person beside her finally spoke. It's easy, just give up. Mito didn't scream. She didn't shout. She stood, slowly, like her body needed time to decide it still wanted to move. Her hands clenched into shaking fists at her sides, and her breath rattled as it left her lungs. There's nothing easy about giving up. The words came low, choked, but steady. You think it's easy to get out of bed when it feels like no one in the world would notice if you didn't? She took a step forward. Her foot dragged like the earth didn't want her to keep walking. Like the world itself thought she should sit back down. She didn't. You think it's easy to try, knowing you'll never be enough? Knowing there's someone whose name you wear, but can never live up to? He left before I could ever know him. And all I got were stories. Songs. Shrines to how great he was. And every time I tried to be something. Someone. All they ever saw was who I wasn't. Her voice cracked, but she didn't stop. I tried to smile. I tried to laugh. I told myself, one day, they'll see me too. But that day never came. They looked at me like a question they didn't want to answer. Like I was someone else's mistake that couldn't be fixed. And when he came back, When he finally came back, he didn't even say my name. She wrapped her arms around herself. I wanted to matter. Not because of what I could do. Not because I could save the world. I just wanted someone to care that I existed. So yeah, I've thought about giving up. Not once. Not twice. All the time. Because being invisible hurts. And carrying all that silence in your chest hurts. She looked down, and I hated myself for it. For being too weak to shine. Too scared to fail. Too quiet to be heard. I acted strong. I made jokes. I pushed people away before they could forget me first. I told myself I didn't need them. That I didn't care. But I did. I always did. Her knees hit the ground. I know what I am. I'm not strong. I'm not chosen. I'm not special. I'm just a girl who got left behind and tried to pretend that didn't break her. Even now, I keep walking like I'm doing something brave, when really, I'm just afraid of what happens if I stop. But I haven't stopped. Not yet. So don't tell me it's easy. Don't tell me to give up. Because I already wanted to. And I didn't. The air didn't answer. The island didn't change. But something hurt her. And that was enough to keep breathing. To keep standing. To keep going. You don't have to carry it anymore, the voice said beside her. It was the same voice that had listened through her entire outburst. A presence that hadn't flinched, hadn't judged. That hadn't left when she had laid bare every failure. Every crack in the armor she'd tried so hard to wear. She turned her head slightly, though her eyes were still blind. She couldn't make out who they were. Their features were shrouded in the dark behind her ruined vision. But the presence radiated something unbearable. Familiarity and grief layered so densely they pulsed like heat. Something about the silence between them ached in her chest. Mito opened her mouth and began to speak. Do you know what it's like? Her voice was quiet, ragged. Do you know what it's like to feel like your birth was a mistake? Like the world just kept spinning, and you just happened to be there, and nobody really noticed until you started to take up too much space? She sat down, the weight of everything she'd said before sinking even deeper into her spine. I was told I was lucky, that I was born into greatness. Lucky to be her daughter, his sister. But the thing about being born into greatness is that you never get to find out if you were worth anything without it. Her nails dug into her palms. He was already gone when I was born. All I ever had were stories. Stories about him saving the world, about how the gods couldn't look away, about how he was always smiling, even while bleeding. And me? I was just the afterthought, the one left behind, the name with none of the weight, the shadow of someone else's glory. I never got to meet him. I never got to ask why he left, why he didn't wait for me, why he didn't come back. She laughed, quietly, bitterly, and when he finally did come back, her voice cracked. He didn't even look at me. She pressed her fists to the ground. Do you know how hard I tried? Just to be noticed? I trained until my bones screamed. I studied until the words blurred. I smiled when I didn't want to. I listened. I obeyed. I waited. I waited for someone to say, you did good, but it never came. And I started to believe that maybe I didn't do good. Maybe I never could. Maybe I was just pretending. Just taking up space. Just wasting everyone's time. She drew in a breath. Her shoulders trembled. I thought maybe if I pushed hard enough, if I wore the pain like armor, then no one would see how much it hurt. That if I didn't flinch, they'd finally think I was strong. But they didn't. They never did. The silence beside her didn't interrupt. Didn't move. She kept going. I hate myself. I hate how much I care about what they think. I hate that I cry in secret because I can't be the person they want. I hate that I still want them to love me, even after all this. And I hate that I keep pretending to be strong, when all I ever feel is small. Like I was never built to carry any of this. Her voice dropped. But I kept going. Not because I believed I could do anything, but because stopping meant letting go of the only thing I had left. She leaned forward, pressing her forehead to her knees. I don't have answers. I don't have power. All I have is pain, and the pathetic, selfish hope that one day I might not feel so empty. That I might wake up and just be enough. The person beside her said nothing, but a hand rested on her shoulder. She didn't flinch. The warmth didn't explain itself, but it stayed. And Mito broke, not into pieces, but into something real. Not a legend, not a shadow, just a girl, sitting in the dark, being heard, and still here. The hand on her shoulder tightened gently, pulling her softly into a comforting embrace. Mito didn't resist. She let herself lean into it, feeling a warmth she couldn't fully understand but desperately needed. You think you aren't enough, the voice said softly. But that isn't true. Mito exhaled shakily. You don't know me. I do, the voice interrupted gently. I know every thought you've had, every struggle, every wound you've carried. You're right. It's heavy, too heavy for anyone to bear alone. She trembled slightly, not speaking, just listening. You hate yourself because you think you're weak, because you think you can't measure up. But that's not weakness. It's strength, the kind of strength that comes from carrying something impossible, day after day. But I haven't done anything, Mito whispered, her voice breaking. I haven't achieved anything. I haven't become anyone. Achievement isn't everything, the voice said, gentle yet firm. You've endured. You've stood back up every time, even when no one noticed. Even when it hurt so much that giving up would have been easier. There's immense value in that. Value in your resilience. Mito shook her head slightly, her breath hitching. But nobody sees it. Nobody cares. He didn't even. The voice tightened the embrace slightly. I see it. I care. And maybe you feel like nobody notices, but that doesn't mean your struggles are meaningless. It doesn't erase your strength. How can you know? She asked softly, painfully. How can you possibly understand? There was a pause, the embrace growing warmer, heavier with emotion. Because I know exactly what it's like to hate yourself, to feel like you're nothing but a shadow, to feel lost in your own existence. But listen, your value isn't determined by what others see or don't see. It's not defined by the expectations you couldn't meet. You have value simply by existing, simply by being here, right now, fighting to continue despite everything. Tears began to spill silently down her cheeks. But I'm so tired. I know, the voice murmured gently, pulling her closer still. And it's okay to be tired. It's okay to feel overwhelmed. You don't have to pretend anymore. You don't have to carry this weight alone. Mito's voice was barely audible. What if I can't be strong enough? You don't need to be strong all the time, the voice replied softly. Allow yourself to rely on others. Allow yourself to be human. Allow yourself to rest, to heal. Your life has meaning not because of what you accomplish, but because you exist. Because you try. Because you refuse to surrender, even when everything inside you screams that you should. Mito's breath shuddered, her walls finally breaking completely. I don't know if I can. You can, the voice assured her warmly. Even if it's hard, even if it feels impossible right now, you've already proven you can. You've survived every single day up to now. You can survive tomorrow too. And the next day. And the next. She leaned fully into the embrace, letting herself cry, finally letting go of the weight she'd carried silently for so long. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone, not even to me. You are enough. You've always been enough, exactly as you are. Slowly, through the tears, she nodded, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her chest. Not hope exactly. Not yet. But something softer, kinder, like the beginnings of acceptance. I'm here, the voice said again, softer now. You're not alone anymore. And in that moment, for the first time in a long time, Mito believed it. Slowly, the warmth around her began to fade, not abruptly, but gently, like the sun slipping below the horizon. Mito felt a quiet peace settle within her, the echoes of the comforting voice lingering in her heart. She stood carefully, feeling stronger now, though her eyes still saw nothing but darkness. With newfound resolve, she took a step forward, sensing the path beneath her feet. Each step she took felt lighter, steadier than before, as if the weight she'd carried for so long had finally eased just enough for her to breathe. Ahead lay the final island. She knew this instinctively. Not from sight or sound, but from something deeper, more fundamental. She could sense it like a quiet whisper guiding her forward. The transition was subtle, barely noticeable. One moment she was walking through emptiness, and the next, the ground beneath her feet felt different. Solid and comforting, as if welcoming her home. This island held an air of tranquility unlike the others. Here, there were no illusions, no harsh trials waiting to tear her apart. Instead, there was peace. There was silence, pure and undisturbed, like the calm after a storm. Mito took a deep breath, feeling the gentle breeze brush past her skin. She sensed soft grass beneath her feet, heard the distant rustling of leaves, and felt warmth on her face, as though the sun had returned after endless nights. She knew this peace was fleeting, merely the calm before whatever came next. But she allowed herself to savor it, to absorb the serenity and let it strengthen her further. She walked further onto the island, her steps careful but confident. Gradually, the sounds around her faded into a soft hum, and the sensation beneath her feet became softer, almost ethereal. Suddenly, the ground seemed to disappear entirely. Mito felt weightless, suspended gently, floating in an infinite expanse. The realization washed over her slowly. She had reached the edge of the islands, and was now drifting within the void between dreams. Here, the boundary between self and reality blurred. Memories flickered in and out, intermingling with visions she didn't recognize, glimpses of past and future merging into a surreal tapestry. And then, from within this drifting void, a figure appeared. A presence she could sense clearly, even without her sight. Mito recognized immediately the powerful aura, steeped in sorrow, regret, and unmistakable resolve. "You've finally made it," the familiar yet changed voice said quietly, carrying the weight of countless unseen burdens. She tilted her head towards the source, recognition dawning slowly but surely. "Sasuke," she whispered softly. The figure stood silent for a moment before responding, his voice tinged with a sadness so profound it seemed eternal. "We have much to talk about, Mito." His voice was neither cold nor warm. It carried no edge, but it carried weight. So much weight it felt like the space around them bent inward just to hold it. Mito stood in the vastness of the void between dreams, still blind, but now more aware than she had ever been. The pressure of this place wasn't physical. It was metaphysical. The sheer narrative gravity of 1,000 lives folding inward. The presence of the person before her was unmistakable. "You're Sasuke," she said quietly, her voice soft, as if speaking too loud might shatter whatever moment she'd stepped into. He paused. Yes, but not the one you knew. Not the one from the surface. I am. What's left of him? The Sasuke that chose to bear the weight of this story alone. Mito didn't speak. Her heart thudded in her chest, slow and deep. She could feel the unspoken stories unraveling in the air. He continued. I came from a different timeline. One where your brother fought to the very end. And lost. We reached the final gate. All of us. Naruto gave everything he had. He fought not for victory, not even for survival, but just to make sure we saw what waited beyond. A pause. He couldn't cross. Mito lowered her head. Sasuke stepped closer. His voice was distant now, like a retelling of a dream. Naruto died at the edge of the world. After everything he gave, after every loop, every failure, every version of us he tried to save, the cost finally caught up with him. And when he fell, I couldn't accept it. The weight in his tone shifted, grew darker. So I did what no one else could. I became the Black King. Not because I wanted power. Not because I wanted to reign. I did it because I wanted to force the world to earn him. Every time the world failed to bring him back, I burned it. Every path that didn't lead to him living again was unworthy. I turned my own soul into a curse. One that bends narrative around his return. Mito felt her hands trembling. You're the reason this loop exists. She whispered. I am the reason all of them exist, Sasuke said. I became the conductor of fate. I rewrote the scripts. I altered destinies. I loaded the dice against your favor. He stepped forward, and though she could not see, she could feel him staring straight into her. You are the variable, the one piece I could never predict. After the birth of you in this timeline, I have lost all ability with fate. After you took something that didn't belong to you. Mito's breath caught in her throat. What? Your eyes, Sasuke said. They aren't yours. You were born blind. But some fragment of him took root in you. It shouldn't have happened. I made a mistake. A miracle happened beyond my design. And now the last piece of the end exists, he exhaled. And now you are here. At the threshold. With the weight of all our mistakes pressing down on your spine. Why are you telling me this? She asked. His voice softened. Because I need you to understand what comes next. I've seen thousands of endings, Mito. And in none of them do we get to rest until he reaches the true end. You carry something that doesn't belong to you. That was never meant for you. But it chose you. And that makes you the only one who can reach him now. She stood still. Swallowed her fear. Why me? Because I can't reach him anymore, Sasuke said. I lost that right the moment I turned myself into a force instead of a person. I'm not Sasuke anymore. Not really. I am the echo of someone who wanted the ending rewritten so badly, he tore reality apart. He reached out, placed a hand on her shoulder. I just want you to know. I'm sorry. For all the pain. For building a path of corpses to bring him back. For what it cost you. For what it cost him. Mito didn't speak. She just stood there, shaking, and the void held its breath around them. Mito stood silent, trembling slightly, her voice raw from all she had screamed and wept through. She didn't understand. Couldn't understand. This was too much, too large. But she asked anyway. How? How could you be the Black King? Sasuke didn't answer right away. The void rippled slightly around them, as if reacting to the question itself. His voice, when it finally came, was low, steady, and not entirely human. Because the end came first. Mito felt a chill pass through her bones. I didn't become the Black King at the end, he continued. I was the Black King before I knew I was Sasuke. Before there was even a world left to burn. I stood at the last shore of time, where stories cannot be written, and I looked back. I saw it all. He stepped closer. The weight of his presence now tangible, pressing down like history itself. Naruto died. A pause. He died at the end of the world, Mito. Not in battle. Not screaming. He just stopped. After everything. After all the pain and sacrifice, he got to the wall at the edge of reality, and he was told he could go no further. That was the limit. That was the end. And it broke him. Mito's voice was barely a whisper. What did you do? Sasuke looked at her. I destroyed it. The void reacted again. Threads of raw narrative pulsed like veins across the nothingness. I destroyed every world where he wasn't strong enough to reach that ending. Every timeline that failed him. I ripped out their roots and burned them from existence. Not just to punish them. Not just out of grief. His voice turned darker. Because those worlds didn't deserve to finish. They weren't worthy of an ending if he couldn't reach it. Mito shivered. Sasuke raised his hand. Above it, the void bled open like a wound, and in its center hovered something indescribable. A crown made of names. Thousands of them. Each one screaming silently. This is what I became, he said. The architect of ruin. The monarch of ashes. The final witness. The Black King. I took on a version so broken, so driven, that he stopped needing a name. A version that said, if this world cannot bring him to the ending, then the ending will be rewritten until it can. He closed his eyes. So I became the paradox. I rewrote beginnings by becoming the ending. I cast my soul backward through time, embedding shards of myself into every timeline. I broke cause and effect. I fractured narrative law. He turned toward her again. And then, at the height of my power, when I had devoured entire fables, erased pantheons, and carved my mark into every version of fate. The Black King looked down at what I had become and said he stepped closer. His voice dropped. I no longer need a mind. Mito stepped back. What? Sasuke nodded. The Black King. Expel me. Cast out my consciousness like a parasite it no longer required. Said I was no longer necessary. That its will had grown too large to be governed by one soul. I was discarded. His hands trembled slightly. I woke up like this. Broken. Disconnected. A fragment. The echo of something that once called itself Sasuke. And now I exist only here, between the story and the silence. Watching. Remembering. Waiting. Mito was silent. The void bent inward again, the sound of unraveling myths rising all around them. Sasuke knelt before her. And now, the piece of Naruto that was lost. Lives inside you. That shouldn't have happened. It wasn't in any of my calculations. But it did. Which means... He looked up at her. You are the only one left who can reach the ending. Not me. Not the Black King. Not even Naruto himself. Mito's breath caught. But how do I? Sasuke shook his head. You don't walk a path. You become one. That is what I did. That is what he did. And that is what you must do. She tried to speak, but no sound came. He placed something in her hands. It pulsed. It screamed. It wept. A single page. Blank. You'll need this later, now give it back. His heart. Mito took a step back. The world felt thinner here, as if it was only barely held together by thought and narrative thread. You want me to give it back? She asked. Her voice was barely above a whisper, hoarse and trembling. His soul? I don't understand. I don't even know how. The conductor's face did not change. His expression was calm, but not cold. There was sorrow behind it, a depth of tiredness only someone who had buried every possible future could hold. You've always had it, he said. His soul chose you. Even when it left his body, even when he became something beyond a man, even when I, as the Black King, devoured worlds to try and shape a path for him. His soul hid inside you. That's not possible, she choked, tears hot on her face. I'm no one. You are the one who endured, Sasuke said. The one who walked forward, even when the story didn't call your name. The only one who loved him in every ending, even when he forgot you. That's why the tale of good and evil split in two. Because it needed you. Because it needed a place to hide him. She shook her head. I don't deserve that. Then earn it, he said, not unkindly. This war, the war of good and evil, is not what it seems. It is not merely a contest of alignment, of light or shadow. It is a thinning veil, a stage dressed up as righteousness. Every pantheon will betray you. Asgard, Olympus, even Egypt has already made its plans. They fear your pantheon because it does not follow the script. And ours? Mito whispered. Sasuke stepped forward. He was taller than she remembered. Or maybe she had simply shrunk under the weight of all this. Yours, he said, is fractured. Your strongest warrior is incomplete. The calamity of salvation is only half a man. The Akasha pantheon split down its center, good and evil like a blade driven through its spine. The heavens cannot abide uncertainty, so they will destroy you. Mito lowered her head. Then what do I do? He walked up to her, close enough that she could feel the gravity of his title pressing against her soul. The conductor of fate, the one who had written every cruelty they had suffered to ensure they reached this moment. Give him back what is his, he said. Not just his soul, his dreams, his weight, his grief. You were not carrying a burden. You were carrying a friend home. He reached out. She didn't realize she had started to cry until her vision blurred so hard she could barely see him. No one's ever said they were proud of me, she said. Not really. Not since I was a child. They all talk about Naruto, about how great he is, about what he lost. But I... You didn't just survive, Sasuke said. You delivered. You brought him to the gates of his own heart. You gave the world a chance it didn't earn. He touched her shoulder. I'm proud of you, Mito, for making it this far. Now finish the job. Something inside her shattered. It wasn't pain. It wasn't even relief. It was the slow, agonizing recognition of being seen. She clutched her arms around her stomach as sobs broke through her body in waves. Her knees buckled, but Sasuke steadied her. Not with strength, with presence. And then, just as her knees touched the floor, the sky above them cracked open like glass beneath a dying world. He raised his hand one last time. The void swallowed her. But it was not darkness that met her. It was herself. She stood alone. No, not alone. She was surrounded by stars, but not stars. Memories. Echoes. It was not space. It was not the spirit realm. It was her heart. The final island. And something there was calling her by name. She woke in light. But it was not warm. This light was pale, heavy with dust and memory. It shifted like mist through a cathedral of glass pillars and pulsing stars, fractured constellations suspended above her head, glowing in hues she didn't have words for. This was her heart. Not metaphor. Not dream. This was the place built from every kindness she had ever believed she didn't deserve. A shrine of quiet ache. And at its center, beneath the soft ruin of memory, she saw him. Naruto. Not standing. Not burning. Not radiant. Just asleep. He lay on a slab of pale stone, hands folded gently, his face untouched by pain. For the first time in 1,000 remembered deaths, he looked at peace. Mito ran. She didn't walk. She ran like she had never moved before. Get up, she whispered, shaking him. Get up, you idiot. No response. She pressed her forehead to his, felt no warmth. Not cold, not dead, just distant. Please, she whispered. You're the one who saves people. You're the one who always stands up. Please don't be the one who sleeps. She tried again, and again. She screamed. She begged. She cried. She told him she hated him, that she loved him, that she was so damn tired of carrying both of them. But nothing worked. And then, the stars above her dimmed. The sky cracked inward, and something moved in the dark. A presence. Slow. Shuddering. Wrong. It bled out from the edges of her thoughts, like ink leaking through the skin of her reality. It didn't step. It grew. She turned, and saw it. A mass of shadow and chain, wearing no face. Instead, 1,000 mouths opened across its surface, each whispering something she had once thought in her lowest hour. You're not enough. You were never supposed to be here. He's only alive because you're a cage. Give him back. You're not special. You're an accident. You're his shadow. You should have stayed forgotten. The creature unfurled wings made of ragged cloth and broken script. Its arms were blades of self-hatred. Its body stitched from her doubts. It was beautiful, and it was her. A piece of her soul, corrupted by every day she told herself she didn't matter. It stepped toward Naruto's sleeping form. No. Her voice cracked. No. Get away from him. It kept moving. So she did the only thing she could. She threw herself at it. The first strike wasn't magic. It wasn't martial. It was a scream. A scream made from rage, from hurt, from hope. She slammed her fists into it. They passed through smoke and fire. But it recoiled. Because she meant it. Get away from him. She shouted. He's mine. The creature opened its mouths wider. All of them laughed. You don't deserve him, they said. You never did. She struck again. And this time, her fist ignited. Not with chakra. Not with power. With story. Her own. Her own name. Her own grief. She wasn't strong. She wasn't chosen. But she was here. And if the only thing she could do was bleed for the one person who ever looked at her like she mattered, then she'd die screaming his name. The monster shrieked. Its arms twisted. Chains shot out, wrapping her legs, her wrists. It lifted her into the air. She didn't cry. She burned. And somewhere below, Naruto twitched. A breath. Just barely. But enough. Enough for her to whisper, I'm not nothing. I was never nothing. You don't get to take this from me. The chains snapped. The fight wasn't over. But Mito was awake. And now, so was her will. The chains erupted from her back like the scream of a soul too long shackled. They weren't quiet. They weren't graceful. They didn't hum like a secret passed through blood. They tore from her spine like truth-breaking bone. Scarlet light crashed into the world, the sky splitting with the howl of an ancient name remembered by force. Uzumaki chakra chains. And Mito moved. Her body, a mass of bruises, burns, cracked bones, and betrayal, moved like she had waited her entire life to fight something that finally felt like it deserved to die. The nightmare creature of doubt lunged forward, all her voices layered into one wretched scream. You're not enough. You never were. You're nothing without him. You're nothing at all. But she didn't answer with words. She answered with velocity. Chains launched her through the air like thunder loosed from a cage. They anchored to invisible sky, snapping taut like wings too tired of silence. Mito spun midair, two chains spiraling outward in perfect arcs of grief and rage. She struck the monster across the face with both hooks. Its form twisted, broken mouth screaming through a storm of firelight and static. And still she moved. She fought with nothing left to protect except the memory of love. She fought when hope was already dead, but duty still had a name. Each strike was a memory. Each spin a scream. Each breath a denial of her old self. The beast slammed her down. Her ribs cracked. She bit through her tongue. Blood hit her teeth like ash. Still she swung. Still she chose. You think I'm weak? She hissed. Then break me. The chains responded. New links burst from her arms, golden red, dripping with chakra and defiance. I'm not a placeholder, she said, each word like broken glass through smoke. I'm not the girl who waited. I'm not the girl who cried. The monster surged. 100 arms. 1,000 accusations. Chains caught everyone. She soared, spun, fell, rose again, until it grabbed her, dragged her down, crushed her under its weight. Its voice filled her ears. You were born in his shadow. You were loved as a memory of him. He'll leave again. He'll forget you again. And you'll stay behind. Again. Her chains cracked. Her hands shook. Her body buckled. The monster raised a blade of shadow made from every failed smile she'd ever worn. And then, a golden blur tore through the sky, like a sword swung through fate itself. A hand of light touched her shoulder, and every voice stopped. The monster froze, then shattered, into a billion pieces. No scream, no drama, just silence. And standing over her, hand outstretched. Naruto, not broken, not vanished. Home. His hair was a mess. His clothes worn. There was blood on his sleeves. But he was smiling. That quiet, stupid smile she hated. The one that made her cry without knowing why. He reached down and said, "Let me help ease your burden, sis." Mito blinked and broke. Sobs erupted from her chest in a way she couldn't stop. Not graceful, not brave, just real. Because someone finally said it wasn't her job to carry everything. Someone looked at her and saw something worth saving before she was strong. She took his hand, and he pulled her to her feet. The chains faded, but the light didn't. It surrounded them. A system prompt echoed from the sky, like prophecy breaking open. True sponsor detected. Naruto Uzumaki, architect of the last horizon. Final link achieved. Bearer of the final tale has been recognized. Myth class synchronization complete. Naruto turned to her. You've come further than anyone, but we're needed elsewhere. Behind them, the world pulsed. It wasn't breaking. It was opening. The world of her heart. The bleeding cathedral of her soul was glowing. Take my hand, he said. She nodded, barely holding the tears back. He smiled again. They stepped into the light. Together. And the world vanished. The last handshake. The sky was not blue. It hadn't been for hours. Or maybe days. Maybe time didn't matter anymore. Above, the heavens were split open by banners of divine betrayal. Pantheon after pantheon had come. Not to protect the world, but to ensure it ended on their terms. What had once been a battle had become a siege. And at the center of it all, surrounded by fragments of broken wings, cracked fables, and fading comrades, stood Naruto Uzumaki. Barely more than a shadow held together by stubbornness and myth. He couldn't breathe. Not because he was injured, though he was, but because he was hollow. He didn't have a soul. That was the truth, wasn't it? Yamin had been acting as his soul ever since the womb of Shub-Niggurath. Ever since he tore himself free and bled out his identity into the void. She'd been the thread keeping him animate. But she was fading now. Spreading too thin across too many timelines, unable to anchor him anymore. Naruto stood swaying in the crater where the last scenario wave had detonated. His wings were flickering. His hands couldn't even close into fists anymore. Around him, the last gods of his side were down to embers. Sasuke was unconscious. Hinata was frozen, her soul struggling against the fragment of the heavenly demon buried inside her. And Metatron, no, Lucifer, stood atop a tower of corpses made of story. Wings half black, half gold, horns curled backward like a lion of judgment, his hands glowing with the commandments of ruin. The pantheons encircled the battlefield like wolves with too much history behind their teeth. Even the kind gods had withdrawn. There would be no more alliances, no more negotiations. Naruto was alone, and he was about to die. He almost welcomed it, until a ripple passed through the field. A chakra signature, familiar, steady, carved into his bones. He turned, and there she was, Mito, walking into the noose of death like it was the academy training field. Her red hair burned like a wick against the pale fire of the fallen gods. Her face was calm. Not brave, not afraid. Just right. Like this was exactly when she was supposed to arrive. Naruto's throat closed. Mito. She didn't respond at first. She just walked toward him, stepping over a collapsed divine observer and the shattered remnants of a time-locking relic still steaming at her feet. You should be in Konoha, he said. What the hell are you doing here? I came to give something back, she said. Her eyes glowed. Not with divine fire, but something older, something deep, something his. He stepped back. No, not you two. I already lost Yamin and Hinata's not even. I can't lose you, Mito. You're not going to. You don't understand. My soul's gone. I've been running on scraps of others for too long. If I die now, it won't even mean anything. I'm not even me anymore. You're wrong, she said. He stopped. I've had your soul the whole time. Naruto's heart stopped. The battlefield seemed to go quiet. Even the gods hesitated. Even Metatron turned, curious. What? Mito's voice trembled, but her hands didn't. When you exuviated, when you broke, when Nocturne rose. You weren't dead. You weren't erased. You were just fragmented. Kurama placed your core where no god would look. Not in a relic. Not in a fable. Not in a clone. She placed her hand over her chest. He left it with me. Naruto took a step forward. You're lying. I'm not. She held out her hand. Come, take it back. It's too late. Even if I take it, what could I possibly? She looked at him with the same expression Kushina once had in the final moments of a dying memory. You can rewrite everything, Naruto. And something clicked. Not like a system window. Not like a stat point. More like a lock. A key turning. Soul synchronization detected. Core identity recovered. Hidden authority reactivated the epilogue. Unlocking blade of the story that connects all things. A surge of light exploded from Naruto's chest. But it wasn't just light. It was gravity. It was paradox. It was the pull of every path, every loop, every forgotten version of himself. Spiraling into one locus. In his hand formed a blade. Not forged of metal or chakra, but scenarios themselves. Its hilt was bound in braided memory. Its teeth shimmered with the reflection of dead timelines. Its edge sang with the resonance of every sacrifice that had ever been written and unwritten. The last story of this world. A weapon that could cut through cause, effect, myth, god, and name. You have obtained the last tale. Effect. This weapon links all stories into one. It can open or sever any narrative thread. You may now overwrite the world. Once. Choose wisely. Naruto opened his eyes. They burned gold. Not with divine blessing, but with clarity. Mito stumbled, her role complete. He caught her, held her tight. Thank you. For what? For being the part of me I thought I had to throw away. Then he turned toward the gods. Lucifer sneered. So, you found yourself. Do you think that's enough too? He never finished. Naruto moved. One step, and space screamed. The battlefield cracked open. Not from force, but from correction. Like the world remembered it was supposed to end a different way, and it was adjusting in real time to accommodate. The epilogue gleamed. And all the pantheons, in that instant, realized they had not cornered a broken man. They had surrounded the final author. The first thing Naruto did was breathe. Not just air, not just chakra. He breathed in every piece of himself. Every version, every shadow, every whispered regret that had clung to him like dust through the void. Because now he was whole. YMN remained still inside him. Her soul still nestled where it had anchored him all this time. But she didn't move, didn't speak, like a heartbeat held in prayer. She knew this wasn't her moment. This was his. He raised the blade in his hand. The epilogue. And the world shivered. Its hilt pulsed with the weight of endings, its edge still humming with the lives and deaths of 1,000 unrealized Narutos. This was the blade that severed destiny, the sword that remembered every story and gave them finality. And yet, it wasn't enough. Not yet. He looked into the horizon, past the gods who were still frozen by awe and dread, past the survivors who'd stopped breathing, past Lucifer, who tilted his horned head in amusement. Naruto raised his left hand. Time fractured. From behind him. No, from within him. The spring of time gushed forth. It wasn't water. It was memory in motion. Chronology without anchor. Every second that Naruto had fought to reclaim. Every heartbeat that YMN had preserved. From it rose a second sword. Slim. Silver. The opposite of the epilogue in shape, but not in truth. While one bore the end of all things, this one bore their refusal to end. He took it. The name bloomed in his mind the moment his fingers wrapped the grip. Eternity. You have awakened the twin blades of narrative authority. The epilogue, soul, the blade that severs any tale. Eternity, time, the blade that binds stories that should not be lost. Effect. Dual wielding enables narrative overdrive. Limit. 1 overwrite, 1 restoration. The battlefield didn't just change. It corrected itself. The ground stopped bleeding. The wind slowed. Even the broken laws of causality briefly stabilized, caught in the gravitational pull of a being that should never have stood here, let alone fought back. Naruto blurred. And God screamed. In an instant, he appeared behind a war deity who had been orchestrating the collapse of heaven's western gate. Cleaved in two by the epilogue, he reversed, danced, struck with eternity and the shattered remains of a fallen city. One that had been erased a dozen loops ago. Briefly shimmered into view behind him before fading again. A bolt of divine lightning crackled toward him. He raised eternity, and it passed through him. Not redirected, not blocked, but remembered into harmlessness. The concept of the lightning had been rewritten before it landed. He leapt, twirled midair, his wings fully unfurled. Gilded white and script black. He was not fighting to win. He was fighting to right. The pantheons broke formation. For the first time since the war began, fear outpaced ego. Gods began to flee. But not all. Lucifer didn't move. He hadn't even blinked. Then, he smiled, and lifted one hand. Reality warped around him. Not in waves, not in bursts, but in convergence. Light and shadow, grace and doom, blood and blessing. From that convergence emerged a spear. Not the one Sasuke once borrowed in Konoha. That was a shadow. This was the original. This was the true spear of Longinus. Forged before Genesis. Carved not to pierce flesh, but to penetrate narrative protection itself. A weapon that could kill meaning. It rose into the sky. Taller than any obelisk, longer than any myth. And hovered above Lucifer's outstretched palm like the blade of God waiting to fall again. And every single being on the field. Enemy and ally, mortal and immortal, divine and damned. Felt it. The instant it appeared, they all understood. They were going to die. Not symbolically, not poetically, but in the purest, oldest, and most permanent way possible. Even Naruto, whole once more, dual-wielding the authority of story itself. Even he stopped moving, because the spear of Longinus did not threaten his life. It threatened the story that allowed him to live. Lucifer spoke, voice like the absence of angels. So this is your final form, then, the end, and the never. But I wonder. He raised the spear skyward. Can even the story survive erasure? He didn't throw it. He didn't need to. The fear alone began the unraveling. Naruto fell, not onto the battlefield, but through it, through layers of pain and guilt and impossible grief, into the hollow place where he always came apart, the sea of his heart. The black wind whispered around him like paper tearing slow. The The same void that had housed Nocturne once. The same emptiness he had crawled through in search of identity, love, forgiveness. This time, he didn't scream. He just sank. His knees hit the surface, barely disturbing it. He clutched at his chest with both hands and cried like a boy again. Like a boy who had lost too much, given too much, and never once been told it was okay to be weak. He whispered names. Sasuke. Hinata. Mito. Lee. Guy. He didn't finish them. Couldn't. The syllables felt like glass in his throat. And somewhere, in that ruined space inside himself, he finally said what he'd been afraid to admit aloud: I don't know how to save them. I thought I could. But I can't. I can't fix this. A hand touched his shoulder. He didn't look up. He didn't need to. Her voice was soft. No louder than a dying candle in the wind. You were never meant to fix it alone. He turned. She was sitting beside him. YMN still within him. Not summoned. Not externalized. But whole. Present. Not as the God-challenging memory scribe. Not as the myth-tier fable. Just the girl who had always believed in him more than he believed in himself. She reached up and brushed his hair back gently, like she had done in timelines he'd already forgotten. You've always carried the weight of the world like it was yours to bear. But the world was never the burden. It was the people you loved. He leaned into her hand, shaking. I don't think I can do it. You don't have to yet. She shifted to face him fully, eyes bright in the endless dark. But when the moment comes, when you feel the last page begin to tear, I want you to say something. He blinked. She took his hand in both of hers. Say my name. Not the one the system gave me. Not the one others called me. My true name. You've always known it. Maybe not with your mind, but with your heart. He nodded slowly, throat tight. What happens if I say it? She smiled. Not sad. Not brave. Just. Right. Then I'll come. He opened his eyes. Back in the crater. Back in the war. The twin blades still hovered near his feet. The epilogue, flickering with severed stories, and eternity, humming with things not yet lost. Lucifer had not thrown the spear. Yet. Naruto stood. Alone. But not empty. And far within, in the quiet place no god could reach. She waited. Wyman no. Yamino. The moment he needed her, he only had to say it. He wind welcomed him like it remembered. Naruto opened his eyes, and the battlefield opened with him. The crater still burned. The air still stank of static and god blood. The spear of Longinus still hovered in Lucifer's grip, poised not to kill a man, but to erase his myth. He stood alone. His twin swords gleamed faintly beside him, half sunk in the cracked stone, forgotten by the world that no longer believed he could wield them. And in the distance, faint but undeniable, the gods had begun to chant. A hymn of ending. Of finality. Naruto's legs trembled. He could feel it again. That hollowness. That silent echo of a world beginning to grieve what hadn't yet passed. He looked across the field and saw what was left of his side Mito, unconscious. Sasuke, unmoving. Hinata, still frozen in a standstill of divine will and inherited flame. No one was left standing. Not really. And yet the system still called him the architect of the last horizon. As if title could replace what was lost. He closed his eyes. And without looking, he whispered. Yamino. The world stopped. Not the way it had before. Not through force. Not through system directive. This was different. The chant halted. The wind recoiled. Even Lucifer's hand, wrapped in spiraling scripture, twitched. Naruto didn't move. Didn't look up. He just stood in the shadow of the god who would unwrite him and whispered the only name that had ever really made him feel real. Please. I need you. I don't want to write this ending alone. A single breath answered him. And then. She was there. No crack of thunder. No rupture of code. Just presence. Wyman. Yamino. Stepped forward like a memory made flesh. Like a secret the story could no longer hide. Her footsteps didn't echo. They resonated. The world remembered her as she walked. Every forgotten line. Every erased moment. Every unclaimed heartbeat that had once belonged to her re-threaded itself into the narrative. The battlefield bent toward her. Even the gods noticed. But they didn't speak. Because they recognized her. The fourth wall incarnate. The witness of the story's wound. The first reader. The last rewrite. She walked to Naruto's side and didn't ask if he was okay. She didn't need to. She just took his hand. Warm. Human. You call my name. He nodded, voice tight with something deeper than exhaustion. I remembered it. You always knew it, she said softly. Your heart just needed to believe it mattered. She looked down at the two swords embedded in the earth. The epilogue. Eternity. They flickered. Like they were responding not to chakra, but to recognition. Let me show you how to use these. She bent down, fingers grazing both hilts at once. The moment her hands closed around them, the system screamed. Narrative executor identified. Yamino, codename YMN, myth class author of the utterly gutsy rewrite. Twin blades attuned the epilogue, soul, eternity, time. Overwrite invocation accepted. Scenario 82, War of Good and Evil. Outcome chosen victors, Naruto Uzumaki and allied faction. Begin execution. The sky folded. Not metaphorically. It folded like the corner of a page being turned back to reread a moment before everything fell apart. Scripture unraveled across the clouds. The fabric of the battlefield shimmered. Even the spear of Longinus froze midair. Not suspended by force, but because its target no longer qualified as part of this scenario. The system had been rewritten. Naruto wasn't dead. He had won. Yamino lifted the epilogue with one hand, eternity with the other. And for a brief, holy moment, everything stopped hurting. The Pantheons gasped. Even Lucifer stepped back, whispering something no angel was ever meant to say. That's not possible. Yamino ignored him. She turned to Naruto, eyes soft, hands trembling slightly as if her soul was fraying to keep the override intact. It's done, she said. You won. The system glowed again. Scenario 82 complete. Victory condition fulfilled. Award distribution in progress. Restoration pending. She raised eternity again. Now, she whispered, let's bring them back. She began to speak. A prayer, a command, a rewrite that would unbury the dead. The wind coiled around her like it was listening. Naruto stepped forward, catching his breath. Sasuke stirred. Hinata's fingers twitched. And then, the sky screamed. Not the battlefield. Not the system. The sky. A tear opened. Not a crack. Not a rift. A wound in the page of existence. From it poured black silk and static thought, and things that were never meant to have shape again. 12 figures emerged. Each one wearing a cloak stitched from the hide of forgotten timelines. They did not shimmer with chakra. They radiated narrative rot. The Akatsuki. Their final forms. Eyes red not with Sharingan, but with conceptual recursion. Bodies blurred between divine and null. The kind of presence that unmade epics by existing near them. And at the center, Nocturne, Naruto's mirror, his corpse, the soul that had tried to rewrite the world in its image and failed. Now returned with teeth sharper than truth. He stepped into the scenario like he'd never left. Yamino froze. The system flared in warning. Unauthorized entry detected. Source unclassified outer authority. The final hunger. Restoration interrupted. Nocturne smiled. It wasn't a grin. It wasn't malevolent. It was inevitable. You thought you could end this? He tilted his head at Yamino, still holding eternity. You rewrote it, didn't you? You gave him victory. He stepped forward, reality warping around his feet with each motion. Then I guess it's my turn to write the sequel. Behind him, the Akatsuki lifted their hands, and the battlefield began to unravel again. Not with fire, not with blade, but with story collapse. And this time, there were no system rules left to protect them. The air should have been still. Yamino had declared victory. The scenario had ended. The world had folded itself into a page of peace. But peace never came. Instead, a second title screen appeared. It wasn't summoned by the system. It wasn't divine. It wasn't sanctioned by any pantheon. It was carved into the sky itself. The sequel has begun. Narrative owner Nocturne. Scenario 82 War of Good and Evil. Alternate binding active. Condition continue until the story ends. Naruto gripped the epilogue. Yamino froze beside him. Eternity still warm in her hand from the restoration that never completed. Nocturne stepped forward, every inch of him wrong in ways the eye couldn't explain. His face was Naruto's. But hollowed. Not dead, not even hostile. Just emptied out by recursion. Like it had been smiled too many times, screamed too many times, and finally chose silence. Around him, the Akatsuki emerged in shifting formation. Cloaks trailing anti-narrative code, eyes burning with the history of gods they'd devoured. They weren't just outer gods. They were story predators now. I told you, Nocturne said, voice as quiet as a closed book. You tried to end it too early. Yamino narrowed her eyes. This story was over. No, it paused. He extended a hand. And the sky, rippled, then began to tear. One of the divine banners hanging above the battlefield, inscribed with the name of Hachiman, patron of righteous war, flickered, then vanished. Not burned, not destroyed, just forgotten. I'm not here to kill anyone, Nocturne said. I'm here to consume the ending. That's what I am, after all. His cloak shimmered, and the system, what was left of it, trembled as it tried to identify him. Unknown entity detected. Alias Nocturne true classification cast off fable of Naruto Uzumaki. In every turn he died. Naruto flinched. Something in his chest cracked. Not his bones. Not his chakra. His memory. He remembered dying. Again and again and again. And each time, he felt something leave him. Not just pain. Not just life. But story. A line. A breath. A goodbye he never said. You're made of what I threw away. Nocturne smiled. Then why do I feel more complete than you? He turned and pointed at Yamino. She gave you your ending. I'm going to devour it. He moved, and the battle resumed. Not with weapons, but with story. The air didn't crack. It folded. The battlefield stopped holding its breath and began to collapse under weight. Nocturne moved, and stories began to die. Not just scenarios. Stories. The kind that no one remembers until they're gone. Yamino reached toward Naruto. But he was already gone. He lifted from the crater in silence. No war cry. No flecks of power. Just wings. Wings of wind and memory. Wings made of calligraphy and blood. wings carved from promises he had kept and regrets he never could. They unfurled behind him. Not like a bird, not like an angel, like the final page of a book that refuses to be closed. Twin swords shimmered in his hands. Epilogue and eternity. One severed stories. One restored them. But they were not enough. Not for this. Not for him. So Naruto brought the blades together and whispered, "You've carried this long enough." Light spiraled from the impact. Not divine light. Narrative convergence. Every timeline that Naruto had walked. Every moment that had made him. Every name. Every death. Every rewritten survival. They wove together. And the blades became one. Sovereign authority awakened. Emperor-class armament finality description, the blade that rewrites and remembers. Wielder Naruto Uzumaki, the architect of the last horizon, finality pulsed in his hand. Its edge bled ink. Its hilt burned with wind. It didn't shine. It glowed like understanding. Nocturne stopped mid-step. He looked up and smiled. Not scared. Not angry. Almost proud. There you are. Naruto floated down onto the battlefield, wings spread, finality drawn. His face was blank. Not cold. Just focused. Nocturne, you remembered my name. That's something. He stepped forward. And as he did, the battlefield around him fractured, forming a stage of crystallized timelines and broken scenario fragments. Like he needed the world to reflect how ruined it all really was. Do you want to know what I am? Nocturne asked softly. Naruto said nothing. So Nocturne answered anyway. I'm not a demon. Not a monster. Not even an enemy. I'm you. The you that you left behind. Every time you died and thought, it's okay. It's a new timeline now. I'm that timeline. The one you never came back for. He paced slowly, boots cracking divine runes as he walked. I'm turn 1, when you died crying for your mother. I'm turn 78, where Hinata died in your arms and you laughed because it was the only way to breathe. I'm turn 294, when you begged for it to end and someone made you watch Konoha burn instead. His voice cracked. Not with rage, but with reverence. I'm turn 852, where you became a god. And then forgot what your name meant. Turn 1022, where you let yourself die, so Lee could live. Turn 1475, where you couldn't even scream. I'm all of them. His eyes burned red. But not with Sharingan. With abandonment. Every time you said, this version doesn't matter, I mattered more. Every time you looped, I stayed behind. And I watched. I watched you run to the next version. I watched you forget what came before. His voice dropped to a whisper. And I asked myself, is it really okay to leave us behind? Naruto's hands trembled on the hilt of finality. He didn't remember. He couldn't. Kurama had sealed those memories. The 1600th turn was his first. But Nocturne had never forgotten. You think you're the hero, Nocturne said. But you don't even know what you're surviving for. You built a beautiful story. On the corpses of all the others. I'm not here to kill you, Naruto. I'm here to hold you accountable. He raised his hand. The battlefield shifted. Timeline fractures surged upward. Old versions of Naruto flickered like haunted shadows in the corners of perception. A 12-year-old Naruto crying behind bars. A 15-year-old bleeding from a blade he never saw coming. A 19-year-old kneeling in a burning village. 100 different unlived lives. Versions that never got to be real. Nocturne stared through them all. You got to start over. But I had to live with it. So I made myself strong enough to reach you. He clenched his fist. Not to end you. To finish the story you abandoned. Naruto's breath caught. Because in Nocturne's voice, he didn't hear hatred. He heard grief. Grief wrapped in conviction. Grief that had lost its way. Grief that had become purpose. So go ahead, Naruto. Swing your sword. But know this. You'll never erase what I am. Because I am the story that refused to be forgotten. I am the turn that waited. And Naruto moved. Wings unfurled. Blade raised. Finality met hunger. And the battle began. Not between good and evil, but between the boy who wanted to live. And the fable that couldn't die. Finality sang. Not like metal. Not like war. It sang like pages turning too fast to catch. It sang like a promise made at the beginning of a tale that should have ended long ago. Naruto moved first. But Nocturne was already gone. The wind fractured behind Naruto's wings as he burst forward. A horizontal slash aimed at the center of Nocturne's mass. Nocturne didn't block. He vanished. Collapsing into shadow. And erupted again from beneath, his arm crashing upward in a spiraling claw of narrative rot. Naruto twisted midair. Wings flared. Vector shifted. The strike missed by millimeters as Naruto spiraled backward, momentum canceling mid-flight. He rotated sharply and reversed time just enough to reappear behind Nocturne. Finality dropped like a comet. Nocturne spun, catching the blade in his palm. Not stopping it, but redirecting the story it was about to cut. His darkness flowed up the flat of finality and burst outward, pushing Naruto back with a vortex of pure emotional entropy. Naruto skidded across the air. Literally. His wings shifted angle mid-flight, bending the vectors of gravity beneath his own feet. He stopped, lifted his free hand, and twisted time itself. A second Naruto emerged from behind Nocturne. A phantom image from 5 seconds into the future. He slashed. Nocturne grinned. Turned. I remembered you doing that. The future clone shattered. memory glass falling upward as Nocturne's counterstrike carved through it. Naruto snapped his fingers. The real him dove from above, wings crackling with momentum. Finality arced. And Nocturne caught it again, not with his hands. With his voice. He whispered, "You're always predictable in your first strike." And the moment the words left his lips, Naruto's slash froze midair. The vector of the motion refused to complete. Nocturne moved inside the motionless arc and struck. His elbow driving into Naruto's ribs, his palm following through with a sphere of null light that detonated like compressed silence. Naruto flew backward, his wings folding around him just in time to redirect the kinetic trajectory through a tear in localized causality. He appeared above Nocturne. "How do you remember moves I haven't done yet?" Nocturne didn't answer. He launched skyward, spiraling upward in a helix of darkness that danced like chain-linked regrets. His body bent gravity around it. He launched from shadow to shadow, turning from memory to memory. Like the battlefield belonged to his narrative alone. They met midair. Clash. Sword versus void pulse. Time vector versus death loop. Naruto's wings flared. One feather extended. Struck like a blade. Nocturne weaved around it and cut a line of history from the air itself, sending a shockwave of compressed forgotten lives back toward Naruto. Naruto spun finality. Rewrote the vector of the wave, turned it on its axis, and launched it back like a mirror strike. The collision was deafening. And for a heartbeat. Just one. The battlefield stood still. They landed across from each other. Breathing. Eyes locked. "You really don't remember, do you?" Nocturne asked, voice almost sad. "Remember what?" Naruto panted. Nocturne raised his hand, and in it formed a dagger of lightless truth. A shard of his original loop. What it felt like to die the first time. He threw it. Naruto blocked with finality, but the blade didn't aim for his body. It sank into his memory. Suddenly, Naruto stumbled. Blood in his mouth. The smell of smoke. The feeling of being 3 years old. And screaming. "What? What did you?" "That was turn 1, Nocturne said. "You were supposed to die in the fire. But someone gave you a second chance. And a third. And a fourth." He pointed finality at Nocturne. "Those were nightmares." "No, they were real." Nocturne lifted both arms, and the battlefield responded. Behind him rose silhouettes. Versions of Naruto that never made it. One scarred across the chest. One blind. One coughing blood. One still holding a corpse in his arms. "Do you think you get to walk away from us? We're the ones who paid for your survival." Naruto's wings flared, breaking the illusion. His time control reasserting itself, shattering the projection. "You're not me. You're not even alive. You're just what I left behind." Nocturne smiled. "Exactly. And I'm the only one who remembers what it cost." Then he moved again. This time, not with malice, but with precision. He carved sigils of forgotten scripts midair, each one pulling a chunk of timeline from the ground. With every motion, the battlefield lost meaning. Locations stopped corresponding to causality. Space bent. Light curved. Naruto charged through it anyway. Finality raised, wings cutting through collapsing vector trails. The impact boomed like a book being slammed shut. But the chapter wasn't done, because they weren't fighting to kill each other. They were fighting to be the one who wrote the last line. The instant finality clashed with Nocturne's palm, the world changed. Not the battlefield, not the sky, the entire world. Naruto blinked. And the gods, the smoke, the wounded, were gone, replaced by silence. And snow. White dust fell in slow, dreamlike spirals across a wasteland of black glass and burnt trees. The air reeked of something older than fire. Something like ash-soaked parchment. Something like memory. His feet touched the ground. Though it cracked under him, like the surface wasn't real. He turned. No one. Not Yamino. Not Sasuke. Not even Nocturne. Just a white field of snow that was bleeding from beneath. Then, footsteps. But not toward him. Around him. A shuffle of sandals. A drag of cloth. The low hiss of breath through broken lungs. He turned again. And froze. There. Limping toward him, was a version of himself. Face gaunt. Chest caved in. One eye missing. And then another. With a twisted neck. Another. Burned scars across half his face. Then another. Armless. Stumbling. Then more. Dozens. Hundreds. All Narutos. Versions of him that shouldn't exist. Couldn't. And yet here they were. Dead Narutos. Forgotten Narutos. The ones that died in loops he never remembered. "Welcome," Nocturne's voice echoed, disembodied, everywhere at once. "To my special hell." The Narutos charged. Not with anger. Not with screams. With conviction. With grief etched into their eyes and blades in their hands. Naruto raised finality. But it was gone. His wings. Gone. He had nothing. And they struck. The first cracked his jaw. The second drove a kunai into his thigh. The third slashed open his shoulder. The fourth slammed him into the blood-stained snow. He didn't fight back. How could he? They weren't monsters. They weren't illusions. They were him. And as they surrounded him, clawing, cutting, dragging him to the ground, one of them finally spoke. "Why didn't you come back for us?" Another, "Was it really okay to forget we ever lived?" Another, "You let us die?" And another, "You let us mean nothing." He screamed. Not from pain. From truth. He had nothing to say back, because they were right. Every time he died in a timeline, he had told himself it didn't matter, that this time would be different, that the pain would be erased. But the stories never died. They just became Nocturne. He collapsed to his knees, the ghost of a sword in his hand. Tears hit the snow. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry I left you. I didn't mean to. I didn't know. I didn't know you were still there. A dozen blades pointed at his throat. The Narutos didn't speak. They didn't have to. He closed his eyes. Maybe this is what I deserve. Then, one voice. From behind the crowd. Casual. Loud. What the hell are y'all doing? The crowd stilled. One of the Narutos stepped forward. Not bleeding. Not broken. Smiling. Orange and black jacket. Blue eyes bright like a sunrise. A little scuffed up, maybe. A little older than the rest. He scratched the back of his head. Come on, don't be mad at him. He's us. The crowd glared at him. One snapped he abandoned us. Naruto just shrugged. Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe we all would've. We were scared. He walked to Naruto's side. Kneeled. Looked him in the eye. But you promised to save them, remember? We made that promise. And I never go back on my ninja way. Naruto looked up. Tears in his eyes. Who are you? Naruto grinned. I'm the one you buried deepest. The one you're most afraid of becoming again. The part of you that believed. He stood. Held out his hand. Now let's go. Naruto took it. The field cracked. Every version of himself froze. Watched. And began to smile. Just a little. The blades dropped. The sky opened. And the world. Nocturne's special hell. Shattered like a mirror struck by forgiveness. Naruto stood again. His wings returned. Finality pulsed in his hand. And all around him, memory faded back into momentum. Back on the battlefield. Back in the war. Back to Nocturne. The snow shattered. The scream stopped. And the battlefield returned. Like someone had hit play on a memory that had paused for breath. Naruto rose through the fractured light. Wings reformed. Now brighter, sharper, true. Feathers streamed behind him like shards of time itself. Each one humming with tension. Finality rested in his grip, no longer heavy. He wasn't fighting for closure anymore. He was fighting to finish the story. The right way? Across the field, Nocturne tilted his head, still smiling. You survived. That makes one of us. He raised his right hand, and the shadows answered. They coiled from the broken timeline beneath him. Ink-black tendrils from every corner of collapsed possibility. From every failed loop, every swallowed scenario. They wove upward, binding to his arm like an oath. And from the threads emerged a sword. Not a weapon. A curse. Forged from the memories of all the Narutos that couldn't scream when they died. Its edge dripped forgetting. Its hilt was wrapped in the cries of turns that no longer had names. Oblivion-born. A blade that cut not flesh, but presence. If your sword is made to remember, then mine exists to make sure you're never remembered again. They moved at once. Clash. A thunderclap of will exploded through the center of the battlefield as finality collided with Oblivion-born. No sound. Just pressure. Then, momentum. Naruto spun midair, feathers flaring into trails of accelerating force vectors. He ducked a reverse arc from Nocturne, countered with a spiraling downslash that bent time behind it. Nocturne parried. Barely. His body flipping upward, blade carving a scar through the air as darkness poured like ribbon from his heels. He kicked off a platform of his own memory. An invisible foothold only he could see. And came down hard. Naruto blocked. Not with his blade. With his wings. They folded, layered like origami, bending the angle of the strike mid-impact, converting destructive force into redirection. Nocturne skidded back across the sky. They launched again. Clash. Upward spiral. Naruto broke left. Wings slicing the air, leaving behind streaks of golden glyphs with every beat. He vanished in a flash vector step, reappearing behind Nocturne with an upward thrust. But Nocturne read him. That's turn 491's favorite feint. He twisted, caught finality with the flat of Oblivion-born, and pushed Naruto into a backflip. Only for Naruto to anchor himself in midair using wind pressure beneath his sandals. He fell back into a slide, skimming along a ripple of space, and launched a wing feather like a thrown dagger. It struck Nocturne's shoulder and disrupted his control over the platform. They clashed again. Spin, parry, counter, dash, then pause. Only a half second, but in that blink, their eyes locked, and suddenly, everything slowed. Not because of power, because of memory. As their blades scraped, timelines opened between their minds. Naruto saw a young boy curled in the corner of a burning orphanage. The first loop, where no one saved him. The 47th, where Sasuke never returned. The 136th, where the system locked and Hinata drowned in black fire. The 728th, where he killed himself to reset the turn early, unable to take the silence anymore. The 1299th, where Kurama wept while holding him in pieces. The 1593rd, where he begged someone to just end it already. And no one heard him. Nocturne saw the ramen shop. Guy's hand on his head. Hinata calling his name. Sasuke's fist slamming into his own, and smiling. The stories by the fire. Lee's tears. Hinata whispering, I'm glad it was you. Yumino's pen trembling as she rewrote him into existence one final time. The battlefield now, where his friends lay dying. But not yet lost. And for a second, they weren't enemies. They were just two people who had lived too long. One who refused to die, one who never stopped dying. Then they moved again. Naruto lunged with a rising uppercut slice, time vectors wrapping around the arc, compressing gravity into a single strike that hit forward, backward, and again 3 seconds later. Nocturne twisted inside the damage, not dodging, remembering the pain ahead of time, using his memory of the blow to shape his body around it. He retaliated with a twisting spear thrust, oblivion-born elongating mid-stab, piercing through the memory of where Naruto had been. Naruto backflipped midair and bent wind into a slingshot vector, launching forward, finality pulsing with simultaneous overwrite and restore energy. The blade struck. The sky broke again. Time stuttered, and both were hurled backwards into craters of frozen air, shaking from the recoil of belief. Naruto stood, panting. Nocturne knelt, eyes wide. You're not like you were in the early turns. Naruto lifted finality. You're not just my shadow anymore. They locked eyes again. No more slowing. Just resolve. And they launched. Again. Their blades crossed for the 1000th time. Wind met shadow. Restore met forget. Hope met hunger. And still, neither fell. Naruto floated above the battlefield, wings tattered from combat, breathing hard. Finality pulsed in his hand, but its edge no longer gleamed with fury. Below him, Nocturne hovered in black static, oblivion-born cracked and leaking rot, face twisted in something more pain than rage. Silence. And then, Naruto lowered his sword. Nocturne's eye twitched. Giving up? Naruto looked at him. Not past him. Into him. And he said, you're not the enemy. Nocturne blinked. Confused. Unsteady. You tried to devour me. You tried to erase everyone I saved. Naruto stepped forward across air itself, wind swirling around him in threads of time and memory. But so did I. I erased you first. Nocturne's grip on his sword tightened. Don't you dare. I forgot you. And you still waited. Nocturne's breath caught. You don't understand. You weren't there for the screams, the isolation, the countless times we begged someone to stop the loop and no one listened. Naruto nodded. You're right. I don't remember. He placed his hand over his chest. But I still feel it. And then, he activated Foxtail. The POV shift snapped through the battlefield like a reality breach. Foxtail fragmented perspective override. Active users 1601 merging timeline echoes complete. You are now experiencing all versions of yourself simultaneously. Naruto fell inward and caught himself as 1600 of his past lives. Every time he died, every time he gave up, every time he crawled forward, teeth broken, fists shaking, and told himself the next loop would be different. They were all here. In him. He opened his eyes. 1601 perspectives fused into one soul. Nocturne staggered. What? You aren't the one who waited. We all did. Naruto raised finality. But this time, it didn't pulse with rewrite energy. It pulsed with forgiveness. He didn't strike with hate. He didn't strike at all. He stepped forward and lowered the blade. You don't have to end it, Nocturne. You were never supposed to carry this alone. Nocturne trembled. Darkness boiled off his skin. His breath became static. His hand clenched the sword tighter until it cracked. No, you don't get to do that. Don't get to tell me it's okay. Naruto walked forward slowly. But it is. You're part of me. Nocturne screamed. I don't want your pity. I want to be the end. Naruto dropped finality. Let it fall behind him, landing with a whisper. He opened his arms. Then be it. Be the end with me. Nocturne's sword shook in his grip. His teeth clenched. Tears built behind his eyes. But he forced them back. I'm not worth saving. Naruto stepped into his space. You already were. Nocturne snarled. Stop. Naruto reached out and hugged him. There was no flash, no beam of light, no divine chorus. Just two boys. One who lived too long. One who died too many times. Embracing. The battlefield held its breath. Nocturne shook. Why? Naruto whispered, because that's my ninja way. Nocturne didn't speak at first. He just stood there, wrapped in Naruto's arms, unmoving, trembling, as if some part of him had been frozen in the instant before that touch, and the warmth had finally melted it. His hand opened slowly, not to attack, to offer, from his chest. A light, faint, irregular, not divine, not even stable. It flickered like an abandoned flame, curled in threads of unread sentences. A beating fragment of something no longer tethered to the world. His core, the last piece of himself he had refused to let anyone see. It's not much, Nocturne murmured, his voice cracking like memory across broken glass. Most of it rotted away, or burned up in loops no one remembered. Naruto stepped back slightly, still within reach. Their eyes met, and for the first time, there was no hatred between them. Only grief. Only knowing. Only that terrible ache of two people who had once been the same thing and had taken different roads through the apocalypse. Nocturne gave a weak laugh. I used to say your name when I was alone. You know that. Naruto's eyes softened. When I couldn't remember if we were real. When I couldn't sleep because I didn't know if it was the final loop or just another halfway mark. He looked down at the core in his hand, then held it out. Take it. You're whole now, so you can handle it. Naruto reached for finality, but it didn't feel like a weapon anymore. It was just a blade. A single page meant to bring something to an end. I don't want to kill you. Nocturne shook his head. You're not. You're setting me free. Naruto lifted the sword slowly. It hummed. Not with rage or override energy, but with acceptance. His wings flickered behind him, faintly curled. The light of Nocturne's core reflected in his eyes. You sure? Nocturne's expression cracked. And this time, he smiled. Not the mocking smirk. Not the cryptic grin. A smile full of exhaustion. And something like love. Just tell them I waited. Tell them I wanted to be better. Tell them I. The sound stopped. Not like silence. Like something had cut the tape. A blade erupted from Nocturne's chest. Not finality. Not Naruto's. Black steel. Unmarked. Without fable. It pierced cleanly, horizontally. Slicing through core, body, and light. Naruto's breath caught. The entire sky pulsed red. Yamino flinched. Miles away. Without knowing why, Nocturne's mouth opened. His eyes wide. He turned his head. Slow, disbelieving. WH. The blade twisted. He jerked forward. Naruto caught him, arms trembling. The light in Nocturne's chest began to sputter. His core flickered like a candle pulled underwater. The air behind him split like a curtain. And there, standing quietly, without ceremony, was Obito. No mask. Just the man. Just the eyes. One Sharingan. One Rinnegan. Both dead. Both alive. Neither surprised. He leaned close to Nocturne's ear. You were never the ending. You were a preface. A disposable introduction. He twisted the blade again. Nocturne gasped, then collapsed into Naruto's arms. His weight hit like a book falling shut. Naruto stared. His arms wrapped around a friend. A brother. A piece of himself. Bleeding out the last of its impossible faith. No. Nocturne. Nocturne opened his mouth. No sound came, but his lips moved. Just enough. Thank you. And then he broke apart. Not into blood. Not into light. But into text. Words. Paragraphs. Half-sentences. Loose ends. Unwritten stories that never made it to the final page. They scattered around Naruto, vanishing like fireflies fading at dawn. And the core. The glowing fragment of Nocturne's essence. Fell from his hand. Obito caught it before it hit the ground. The devourer of gods shifted shape in his palm, taking on a new resonance. There it is, Obito murmured. The final myth you tried to redeem. Naruto didn't move. He couldn't. He was still holding nothing. Still trembling from the last heartbeat of a being who had only wanted to be remembered as real. Obito stepped past him, as if Naruto no longer mattered. You thought this was about closure. It never was. He looked at finality on the ground, at eternity resting beside it. Then at Naruto. You rewrote a world to survive. I'm going to rewrite it to end. And without fanfare. He vanished, leaving Naruto alone in the stillness of a battlefield that didn't know what had just been stolen. The moon blinked. For 1 second, it was pale. The next, it opened its eye. A ripple of chakra spiraled through the world like an ancient tide finally returning to shore. Wind stilled. Fire paused. Lightning choked on its own name. Everyone, God, beast, man, looked up and saw him, not standing, not floating, but imposed, etched onto the surface of the moon itself. Obito, but not as he was. His body glowed dimly with the jagged aura of narrative possession. The devourer of gods pulsing in his palm like a living wound. The very image of him stung the eyes, like looking into the epilogue of a book you weren't meant to survive. His mouth opened, and the entire world heard his voice. Let's begin again, shall we? His tone wasn't cruel. It was tired, fractured, slurred at the edges like someone drunk on memory. You were all expecting a hero, or a villain, or a redemption arc. A pause. He tilted his head to the side, one Sharingan wide and glassy. But none of those stories ever last. Not really. They break under repetition. Fade beneath reboots. Shatter when you loop enough times that you forget your own name. The eye behind him pulsed red. Chakra glyphs spun slowly like orbiting sins. I've seen this world in more times than any of you have drawn breath. I've seen it fall to gods. Seen it collapse from love. Seen it suffocate beneath peace. His voice cracked. Only slightly. And each time, it resets. Not to heal. To suffer again. His hand opened. Images burned across the moon's surface. Scenes of past loops. A child Naruto dying alone in an alley. Sasuke stabbing his brother in rage. Hinata lying still beneath a rain-soaked battlefield. Kakashi weeping before vanishing into static. You think this world is merciful because it remembers you. It's not. It only remembers the pain. Obito's other hand rose. Madara appeared beside him. Silent. Until now. You called us mad. Madara's voice boomed. But you only ever built stories that end in pain. You hid behind the system, the scenario, the fable. Thinking suffering was a test. Obito continued, soft now. It wasn't. It was the loop. The oldest curse. The only rule no one ever broke. He looked downward, not at any one person, but at everyone. You don't know me. Not really. You remember fragments. Versions. Masks. But I've been here since the first turn, and I'm still here. Because no matter how many times I die, my memory persists. His voice cracked harder now. I remember all of it. The screams, the betrayals, the moments I begged someone to let me forget. But I was never allowed to forget. He stepped forward across the eye of the moon. Each step rippled. And so, if I must remember, then I'll make sure no one else ever has to again. Not through peace. Not through violence. Through finality. His chakra pulsed outward. The moon's surface began to burn. Not from heat, but from meaning being overwritten. Names began to unravel. Scenarios fractured at the seams. Even gods forgot what title they held. Obito smiled. Not like a tyrant. Like a man who no longer wanted to wake up. I am not your villain. I am not your salvation. I am your last chapter. Madara turned. His arms outstretched like a priest. This end belongs to all of you. Even if you don't deserve it. Especially if you don't. Obito raised the devourer of gods. And across every broken battlefield. From the Pantheon citadels. To the last floating libraries. To the scorched grass of Konoha. Everyone heard his final words. For now I will see you again. Soon. When it's time to close the book. Obito stood alone. A black shape etched into the pale white curve of the moon. Below, the world was still. Not by command. By all. There was no chakra pulse. No divine thunder. No system alert. And yet every god, every beast, every person looked up, because he was speaking, and they couldn't look away. You don't know me. His voice was soft, clear, like wind brushing across the surface of still water. You never did. Maybe you thought you did. Maybe someone told you I wore a mask. That I was a coward. A traitor. A ghost. He paused. That's true. But it isn't all. A long silence. His eyes were calm. There was no madness in them. No flame. Just stillness. A man at peace with what the world must become. Do you know what it's like to watch an entire civilization forget why it's crying? To watch people build, love, destroy, mourn. Not because they chose to, but because there was nothing else left to do. Behind him, the devourer pulsed. Slow. Rhythmic. Like it agreed. I have walked through more time than any of you can imagine. I have watched friends die in ways too slow to describe. Enemies become allies. Children become monsters. Gods become animals. A pause. And through it all, nothing changed. He smiled faintly. Not cruelly. Gently. You all dream of a future. But the future isn't real. It's a trick. His head tilted slightly. The world has no plan. The world is just noise. And all your suffering. Every death, every tear, every sacrifice was just a reaction. A reflex. The twitch of a creature too scared to admit it doesn't know why it breathes. Madara's voice, when it joined, was velvet. You search for purpose in systems that never saw you. You pray to gods who learned your names only to silence them. And now that the fire is fading. He looked at the sky, hands raised slightly. You still beg for meaning. Obito watched him, then stepped forward again. But I'm not here to give you meaning. I'm not here to save you. I'm just here to give you what the world never would. His eyes darkened. Not with hatred, with certainty. An end. In Konoha, children fell silent mid-play. In the broken remnants of the divine cities, even the elder gods did not speak. And on the battlefield still scorched by Naruto's fight with Nocturne, Yamino turned her face to the sky with slow, sick realization. Obito's voice dropped again, to a whisper the whole world could hear. This isn't revenge. This isn't justice. This is mercy. You've endured long enough. Now rest. He stepped back into the moonlight beside Madara. The Akatsuki formed behind them in a perfect row, a congregation of endings. And as they turned, Obito left them with a final line. The world doesn't need saving. It needs silence. The wind stopped writing. There were no more stories left in the sky. Only two, held in Yumino's hands. The twin blades. Epilogue and eternity had returned to their original forms, unfused, glowing softly in the cracks between the world and whatever came after. Finality was gone now. Its work was done. Forgiveness didn't need a sword. Naruto stepped back from her, as if giving the world space to breathe again. But the light of eternity was still burning. Not in hunger. In invitation. Yamino turned to him. It's waiting for you. Naruto's chest tightened. Because he already knew. There was one use left. One restoration. One miracle. Who will it be? She asked. He didn't answer. His breath caught in his throat. Because there were so many. So many who had fallen in the final stages of the war of good and evil. Cut down by mythic judgment. Devoured by system collapse. Betrayed by their own gods. But none of them haunted him like the one who burned alone. Might Guy. The hero who had no true loop. The man who had ascended to emperor class without ever asking for the crown. Who fought Zeus and Odin. Both myth-class beings. At once, shattering the storm heavens, breaking their weapons, laughing in Gaia's cursed breath as it scorched the marrow from his bones. He had died not to be remembered, but to make sure the ones who would never be known could live. Naruto remembered how he died. Standing, burning, smiling. If I bring him back, Naruto whispered, he could live again. He could keep fighting. He deserves it. Yamino didn't speak, because she saw the other truth in his eyes. The one that hurt worse. But if I choose him, he said, I abandon the thousands who died for this peace. All the ones who didn't have emperor-class names, who weren't myths, who didn't get remembered. His hand hovered above eternity's flat, trembling. I could save my hero, or I could honor what he died for. But I can't do both. Yumino's voice was so soft he barely heard it. What would he choose? Naruto shut his eyes. Tears didn't fall. Not now. They'd already dried in the fires of that war. Restoration protocol accessed. User Naruto Uzumaki. Eternity sync final invocation remaining. Select targets, he whispered. All of them. Targets every soul that fell in the war of good and evil. Restoring. Light fell like snow. But this was not resurrection. Not divine cheat. Not loophole. This was remembrance. Across the battlefield, the dead inhaled. Eyes fluttered. Heart started. Screams turned to gasps. Goodbyes turned into second chances. They rose. One by one. Not just the named. All of them. The sword of eternity dimmed. Its last miracle spent. Naruto turned away from the glowing blade, toward the horizon. No monument rose. No celebration sounded. But a quiet ripple passed through the system. Victory confirmed. Faction Akasha Pantheon. Scenario 82 complete. Company leader Naruto Uzumaki. Award granted Great Fable. The promise beneath the broken sky. Award granted Emperor-class Fable. The chain of memories. The light from eternity faded. The world was whole again. But it was quiet. Not the silence of dread. Not the silence of gods holding breath. The silence of something finally, painfully forgiven. Naruto stood still. The wind picked up again. Gently, brushing through his torn cloak. And in that wind, he heard it. A laugh. So, you really chose them over me. Naruto didn't turn. Didn't breathe. Because he knew that voice. Might guy. Good choice, Naruto. I would have done the same. I hope the wind carries you further than I ever went. And just like that, the wind was just wind again. Above his head, a single message appeared. New title acquired. A final mercy. He did not raise his blade in vengeance. He did not name those who betrayed him. And yet, when the sky split open, the world still stood behind him. Effect narrative authority increased. All recognition-based fables resonate passively. The pantheons, those who still stood, began to move. They didn't bow. Not yet. But they watched. And then Uzumaki, one of the elder divinities, stepped forward. A titan from the Western pantheon, still bearing scars from the war. We owe you more than we can name. Another god followed. A fable weaver from the court of Akasha. Your mercy returned the balance. Your restraint saved us from ourselves. More voices followed. Tentative. Low. But real. Yamino watched from behind Naruto, her hand still resting on epilogue. Sasuke leaned on his sword, eyes hollow but flickering with thought. Hinata stood beside them, gaze soft, her fingers tightening around the book she'd written but not yet opened. Why help us? Naruto didn't smile. He looked out at them all, and spoke. None of you are my enemy. The words dropped like stone into water. No one responded. So he continued. I was betrayed. By some of you. Maybe by all of you. But I've lived enough lives to know. I've probably done worse. I've begged people for forgiveness I didn't deserve. I've looped through pain and come out too proud to admit it was my fault. And I've watched versions of myself become things I'm still afraid to remember. He looked at the broken, bleeding divine masses before him. So no, I don't have enemies. I have people I still believe in. A long silence. Then he added, even if they don't believe in me. No one clapped. No one cheered. But the way they looked at him changed. Something shifted. Not into worship, but into respect. And that was enough. Later, as the sun began to rise for the first time since the war began, Naruto stood at the edge of the cliff overlooking the battlefield. His team stood behind him. Yamino, Sasuke, Hinata, Mito. None of them spoke. But they all felt that this wasn't the end. This was the breath before it. Naruto looked at the sky. He's still out there. And he's planning something worse than any scenario we've seen. Yamino nodded. Then we should go home. Naruto turned. For the first time in days, he smiled. Let's go back to Konoha. We'll need everyone. Because Obito's next story. His voice lowered. Won't give us time to forgive it after. The promised mercy. The wind had returned. But it no longer howled like it did during the war. Now it whispered. Through the leaves. Across the ash fields. Between the broken spires where gods once screamed each other into silence. And in that wind, the boy known as Nocturne was finally allowed to rest. They buried him beneath the twilight altar of Mount Izanami. A place that hadn't held a body in centuries. Not because it was holy, because it was meant for stories that no one remembered. Yamino carved the marker herself, her hands steady, her eyes red. She said nothing while she did it. Neither did Hinata, who knelt nearby, hands pressed in prayer not taught by temple, but by memory. Sasuke stood behind them, arms folded, head lowered. Not in reverence. In apology. Naruto stepped forward last. The body hadn't been easy to bring back. What was left of it, anyway? Most of Nocturne had unraveled in his arms. What remained had to be pulled from the seams of reality. Collected piece by piece between dying glyphs and narrative debris. But they had done it. Because he had deserved it. The grave was shallow. Not for lack of respect. but because Nocturne didn't need depth. He had already come from the deepest part of Naruto's heart. They laid him down, wrapped in the same cloak Naruto once wore during his first recorded scenario. Not as a hero, not as a villain, just a boy, a child born from forgotten turns, who finally remembered himself in the arms of the one who had left him behind. Naruto knelt beside the stone. He stared at the carved name, then pressed a hand against it. Not chakra, not technique, just touch. His name, he said, was Naruto Uzumaki. Yamino looked at him. So did Hinata. Even Sasuke's breath stilled. Naruto didn't cry, but he spoke like someone who could feel the weight of every silence Nocturne had ever lived through. It's as much his name as it's mine. Calling him Nocturne was never fair. That was just what the system called him when it forgot what we had been. He looked up at the stars, still cracked from the war, their light struggling to reform across the divine axis. But I won't forget again. Not him. Not the worlds he lived in. Not the pain he swallowed so I could keep going. He stood. We write down heroes. We bury monsters. But I'm done pretending he was the second one. He stepped back, let the silence fold over the altar like a second blanket. And in that silence, Sasuke finally spoke. He gave me something. Naruto turned. Sasuke's hand lifted. From it a faint shimmer of black and violet light, twisting through the air like oil and memory. The Black King's fragments. Yumino's breath caught. Hinata rose slowly. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You took it? No, Sasuke said. He gave it to me. Before he dissolved, I pulled him into the eye of my Susanu's seal. He smiled. Said someone had to carry it that wouldn't lose their name to it. Yumino tilted her head. And you think that's you? Sasuke nodded. I don't plan to become the Black King. I plan to survive him. The fragments dissolved into his chest. Silent, weightless. But the ripple through the world was immediate. Naruto could feel it. The way time itself hesitated around Sasuke now. The way even the stars flickered more slowly when he moved. He didn't say anything, because he knew what that pressure felt like. Later, as the burial ended, the four of them stood together. The battlefield was behind them, but the war wasn't over. Obito was still out there. The Akatsuki hadn't made a move. But the scenarios were already responding. Harder, colder, less forgiving. They had no guarantee of peace. Only a window. And in that window, Naruto, Yamino, and Hinata began to prepare Hinata's ascension. The succession of the heavenly demon's piece of the end. But they wouldn't do it from a place of power. They would do it in memory of someone who never got the chance to live, and whose name now lived beside theirs. Sasuke did not speak at the burial. He placed a single stone on Nocturne's grave, black-veined and dull, then walked away before the wind finished scattering the ashes. No one followed. No one asked. That, more than anything, told him they understood. He didn't go far. Just far enough for the world to stop echoing Naruto's voice. Far enough that he could breathe without feeling like someone else's grief was laced into the oxygen. He sat beneath the ruined torii gate near the altar's edge. It had once belonged to a minor death god whose name had been eaten during the fourth collapse. The world hadn't replaced it. The space was still cracked. The silence still bled. Sasuke liked that. It was the only place left that still felt like it belonged to him. He sat cross-legged, placed his blade beside him, closed his eyes, and called. Not aloud. Not with chakra. With weight. Attempting alignment with mythic core the Black King. Status partial fragment, containment detected. Warning physical and metaphysical trauma likely. Proceed, he exhaled. Proceed. It didn't feel like falling. It felt like being pinned. Sasuke's soul didn't move. The world just dropped out from under it. There was no sound. There was no light. There wasn't even dark. There was just weight. An unformed space. A conceptual void. Somewhere past the system's reach and the god's ownership. Somewhere the scenarios couldn't rewrite anymore. Sasuke had always known power had cost. But this was debt. Endless, interest compounding debt paid in memory and soul density. He opened his eyes, and nothing changed. Because there was no eye to see with. No body to orient. Only pressure. The king was here, but not watching, not speaking, just existing. That was the message. The weight was the language. Sasuke staggered forward inside himself, every concept of movement cracking under the burden. Time did not pass. It only shivered. He wasn't walking on ground. He was walking on all the versions of himself who couldn't stand. The air burned, not with fire, but with recursion. 1,000 Itachis dead on the floor of his mind. 1,000,000 Madaras never turning around. Indra's wrath screaming through the marrow of his bones like a name he didn't ask to carry. He gritted his teeth. I didn't come to ask for power. The void didn't care. I came to learn how to stand under you. The void hesitated. Sasuke knelt. Not in submission, but in calculation. He lowered his head, pressed his palm to the cold, non-existent floor, and said, then crush me. If I can't survive your presence, then I'm not worthy to ever rewrite it. Somewhere in the real world, his body began to shake. Blood poured from the corners of his eyes. His breath stopped for 9 full seconds. The ground under him fractured. Yamino glanced over from Hinata's training ritual and narrowed her eyes. He's really doing it. Naruto crossed his arms. Didn't look. Yeah. Yamino's voice was quieter now. And if he can't come back? Naruto didn't answer. Because they both already knew. Sasuke was not seeking to inherit the Black King's will. He was learning how to stand beneath it, to bear it, to survive it, so that when the time came, he'd know how to destroy it. I am not your heir, but I will be your shadow. Sasuke wasn't breathing anymore. That wasn't metaphor. He had forgotten how. The pressure of the void did not attack the lungs or crush the body. It simply removed the concept of breathing from his memory. The longer he remained here, the more reality peeled away in pieces too small to notice. First air, then up, then identity, and now, sequence. Things stopped happening in order. A second passed, then 3 hours, then the taste of blood in his mouth from something that hadn't happened yet. He stood again, or had never fallen, or would fall tomorrow. The Black King's world didn't punish him. It simply stopped pretending the rules mattered. He looked down and saw himself. 5 years old, staring at a chalkboard with no writing. Then a teenager, then an old man, then Madara. I never. But the thought died. Because in this place, you were everything you could have been, and none of it mattered. He felt it now. Not just pressure, not just memory, but the shape of expectation that existed without love. The weight of inheritance without explanation. The Black King did not speak. It did not need to. Every version of Sasuke that had ever existed, even the ones that had never been written, rose around him like shadows cast by a fire that wasn't there. A Sasuke who joined the Akatsuki willingly. A Sasuke who killed Naruto at the Valley of the End. A Sasuke who married Hinata. A Sasuke who died as a child, holding his brother's hand, never knowing betrayal. They stared, not accusing, just present, just watching. Sasuke turned in place. This isn't real. One of them stepped forward. But it could have been. We are all you. So why are you the one who gets to be here? The others took a step. Do you think you're the strongest? Do you think you're the smartest? You killed us. You forgot us. You became the one with the most fragments. But that doesn't make you the king. The void pulsed. Not like a heartbeat. Like a judgment. Sasuke fell to one knee. The false selves did not attack. They simply waited. Because the void wasn't a trial. It was a mirror. And then Sasuke spoke again. Not to them. To it. You want a ruler? I'm not that. I don't want your name. I just want to live long enough to end it. No answer. Only more weight. His bones cracked in ways no healing jutsu could repair. His chakra peeled from his system like pages torn from a book. His vision narrowed. Collapsed inward. I am not your heir. He lifted his head. Eyes flickering. Not with Sharingan, but with raw black, the hue of a crown that no longer needed gold. But I will be your shadow. The void exhaled. And for a moment, just a breath, the pressure eased. Sasuke collapsed. Not broken. Not bowed. But acknowledged. Not accepted. Not crowned. But seen. And when his eyes opened again, time had remembered how to move. He rose, covered in blood, shaking, alone, but still himself. And that was enough. For now, it was over. Or so he thought. Sasuke stood on cracking marble, breath slowly returning to a body that no longer believed in air. The void around him had receded. Still massive, still cold. But no longer crushing. For the first time, he could see. A shape, a shimmer, a presence in the distance. It walked slowly. No footsteps, no dust, no drag. And it wore his face. But not the one he saw in the mirror. No. This Sasuke was less. Not lesser in power. Less real. Like a memory rendered in charcoal and instinct. Its eyes weren't red. They were ink black, dripping with the weight of all the timelines Sasuke never got to be born into. Another fragment, Sasuke muttered. The thing tilted its head. Wrong. Its voice wasn't hostile. It was curious. I'm not the king. I'm not even his weapon. I'm a face. It stepped closer. One of the weakest. Sasuke tensed. Then why do I feel like you could erase me? The thing smiled. Because I'm not bound to rules. I'm not from your story. I'm from the one where you never made it to the page. It raised its hand. The world shook. Not violently. Elegantly. Like a piano note struck so perfectly that the floor remembered music. And then it was in front of him. Faster than Amaterasu. Faster than lightning. Faster than thought. Sasuke parried by reflex. And his arm shattered at the elbow. The blow hadn't landed with force. It landed with narrative incompatibility. He screamed. And blood that wasn't his splattered across the marble. The face didn't move again. It simply existed. In a way the system couldn't parse. And Sasuke, even with the fragments of the Black King inside him, couldn't stand up again. He dropped to one knee. Then two. Eyes spinning with pain. He tried to lift his sword. The void pulsed. The face raised its foot. You don't belong here. Not yet. And then, a hand caught the foot mid-stomp. Black fingers. A mirrored reflection. And a voice Sasuke hadn't heard in lifetimes. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. Dark Sasuke rose from his shadow. Smirking, smoldering, his body wrapped in raw static and sealed lightning. His voice was lower, rougher, like it had spent 1,000 years cursing the name Sasuke while defending it in secret. You're the version that chose to become better, he said to Sasuke without turning around. I'm the one that never got the chance. He cracked his neck. Now let me return the favor. The face of the Black King blinked once. For the first time. It looked surprised. You are unstable. You are contradictory. You are not permitted. Dark Sasuke laughed. And yet, here I am. He surged forward. and the void fractured. What followed was not a fight. It was correction. Because Dark Sasuke didn't attack with precision. He attacked with narrative immunity. He bled contradiction. Every strike was a broken rule. Every dodge was an impossible reflex. Every grin was a timeline's worth of refusal to die. The face struck back. But too late. Because for the first time in eons, something dared to be incomplete in the Black King's world. And it didn't vanish. It won. The face staggered, arm torn off. Dark Sasuke grabbed it by the throat. Tell your king. We're not just fragments anymore. He crushed it. The face collapsed into ink and memory, dissipating into the void. Dark Sasuke turned to the real Sasuke. His mirror flickering. You're not ready for the king yet. But you're ready to train like someone who knows what the end feels like. He smiled, fading back into Sasuke's shadow. You know where to find me. Sasuke stood again. Alone. Burning. But not broken. This was not the end. This was the beginning of his Black King doctrine. And it would not be taught. It would be forged. The air was still glowing faintly with restoration light when Sasuke returned. He didn't arrive dramatically. There was no portal, no system ping, no divine announcement. He simply appeared. Body cracked, chakra bleeding, eyes dull with exhaustion. At the edge of the burial site where Nocturne's name was still fresh on the stone, Yamino saw him first. She didn't rush. She stood, brushing her knees off from where she'd been inscribing fragments into the altar ground, and said simply, "You came back." Sasuke didn't respond. He took one step forward and stumbled. Naruto caught him. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't warm. It was just instinct. "You're late," Naruto muttered. "Void training schedule get extended?" Sasuke coughed once, blood dripping from the side of his mouth. "The king doesn't keep time." Naruto paused, then helped him sit. Hinata came over next. Her hands lit with soft chakra as she scanned his meridians. Then she froze. "He's not." Yamino stepped beside her, lowering her gaze. "Human anymore." Hinata's eyes widened. Sasuke laughed softly. "That obvious?" Naruto looked him over. The veins in Sasuke's arms weren't pulsing with chakra. They pulsed with density, like the world was trying to crush him back into himself with every heartbeat and failing. "What happened in there?" Naruto asked. Sasuke closed his eyes. He wanted to explain it. Wanted to say it was a place, a presence, a concept, a punishment. But all he could say was it was real. That silenced them all. They moved him to one of the outer shelters built near the altar. One of the old scenario rest stations left behind by a collapsed pantheon. It still held shape enough to host 4 people. That was all they had left anyway. Yamino laid out her ink scrolls. Hinata summoned a light field of healing spores. Naruto sat in the far corner, watching. "You didn't bring anything back?" he asked. Sasuke looked down at his palm. "I brought myself. Barely. And one truth." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Which is?" Sasuke's voice was colder now. "The Black King isn't watching us. He's dreaming." Hinata blinked. "Dreaming? What?" Sasuke's eyes flared slightly. "That we exist." That night, the system began to shift. Not loudly. Just wrong. Scenario panels started appearing without prompts. Time tracking windows updated even when no player was active. Some players reported hearing voices narrating their stats incorrectly. Others were rewritten out of teams they never left. The scenarios had begun reacting, not to any event, but to an emotion, fear. The world had changed something it didn't understand, and it was trying to take control back. Naruto saw the first signal in the sky. A new panel. One line. The system has entered preparatory finality lockdown. Scenarios will now manifest at elevated threat ratings until further notice. No divine explanation. No war. Just escalation. As if the world was saying mercy was a mistake. They gathered beneath the burial tree. There weren't many left to gather. The war had taken thousands. Obito's disappearance had broken the sky's rhythm. And Sasuke's report, that the Black King wasn't awake, but dreaming, had changed the tone of the world. A sleeping god was worse than a ruling one. A sleeping god could be shaped. Naruto looked at the panel hovering over the edge of the stone marker. It hadn't gone away since last night. Scenario irregularity detected. Catastrophic mercy condition failed reset. Threat level uplifted to pale night. "It's punishing us," Naruto said quietly, "for ending the war the wrong way." Yamino folded her arms. "No, it's punishing us for ending it kindly." Hinata's hands were trembling, barely clasped around her own wrist. "What does that mean for the next scenario?" "It means," Sasuke said, voice still hoarse from the void, "we're out of time." The system didn't wait for them to adapt. That afternoon, the clouds began glitching. Lines of light started descending in columns across the scenario borderlands. Reality partitions that hadn't moved since Scenario 20. Yamino caught the first sign in the sky, a celestial ripple made of punctuation, not stars. A glyph in Akasha's root tongue, air unclaimed. Hinata saw it too, and she understood. That night, Yamino sat with her at the mouth of the old divine well. The stars overhead had stopped syncing properly. Light now arrived in fractured pulses. Narrative latency. "You're not ascending to power," Yamino said. "You're inheriting decay." Hinata looked down into the well's dark, unmoving water. "Then why me?" Yamino didn't answer for a long time. Then she said, "Because you're the only one who never asked for it." Naruto arrived later, carrying a folded scroll. Inside the heavenly demon's fractured crown. It wasn't a physical object. It was a glyph. A concept. A name written in a language that predated narrative itself. He handed it to her. This isn't yours, he said. But it's waiting for you. Hinata took it with shaking hands. How do I wear it? Naruto smiled. You don't. You teach it your name first. That night, the training began. Not with blades. Not with gods. But with memory. Hinata sat in the center of the collapsing narrative field, crown glyph sealed inside her palms, and whispered names. Names of the forgotten. Names of people who had died quietly. Names of versions of herself who had never gotten this far. And as she did, the crown listened. Because the end was not just a conclusion. It was a record of what had been loved enough to say goodbye to. The crown didn't shine. It pulsed. Softly. Not like divinity. More like a wound that remembered how it was made. Hinata's hands shook as the glyph lit up beneath her fingers. Twin coils of negative space twisting around each other like a braid of finalities. The moment it touched her chakra, her body locked. Not in pain. In silence. The world stopped moving. She was no longer seated at the base of the divine well. She was inside it. Or something deeper. There was no water. No bottom. Just sky. Inverted. Reflective. Cracked by age. In the middle of it, hovering like a ruined moon, was the crown. Not the symbol she held in her hands, but the true one, wrought from timelines folded in on themselves, inscribed with unfinished names, covered in looped prayers that had long since burned away. She took a step forward, and it opened its eye. The heavenly demon did not appear like a god. She didn't wear robes, didn't shimmer, didn't echo. She stood barefoot in the center of the cracked sky, her hands clasped behind her back, looking at Hinata with eyes full of quiet decisions. Her face wasn't beautiful. It wasn't terrible. It was familiar. It looked like the reflection Hinata had seen as a child. Just before someone closed the window and told her she was dreaming. You're the one who wrote the book, Hinata whispered. The heavenly demon smiled softly. No, that was you. She stepped forward. The sky broke a little more. But I remembered it. What is this place? The part of the system that no one governs. The part that watches. Hinata's breath caught. Why me? The heavenly demon's smile faded. Because you've never asked for anything. Because you carry grief like it's a vow. She turned, gazing up at the great sky of spinning fragments above them. And because the world needs someone to witness what it does to people. Hinata stepped forward. You mean? Like Nagato? That name changed the sky. The stars flared once. The fragments realigned. Yes, the heavenly demon said quietly. He carried the weight of this system once. The death counts. The resets. The rejections of peace. He saw the numbers behind compassion. He held them until it broke him. Hinata clenched her fists. Then why do you want me to carry it? The heavenly demon turned back to her. Eyes full of something that wasn't pity. Something more dangerous. Faith. Because you won't break. You'll bend. And in bending, you'll show the world how much it hurt just to be asked to stand. A moment passed. Then the crown lowered, hovering in front of her. Its weight was beyond myth. It was structural. A burden that would let her rewrite nothing, kill no one, and end no war. But feel every scenario in progress. Remember every player who died unheard. Hold every world the system had ever forgotten. If you wear this, the heavenly demon said, you'll lose your right to mercy. You'll become its record. You'll see what it costs to save a world that didn't ask to be saved. Hinata stepped forward. Then I accept it. The heavenly demon blinked. Even if you never touch peace again. Hinata looked her in the eye and said, I've already lost peace. But I can still protect someone else's. When she placed the crown on her head, the system didn't respond with a flare. It responded with a single message. Heir of the end confirmed. Successor Hinata Hyuga. Class heir of the heavenly demon. Burden level terminal observer. Title obtained the last bastion. And the moment she returned to herself, the world felt heavier. Because now she could hear it. Every scenario. Every death. Every cry that didn't reach its God. And she smiled through it. Just enough. The sky was too quiet. Not calm. Not healed. Just wrong. There were no announcements. No divine patches. No scenario summaries from the observers. No victory rewards beyond what had already been claimed. And that was the first sign that something had changed. Because the system never stayed quiet this long unless it was waiting for permission. Naruto stood at the edge of the battlefield. The wind hadn't stopped blowing since the burial. But now it carried nothing. No memory. No scent. No leftover sorrow. Just sterile air. Clean in the way a hospital was clean after someone flatlined. Yamino sat cross-legged near a collapsed scenario shard, drawing overlapping circles in the dirt with the tip of her ink pen. They were recursive. Messy. Uneven. It's not responding to inputs, she said finally. What isn't? The story layers. She glanced at Naruto. Her eyes were dark under the lids. Too many sleepless loops layered behind them. We used to be able to manipulate the scenario scaffolds through fable memory. Like puppeteers. Now they're just blank. Naruto squinted at the fractured sky. System backlash? More like narrative lockout. What's that mean in plain language? Yamino smiled without humor. It means the story's afraid of us. Hinata's training had paused. She sat under the root canopy of the divine well, clutching the glyph crown, her hands raw from recursive contact. Her breathing was shallow, but steady. She hadn't spoken much since she put the crown on. Not because it hurt, because it listened. Every time she opened her mouth, the glyph pulsed. Not in response. In correction. Every sentence she spoke had to earn its existence now. That was the tax of holding part of the system. And she was paying it in silence. Sasuke had not said a word since he returned. He remained seated against one of the broken scenario obelisks, eyes open but unfocused. Like he was still halfway in the void, listening for a god that didn't know it had been heard. His body was no longer bleeding. It wasn't healing either. It was holding, as if he no longer existed entirely in one place, but stretched across two definitions of self, refusing to reconcile. Yamino checked him once. Only once. Then stopped. He's balancing the weight. Barely. But if he speaks to the king again too soon. Naruto nodded. He won't come back. It was Yamino who saw the first ripple. A tremor in the field of scenario scripting that made the grass itself glitch. Reality bent. Not downward, not sideways, but sideways in memory. The way a conversation felt when you realized you dreamed it last week, and now it was happening in real time. She stood and saw the system panel appear. Not in front of her. In front of everyone. All at once. Across every realm, city, shard, divine corridor. System notice backlog unresolved. Scenario 83 initiation on hold. Central observer unresponsive. Current state suspended judgment. Naruto frowned. Suspended judgment? Hinata looked up, slowly. That means it's not ending anything. Naruto finished the sentence for her. Because it hasn't decided what we deserve. They watched the sky crack again. Not in anger. Not in storm. But in hesitation. And it wasn't because of the war. It wasn't because of the king. It wasn't even because of the crown. It was because Obito wasn't doing anything at all. By the third day, the casualty reports began to spread. But this time, no one had drawn a weapon. These weren't war victims. They were scenario-bound players, caught in infinite loops. A tower scenario in the southern expanse reset the final boss fight 37 times in a row. The player died every time. And was revived in place. Until his spirit fractured beyond system salvage. A transport scenario in the Argo tier stream spawned obstacles without end. The system failed to declare a victory condition. The participants starved while completing their objectives. The Black Forge Arena in Scenario 52's Outer Rim issued quests that consumed health on completion. But no experience was awarded. It became a test of will against a story with no reward. And in all cases, no new panels, no messages, no observers, no answers. Naruto listened in silence as Yamino laid out the scrolls. Each one held a name, date of registration, and last recorded action. None of the names were powerful. None were famous. All of them had died doing exactly what the system told them to do. It's decaying, Yamino said softly. Not rotting. Not exploding. Just stalling. Hinata sat nearby, her eyes lowered. They're being punished for finishing the story too early. Or for finishing it with the wrong feeling. Naruto looked at the top of the scroll. It didn't say failure. It didn't say time expired. It said, narrative outcome unsaid. It's not just hesitating, Naruto said. It doesn't know what ending to give them. Sasuke spoke, for the first time in 2 days. His voice was quiet, strained, measured like gravity. That's because the one writing the endings hasn't moved. Yamino blinked. You mean Obito? No, Sasuke said. He raised his head, eyes flickering with threads of black static. I mean the king. Outside, the wind stopped for 4 full seconds. Naruto turned to Yamino. If the scenarios won't end properly, we can't stabilize them from the inside. What about externally? Yamino's pen traced a looping glyph through the air. It sparked. Then it unraveled. The scaffolding's locked. The system is waiting for Obito to resolve the story threads. He hasn't. And until he does, nothing can close. Hinata looked at them both. Then what do we do? The three of them stared at each other. Then Naruto said the quiet thing out loud. We hold the world together until he decides to finish breaking it. That night, they sent a signal. Not to the gods. Not to the system. To the players. A message burned across the scenario planes. A neutral glyph sealed by the Akasha Pantheon. It read scenarios no longer guarantee conclusion. Stay alive. Find each other. Refuse false resolution. A final mercy. Some laughed. Some didn't understand. But the ones who had survived Scenario 82 knew. They packed their bags. They changed their habits. They found people to trust. Not to fight with, but to wait with. Because this wasn't a war anymore. It was a siege. And the enemy wasn't coming. He already had the ending. He just hadn't chosen which version of the world to give it to. The night passed without a system update. That hadn't happened since Scenario 4. There were always updates. Always recalibrations. Classifications. Cascades of divine noise to explain the shift from death to survival. But now, and refused to breathe in again. Yamino sat by the edge of the observation ridge, unfurling a scroll so old it flickered at the edges. Her hands were steady. Her ink didn't shake. But Naruto watched her with concern anyway. You're going to break it, he said quietly. Yamino didn't look up. Good. Hinata stood behind her, the crown glyph still sealed between her palms like a curse. What are you doing? Scenario 83 is waiting for a resolution trigger. That trigger was supposed to be a Beto. She dipped the ink brush. He didn't write it. So I will. Naruto stepped closer. You're going to force the system into a new scenario. With no sponsor, no observer, no anchor. Yamino nodded. Correct. It will be blind. It will be unstable. But it will move. She stabbed the brush downward. The ink didn't land on the scroll. It landed on the air. And the air split. Lines of script erupted across the sky. System glyphs convulsed. Observer protocols blinked awake. Without context, Sasuke stood, staggering once, hand on his sword. This is going to kill someone. It already has, Yamino said. The difference is now we'll know why. The air shattered above her scroll, and the system screamed. Scenario 83 initiated. Title undefined. Anchor point unknown. Observer class vacant. Storyline emergent pathway detected. Warning system has lost containment logic. The world jolted. Like an old engine restarted after 1,000 years in salt. Across the scenario map, fragments of unfinished fables began to flicker. Glitched domains. Abandoned regions. Bugged arenas. Sectors without gods or systems. They all began to reactivate. But not like before. Not in order. Not with structure. Just raw story. Waking up, Hinata stared into the sky. You didn't start scenario 83. You unsealed it. Yamino wiped the ink from her fingers. Eyes half-lidded. Exhausted, but smiling. Let's see what the world writes when it's scared of its own ending. And in the void where Obito stood. Unseen, unspoken, unmovable. A single system line appeared. For his eyes alone. Unauthorized scenario activation detected. Do you wish to resume authorship? He didn't answer. Not yet. But the silence around him began to burn. The sky opened with a scream. Not from pressure. From relief. Like the world had been holding something in for too long. And now it was finally vomiting its shame. It fell from orbit. A shape too large to measure. A shadow so heavy that the constellations dimmed where it passed. No announcement. No stats. Just a heartbeat. And then the system, broken and breathless, spoke in a voice that sounded like it was weeping. Scenario 83 initiated. World Calamity Class. The breath before devastation. Primary threat identified. Threat alias the Dragon of Apocalypse. Category Endbringer. They saw it too late. By the time the system caught up to its shape, the dragon was already on the ground. Coiled between shattered scenario shards, its body longer than thought, its wings made of compressed timelines, its tails twisting through space like blades made of what could have beens. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. Its presence was declaration. It moved one of its 7 tails. And a city died. Not burned. Erased. No flame. No smoke. Just a name vanishing from the world's tongue. Naruto reacted first. He moved with wind step acceleration, vectors spinning across his feet like coils of fate. Finality flashed into existence. Not as a blade, but a sigil of his refusal to let anything else be lost. He struck with an arc of chakra-threaded wind. The dragon didn't dodge. It accepted the blow, and kept moving. Sasuke was already in the air. Reijinchu active, his body crackling into plasma. Lightning folded around his ribs, wrapping his Susanoo into a hollow cage of raw destructive motion. Mark it. He spun once, then vanished. Reappearing above the dragon's wing shoulder, a point of stillness in an endless motion storm. He drove the seal glyph down. Only for the dragon's wing to turn sideways in time. And Sasuke struck yesterday. He tumbled through broken memory, nearly slamming into Naruto's vector path before recovering midair. Its body bends the order of events. Yeah, Naruto muttered, correcting wind with one snap. I noticed. Hinata wasn't aiming to destroy. She stood still. Crown glowing, eyes wide open, glyphs hovering like breath above her. The dragon's presence pressed into her chest like grief in physical form. But she felt the end story, and its pain, and its inertia. She raised her hands. It's not just trying to end the world. It thinks it already did. Minato arrived in a streak of silver-blue light. Yog-Sothoth's sigils wrapped around his right arm like drifting star text. He didn't wait for an opening. He carved one. We hold it here, he said. The system doesn't know how to contain it. So we write it ourselves. Mito didn't wait for instructions. She was already above the dragon, chakra chains spiraling from her elbows like glowing attack wires. She didn't jump. She launched. Body flipping, twirling midair like a shuriken made of iron will and muscle memory. She hooked a chain into the dragon's jaw ridge, whipped her entire body beneath it, spun it around its own tail, then slammed both feet into its side like she was trying to kick God out of the narrative. The dragon reared. Not wounded. Just impressed. She landed. Chain locked. Face grim. Try me again, you eldritch spaghetti bastard. Yamino was last. She didn't fly. She wrote. A scroll longer than a city unrolled behind her, narrative ink bleeding into the sky. This is a story, she whispered, about a world that should have ended. She dipped her brush and stabbed the ink into the air. But didn't. The glyph hit the dragon's wing like a rebellion. The 6 of them stood in motion, breathing, breaking themselves against a creature that did not move to kill them. because it hadn't even registered them yet. It was still waking, still stretching, still deciding which part of the world to stop dreaming. And until it chose, they had to hold it. With chains, with light, with memory, with faith, with forgiveness, and with the names of everyone who would vanish if they failed. If it can be wounded, it can be stalled. Mito moved first. The chain in her hand hissed as it uncoiled through the air. She twisted, shoulder pivoting hard, driving a second anchor into the dragon's foreclaw. Right between the scales. The tip stuck. Mito didn't hesitate. She yanked, chakra blasting from the soles of her feet, and the chain snapped taut, jerking her body upward in a whip-fast spiral. She flipped once, twice, then dove, knees first, into the dragon's limb. The strike landed with a shockwave. A scale cracked. The dragon didn't roar. It turned, slow, massive, and its eye, obsidian, infinite, rimmed with galaxies, focused on her for the first time. Mito grinned. You see me now? Naruto blurred forward with a pulse of wind vectors behind him. He dropped low, almost touching the ground, and carved a rising arc beneath the dragon's midsection, futon shatter vector flaring along the blade of epilogue. It connected. Metal on matter. Sparks burst. The dragon's underside buckled, skin folding under wind that accelerated to Mach 7 in an instant. The creature shuddered, then turned its entire torso. Its wings slammed down in a horizontal sweep, aiming to knock Naruto into another country. But Naruto twisted his wrist. Vector twist. The force of the wing flipped sideways, missing him by inches and shattering the terrain instead. Trees splintered. Earth peeled. He shot upward, using the reversed momentum to launch off his own attack, spinning midair with one arm tucked to his side and the other extended. His wings flared. Eightfold vector bloom. Fifth form spiral, sheer a corkscrew of pure compressed wind tore upward and raked the dragon's shoulder, drawing blood. Dark, ink-like, and somehow static. The dragon reacted. It opened its mouth. Sasuke teleported inside it. Inside the dragon's mouth, 0.2 seconds Sasuke dropped in a 3-point landing, the inside of the maw stretching like a cathedral of bone and void. No chakra signature. No heart. No scent. Just a sense of finality. He moved anyway. His right hand flared with static. Not lightning, but plasma, crackling gold-white and overcharged with Reijinshi resonance. He sprinted forward, dragging the blade of energy along the floor of the throat, carving a glowing sealing rune into the muscle as he ran. Then he jumped, flipped off the side wall, and fired the mark down below him. Curse glyph, tether point 0. The glyph exploded, sealing energy bursting up and latching onto the roof of the maw. He grabbed the line and flung himself backward, out of the mouth, just in time to avoid the jaws slamming shut with a boom that rattled the clouds. Yamino snapped her pen, not from force, from focus. She had written 5 fable glyphs in 5 seconds. Enough to collapse a regional scenario. But the dragon was too large for them to bind, so she stopped trying to contain it, and started trying to misdirect it. She threw 3 glyphs into the sky, then leapt and stabbed them into the air. The world glitched. And the dragon's right eye suddenly saw a mountain it wasn't looking at. It turned to strike, opening an opening behind its neck. Now, Hinata moved in silence. She vanished and reappeared above the dragon's dorsal spine, her palms glowing with twin seals. Chakra ghost imprint etched through her body by the heavenly demon's crown. She struck systemic will heavenfold break. Each strike wasn't a hit. It was a memory. She poured chakra into the dragon's spine. Not to disable it, but to record it. The dragon arched backward, convulsing. Not in pain, but in conflict. It wasn't used to being seen, cataloged, defined, and Hinata was documenting it mid-motion. Its tail came around like a whip of mountains. She dodged 2. The third caught her shoulder mid-pivot and snapped her midair, flinging her downward like a comet. She hit the ground hard, but her hand didn't let go of the record seal. Minato was already behind her. He caught her, barely. His form flickered. Yog-Sothoth glyphs pulsing from his left hand now. I've got you. He vanished again, blinking 20 meters away before the dragon's tail struck the ground where they had been. A crater thousands of meters wide opened instantly. Naruto reappeared beside him. How do we kill this thing? Minato didn't blink. We don't. We stabilize it. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then what? Minato's gaze lifted. Then we wake the observer. Behind them, Mito screamed as she launched herself into the dragon's neck again, chains wrapped around her fists, pulling herself closer to the impossible. Sasuke flew above, forming a new glyph seal midair, chakra bleeding from his eyes. Yumino's ink was breaking open the sky. Hinata, even bruised, crawled forward, riding the dragon into her bones. And Naruto? He stepped into the air, lifted finality, and said, then let's give the world a reason to open its eyes. The dragon opened all 7 of its eyes at once. Reality rippled, not from sound, not from power, but from the sudden, systemless agreement that this thing should not be alive. Its tails coiled behind it like sky-sized vipers, each one ending in a different calamitous shape, one tipped in glass, dripping time, one coiled in scrolls that wrote themselves. one burning black like erased history, and one that looked exactly like Konoha, compressed into a single bone. Naruto was already moving. His wings split wide, vector halos circling his back in orbit. His left hand clenched epilogue, while his right stayed loose, ready to redirect kinetic flow mid-strike. Don't let it anchor, he shouted. If it sets all 7 tails, this whole zone gets rewritten. Mito blasted forward before anyone could answer. Chains flew from her spine like reaper's wires, biting into the dragon's left leg as she swung underneath, twisting her body around the limb like a buzzsaw. Too late, she yelled. It's anchoring the 3rd tail. She wrapped it, spun, and kicked off the joint, flipping midair to swing a second chain into its ribcage. The dragon snapped at her, its jaws rotating sideways like a clock with broken gravity. She twisted just in time, one chain latching to a floating debris shard, yanking herself out of the bite range. A gust of wind followed her. Naruto. He flipped over her arc, spun vertical, and slashed epilogue across the dragon's snout. Direct hit. Wind exploded outward in a spiraling cone, bending even the dragon's breath backward. Hinata slammed her palms together on the ground. The earth cracked into a grid of chakra bark, thick tree roots erupting in a spiral seal, binding the 5th tail. Now, the roots coiled upward, catching the writhing scroll-wrapped tail just as it began riding into the sky. Glyphs sparked, then shattered. The tail thrashed. But Hinata seal held. She stood inside the center, bare feet glowing with ancestral Senju script. Senju-style verdant vow. Roots wrapped her arms. Her eyes narrowed. This is a living storm, so I'll treat it like a dying forest. She stomped once. A tree erupted from under the dragon's chest, punching it into the air. Sasuke was already there. Lightning wrapped him like myth. Reijinchu formed a second skin across his muscles. His sword burned white. He dove straight into the base of the dragon's wing, marking the sigil mid-drop. Mark 0 counterline seal. He vanished and reappeared below its shoulder. His blade pierced deep. Mark 1. He vanished again, this time behind its skull. Slash. Mark 2. A second strike to the opposite wing joint. Then he appeared directly beneath it. A column of lightning racing upward to meet him. Complete. All 3 marks detonated at once. A blast of pure kinetic inversion surged through the dragon's skeleton, locking its right wing in midair. It roared. But not out of pain. Out of confusion. It had never been countered by logic before. Minato blinked forward. Not like the Flash. Like a surgical incision in space. He marked the dragon's open back leg with a glyph shaped like a question mark, then vanished. Reappeared beneath its jaw. Marked again. Then at its left eye. Again. He exhaled. Time path secured. He formed a Rasengan. And it wasn't blue. It was silver. Yog-Sothoth's answer. He threw it. Not at the dragon's body, but into the air above it. It bent gravity as it fell. Yamino stepped forward. She was barely standing, but her scroll wrapped around her like wings. She raised her pen, and she wrote. This is a story where the dragon was late, where the world was already saved, where the ending had already been written. By someone else. She jabbed the pen down. The system convulsed. The dragon's 7th tail, made of compressed finality, froze. Naruto turned. Now, all 6 moved. Hinata's tree roots cracked open the chest. Mito's chains pulled down the jaw. Sasuke's lightning collapsed the wing posture. Minato's time glyphs rewound the breath buildup. Yumino's rewritten laws destabilized the tail glyphs. And Naruto. Vector charged, wind sheath, death in motion. Pierced straight through the dragon's neck. The blow landed. It split space. Blood that looked like forgotten dreams splattered the air. The dragon reeled. Still alive. Still massive. But its narrative flow had been disrupted. And it saw them now. All 6. Not as threats, but as the wrong protagonists. The dragon opened its wings. And the sky above fractured into 7 cracks. Each one spelling the same message: you were not the ones meant to end me. Minato was still glowing. But the glow didn't come from chakra. Didn't come from seals. Didn't even come from divinity. It came from conceptual tension. He stood still while the dragon spiraled, bleeding myth and unmaking the terrain with every breath. 7 tails cracked the sky. 2 wings blocked the sun. But Minato wasn't blinking anymore. Because he had already moved. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a contract scroll. It wasn't sealed with blood. It was sealed with thought. The sigils on it flickered in multiple directions. Each line written in a language that only made sense after you read it. He whispered Yog-Sothoth. The sky cracked behind his voice. Hinata turned sharply. Yamino stepped back. Naruto felt his chest tighten. Sasuke swore under his breath. You're not going to. I am. Minato's fingers blurred through signs no one else recognized. He pressed his hand to the scroll. And time paused. He stood in the space between seconds. Not void. Not limbo. Just the waiting room of causality. A library with no books. A page with no ink. And there, rising like a tide of teeth, star mass, and recursive whispering. Yog-Sothoth. It didn't ask. It didn't need to. Because Minato had already come with terms. He bowed once. When I die, I am yours. No reincarnation. No judgment. No peace. You will own my soul for all eternity. In exchange, lend me what you are. The thing smiled. It didn't have a mouth, but it smiled. Accepted. Minato blinked back into the world. Only now he didn't move like a man. He moved like a glitch in the laws of speed. His kunai shattered mid-throw. But the throw still landed. His chakra no longer surged. It rewrote the air around him into acceleration. Every step created ghost paths. Versions of himself that hadn't yet moved, already reacting to possibilities that hadn't happened. He appeared above the dragon. The dragon looked up, and for the first time, it hesitated, because the thing in front of it wasn't human anymore. It was an equation with a grudge. Minato's arms flared out. 8 spiraling Rasengan formed. Each one threaded with Yog-Sothoth's sigils, each orbiting a core of silence. Let me show you, he said, what happens when you corner something that has nothing left to protect. He descended. Fast. Too fast. His image split into 9 overlapping futures. The dragon tried to dodge. Too slow. He slammed all 8 Rasengan into the dragon's spine, then drove the 9th directly into its skull. The force ruptured the battlefield. A crater larger than the Forest of Death exploded outward. A wind shear cleared clouds across half the continent. The dragon let out a soundless cry and began to crumble. It wasn't dying. It was being unwritten. Yumino's scroll snapped. Hinata fell to one knee from the backlash. Naruto shielded Mito from the blast. Sasuke reached out. Minato. But he had already landed. Burning. Cracking. Smiling. It's over. He raised his hand to erase the final line. And then the sky turned black. Not with chakra. Not with the system. But with arrival. Obito stepped through the veil like it was a curtain. He didn't look tired. He didn't look angry. He looked patient. His eyes, black and red and burning with a fable none of them could recognize, scanned the battlefield. He looked at Minato, smiled. Thank you. He raised his hand and devoured the dragon. No fight. No resistance. The dragon, weakened and fragmented, folded into Obito's body like it had always belonged there. The 7 tails curled. The wings bent in. And the god-ending breath of apocalypse became part of his spine. The system screamed. Calamity absorption detected. User Obito. Fable updated. Devourer of the end. He who scammed omnipotence. Minato fell to his knees. The glow faded. His body shook. His voice broke. You weren't supposed to take that. Obito walked forward. You weren't supposed to win. He turned toward the others. Toward Naruto. And smiled wider. Now, let's talk about the future. Obito stood above the battlefield. The dragon was gone. Minato knelt in silence. Aura burnt out. The others had not yet risen. Not because they couldn't. Because they didn't know what to say. Naruto watched him with empty hands. Sasuke's blade crackled. Hinata rose slowly, the glyph crown in her hand pulsing in response to something it couldn't name. Yamino gripped her scroll, and Obito began to speak. You look surprised. His voice wasn't raised. Not in triumph. Not in anger. Just tired. You thought the dragon was the end. You thought this was the scenario that mattered. He took a few steps forward, his cloak dragging across ash that used to be soil. You've looped, Naruto. More than anyone knows. More than the system remembers. More than even you can recall. He stopped in front of Minato, looked down at the man whose contract had almost saved the world. But you never reached the end. He looked up again. At Naruto. At all of them. Because there is no end. Not the kind you fight for. A pause. And then the first crack in the world. That's the problem. You keep clawing through time, death, fate, consequence. Hoping it'll be different next time. But all you're doing is teaching the world that it should be afraid to finish. He held up a hand. It was shaking. Not with power, but with something older. A vibration that echoed like a tuning fork through unreality. So I'll end it. Not just this world. Not just this loop. All of them. He stepped toward Naruto. And suddenly, everything was silent. The system, the wind, the fables in orbit. It was just Obito's voice. You were never going to finish your loop, Naruto. You were never going to win. Because the story is not on your side. The gods are not on your side. The system is a cage built to watch you try. So I will seal it. I will take every world, every loop, every stray narrative fragment, every possible ending, and fold it into a perfect moment of eternal stillness. His eyes burned black. His body rippled, as if it no longer belonged to time. There will be no more restarts. No more forgetting. No more trying again. He smiled. Just silence. Forever. No more regret. No more longing. Just peace. True peace. Obito's voice didn't rise, but the world lowered itself to hear him. 1,000 fractured gods paused in their realms. Scenario panels flickered into transparency. Even the observer channels, those that had survived Scenario 82, began to echo silence through the stream. Not because they agreed, because they recognized finality when it spoke. Obito's steps were slow now, not because he was tired, but because he wanted them to hear everything. I am not here to kill you. He gestured toward the battlefield. The broken trees, the blood, the dragon's fading echoes. I am not here to dominate you, or replace the gods, or burn the system. That would imply I still care about who gets to rule. He looked at Yamino. Her scroll was shaking. Not from fear. From resonance. She had written tragedies before, but never one so calm. Obito continued. I watched you all suffer. In every timeline. As children. As monsters. As sacrifices. As gods. He turned toward Hinata. You carried so many names, you forgot your own. To Sasuke, you became a shadow, then a weapon, then a king. And still, no one remembered who you were when you smiled. To Naruto, you were the boy who refused to lose. But even you. His voice softened. You lost. Thousands of times. You died. You wept. You buried yourself in other people's dreams. You made yourself a fable so they wouldn't have to watch you fall again. Obito paused, then whispered, and you still think there's a way to fix it? He shook his head. I'm not here to fix it. I'm here to stop it. The sky above him began to shudder. Not with storm, not with chakra, but with surrender. Like the stars were ready to be turned off. The loop is not mercy. The fight is not hope. The gods are not answers. He raised a hand, and a ripple pulsed through the entire system. Panels cracked. Glyphs bled. At least 3 scenario layers collapsed instantly, their player count vanishing to 0 in a flash. Obito didn't flinch. It's over. It's been over for a long time. But the world was too afraid to let go. He closed his eyes. So I'll let it go for you. No more regret. No more longing. No more stories about who deserved to live. Just peace. True peace. And then, he opened his eyes. They were black, but not with hate. With stillness. Even those who don't deserve it will receive it. He looked past the battlefield. Toward the gods. Toward the broken pantheons who'd turned their gaze away. You all built this cycle. You fed on suffering. You glorified struggle. You sold salvation by the pound. He pointed at the sky. And now you want him to clean it up? He shook his head. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to erase you. Because the end belongs to everyone. Even if they didn't ask for it. Even if they don't remember why it hurts. Even if they still believe in something better. He raised both hands. And the system, for a moment, trembled like a living thing. Let them rest. All of them. The words echoed like a funeral bell. Let them rest. It should have been closure. It felt like a thief's benediction. Naruto's breath was shallow. His fists clenched hard enough to crack bone. Finality still hummed at his side, but it had lost its edge. Not because it had dulled. Because the story had moved on without asking him. Sasuke stared, unmoving, blood dripping down his temple. His Susanoo flickered behind him. Fractured ribs of lightning still arcing. Minato knelt in the dust, hands limp at his side. His soul had not been taken, but his purpose had. And Obito? He just turned his back. You think you can just erase it, Naruto said. Quiet. Too quiet. After everything we gave? No answer. After what my father gave. He took a step forward. You robbed us. Another step. We won. Obito didn't even look back. No, you stalled a sentence. I ended the paragraph. Naruto moved. Wings flaring wide. Vectors bursting from beneath his feet like wind grenades. Finality roared to life, cutting a sonic arc across the air. Sasuke was beside him in a flash. Reijinchu armor igniting. Blade already crackling with a recursive seal that burned the ground behind them. You don't get to walk away, Sasuke said coldly. You don't get to take what's ours. Obito turned. Slowly. Without stance. Without defense. He lifted one hand. You're still too weak. They didn't even see it. Obito's hand moved through the air. Like brushing away smoke. A ripple followed. Not a shockwave. A system command. Sasuke's seal detonated backward. Inside his own mind. His body arced midair and slammed into the cliff behind them, carving through obsidian like wet chalk. Naruto's vectors reversed. The wind blades bent inward, snapping his own wings back toward his spine. He screamed. Once. Before slamming into the earth, so hard it cracked 3 scenario layers below. Finality fell from his hand. And shattered. Silence. No system message. No defeat registered. Just humiliation. Obito lowered his hand. You're not ready. You never were. Yamino didn't speak. Hinata knelt beside Naruto, trembling. Mito reached Sasuke too late. Minato didn't move. Obito turned to the horizon. The sky was beginning to fold. Not in collapse. In containment. He stepped into it like walking into dusk. You still think victory means something. He vanished. But his voice echoed across the broken field. Like an old prophecy spoken too late, I'll give you time. Not to stop me. To say goodbye. Obito stood at the threshold of dusk. Behind him, Naruto lay in a crater. Sasuke slumped, ribs cracked, pride shattered. Yamino clutched her scroll, unable to write. Hinata watched, unmoving, her fingers bleeding through the glyph crown. Mito's chains hung limp. Minato didn't rise. The dragon was gone. The world was not saved. And still, Obito's voice was gentle. I won't take your freedom. He looked out at the battlefield. The scars. The silence. The refusal to give and still written on their broken bodies. You're free to try to stop me. You're free to gather what remains. To rise again. To hope again. You're free to fight. He closed his eyes. But I'm not doing this to chain the world. I'm doing this because I want to be free. The wind didn't move. The system didn't breathe. Only Obito. Only truth. You still don't understand. I'm not the villain of this story. I'm not its ending. I'm just tired. He looked up. At the cracked sky. at the stars that flickered in and out like broken narrative light bulbs. I've seen every version of you, of him, of me. I've watched myself become a demon, a god, a hero, a child. I've been the one who saved the world. I've been the one who destroyed it. I've loved. I've hated. I've been forgiven. And I've suffered in timelines no one even remembers anymore. He raised his hand. Not to strike, to point, toward the heavens. I've looped with you, Naruto. I've seen how many times you were erased. How many times they begged for you to keep going. Only to forget you the second you died. He turned his palm downward. You still fight because you believe the next loop might be different. I've seen all of them. They're not what I want. His voice faltered, and for just a second, he looked human, more than he ever had before. Is to stop being forced to exist. The sky behind him began to fold inward. Light curling into itself like a curtain being drawn. I don't want to live in a world where choice is scripted, where pain is currency, where stories are loops, where death is cheaper than silence. I don't want another path, or another cycle, or another chance. I want. He placed his hand to his chest. To disappear. Completely. To find the one world where no one waits for me. Where I don't have to be anything. He looked at Naruto. Still half buried, eyes cracked open. Their gazes met, and something shattered between them. Not anger. Not forgiveness. Recognition. I'm not killing the world because I hate it. I'm ending it because I'm still in it. And I want to rest. Obito stepped backward. The system warped. A hole tore in the horizon, not into void, but into stillness. A place without scenario, without panel, without self. You're free to chase me. You're free to fight. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. But don't mistake that for hope. I won't stop, because I'm not doing this for any of you. I'm doing it. So I never have to wake up again. He vanished, and the system went quiet, for the first time in eons. There was no next scenario, just aftermath. The morning star. The world had not ended. That was the problem. No scenarios had started. No gods had spoken. No deaths had been weighed. Just silence. And silence, stretched too long, began to rot. Time moved, but nothing progressed. People breathed, but only because they hadn't remembered how to stop. It had been 3 weeks since Obito devoured the dragon. Since he spoke a eulogy to the future and walked off stage like it had never belonged to him. Since Naruto had fallen. Since Sasuke had cracked. Since Hinata had heard the world scream through her bones. 3 weeks. And nothing. No scenario announcements. No divine patches. No observer presence. Not even a system recalibration ping. The world had entered narrative limbo. A suspended half-life. A waiting room without an exit. And for those who could feel the scaffolding. The ones who had been named by the story too many times. It felt like walking on the edge of a blade sharpened by indecision. Yamino hadn't spoken in 2 days. Hinata trained without sleep. Naruto disappeared for hours at a time, always returning with more broken terrain on his clothes. And Sasuke had stopped dreaming altogether. He stood at the edge of the high cliff now. The wind didn't howl. It pulsed, like the heartbeat of a world unsure whether it was alive. His left arm was still cracked from the Black King's pressure. His right eye flickered between static and shadow, not quite Mangekyo anymore. Something else. He watched the stars. They weren't aligned. They weren't even stable. Just drifting glyphs waiting to be assigned a new context. That was when it happened. The system pinged, but not globally, just to him. A single line of ancient script, written in a language that predated the scenario engine. It didn't flash in front of him. It breathed into his mind like a whisper from somewhere below morality. From the morning star. Urgent. Sasuke's head tilted. Slowly, as if afraid too fast a movement would alert whatever else might be listening. He read the rest of the message. Sasuke Uchiha. The garden is fracturing. The ark is falling. And the flowers are made of teeth. Come now or don't. But if you wait too long, there won't be a world left to hold your shadow. Attached was a sigil. Not one Sasuke recognized from any scenario. It was shaped like a serpent coiled around a throne made of guilt. A signature. Lucifer. The morning star. The prince of nothing claimed. And one of the few gods who didn't watch for entertainment, but for disappointment. Sasuke exhaled once, then turned. Hinata, he said quietly. She looked up from the field. The glyph crown still hovered behind her like a bruise that hadn't healed. Her eyes had not slept in 4 days. It's starting. She didn't ask what. She simply nodded. Behind them, Yamino rolled her pen between her fingers. The scroll she had unsealed last week. The one that had no ending. Now fluttered at the edges, like something was breathing on it. Where? Naruto asked. He had appeared without sound. His wings weren't out, but they flickered. Residual vectors from the last training pulse he hadn't turned off. Sasuke tossed the sigil to him. Naruto caught it. His pupils narrowed. The garden? The ark's failing, Sasuke said. Lucifer said the walls collapsing. Naruto's face didn't change, but his grip tightened. And the bones? Sprouting. From the soil? From the memories, Sasuke said. The garden isn't decaying. It's remembering wrong. That was when Yamino finally spoke. Her voice was like old paper curling in fire. That's just one world. She looked up. There will be others. Because Obito wasn't alone. This wasn't a one-man crusade anymore. Across the fractured cosmos, the Akatsuki had moved. Sasuke stepped forward. We have to move. Lucifer wouldn't call unless something irreversible is happening. Hinata's hands closed around the crown. Yamino folded her scroll. Naruto raised his hand. And the wind opened a door that bent into a path. Destination: the Garden of Thrones. Where the arc had cracked. Where the wall of good and evil no longer knew what side it stood on. Where Lucifer waited, and the flowers had begun to bloom in bone. And none of them had any idea what they'd find on the other side. There was no transition. One moment the mountain wind. The next glass shattering in reverse. Not broken, but forming. Not entering, but being accepted. Their bodies shifted as if cupped in invisible palms. Lifted, stretched, layered through scripture. And deposited like unwanted annotations in a book that had long since closed its margins. The Garden of Thrones was not a garden. Not at first. It was a hallway. Long. Silent. Carved from white stone that bled gold when touched. The ground beneath them pulsed with heartbeat quiet vibrations. Like the floor remembered judgment, but had forgotten what it meant. Sasuke landed first. Reijinchu coiled tight beneath his skin. Naruto followed, wind vectors rotating passively around his calves. Hinata hovered last. The glyph crown sealed tight in a containment braid against her back. Her chakra low and coiled like an animal refusing to wake. Yamino touched down last. Her scroll didn't unroll. It opened. Like a question being asked too late. They stood in silence. There were no enemies. No system prompt. Only a sign carved into the wall in script they didn't recognize. But understood anyway. This is the path of the unworthy. Step only if you have sinned with your eyes open. Naruto exhaled slowly. Well, Yamino traced her finger along the wall. Gold leaked from it, like a vein tapped too hard. This world isn't reacting to our arrival. Sasuke tilted his head. No, it's waiting to see what we think of it. They moved forward. The hallway did not narrow, but it began to pulse. Not in motion, but in tone. Every step triggered a low hum beneath their feet. A sound between judgment and breath, like a choir warming up to condemn. And then, at the 15th step, the door appeared. Not at the end of the hallway, just between one moment and the next. A massive gate, carved from bone and wrapped in scripture-threaded chain. It towered twice their height, sealed with a single sigil, the symbol of the ark. But it was upside down, and beneath it, sprawled across the ground like a broken prayer, lay a statue of a child. It had no face. Its hands were carved into fists. Its chest cavity was open. Hollow. Empty. Hinata knelt beside it. She didn't touch it. I think this was the lock. Naruto frowned. You mean the child? I mean the idea of the child. Yamino's scroll quivered. This world was built on a lie. But the lie was maintained because everyone agreed to forget it was one. Sasuke stepped forward. He pressed his hand to the seal. The gate did not open. Instead, it asked a question. Not in words. In conviction. Judgment access requested. Answer required. What do you believe good is? The air cracked. Not the sound of danger. The sound of meaning being demanded. Sasuke didn't speak. Yamino didn't move. Hinata looked away. Only Naruto stepped forward. He didn't posture. He didn't raise his chakra. He just said the choice to stay. And the seal blinked. Once. Then cracked. Not open. Not yet. But it hesitated. A message flared briefly across the system plane. Answer recorded. Contextual wait assigned 713. Additional responses required for gate entry. They all turned. Sasuke stepped forward next. He didn't look at the door when he answered. He looked down at the faceless statue. Good is remembering someone who didn't survive long enough to prove they weren't bad. Another crack. The seal shimmered. 813. Yamino exhaled. I'm not a good person, she said softly. But I know what it is. Good is choosing not to write someone's worst moment into their legacy. 913. Hinata looked at the gate, then at her own reflection in the gold-veined wall. She whispered, good is what survives after grief. 1013. They waited. The system did not speak again. Naruto frowned. We need 13. Yamino narrowed her eyes. There are only 4 of us. Sasuke turned to the statue. Maybe there aren't. The statue pulsed. Its chest, previously hollow, filled with light. But not warm light. Not salvation. Recognition. And then it stood. Not physically, but in the refracted narrative of the space around it. A boy stood there. Not a child. A memory. Dressed in simple white robes, eyes wide with fear. Lips trembling, but not speaking. He was one of the ark's lost. A soul once weighed and rejected. Naruto stepped forward. You want to open it? The boy looked up at him and nodded. Naruto turned to the others. We let them finish the answers. The hallway filled with figures. Children. Adults. Faceless spirits carved from forgotten judgment. Some held names. Some didn't. Each one stepped forward. Each one answered the gate. Their voices were silence bent into shape. Good is forgiving without explanation. Good is not needing to be right to do what's kind. Good is staying dead so someone else can have their resurrection. Good is holding the line until the people behind you stop being afraid. 1313. The gate shattered. The hallway melted. The world folded inward. And then reformed. They stood now in a vast field of white bone flowers, petals shaped like wings, leaves etched with scripture that flickered between forgiveness and damnation. The sky overhead was carved. Literal glyphs in the clouds. And in the distance, they saw it. The ark. No longer floating. Falling. Drifting downward like a cathedral that had forgotten how to be upheld by faith. And on the edge of it, a figure. Tall. Luminous. Wings like broken mirrors. Eyes like forgotten starlight. He did not glow. He shimmered in disappointment. And he was smiling. Lucifer. The ark kept falling. Still slow. Still steady. Still wrong. Beneath it, the field went on forever. Shoulder-high stalks of ivory flowers growing from chalky, dry earth. Every stem was rigid like spine. Every petal was flat and jagged, humming as if charged. Sasuke stepped forward first. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't have to. The tension in his shoulders said enough. Naruto followed, wind rolling low along the ground, not rustling the petals, just gliding over them like the air didn't want to touch the world. Hinata moved in silence, crown glyph dim behind her. Yamino trailed last, the ink ribbon on her scroll taut like wire. Then the ground clicked. Not cracked. Clicked. Like a mechanical reset. And without transition, the field dropped out from under them. They landed separately. Naruto to the far left, across a floating platform of bone-tiled stone. Hinata to a tower-like ledge. Sasuke suspended on a blade-thin ridge of obsidian. Yamino balanced on a circular bridge that wasn't anchored to anything. Above, the sky glitched once. Text stuttering across invisible architecture. Sector 2, Bonefield Array. Threat level recalibrating. No time to regroup. They were already surrounded. The creatures rose out of the cracks between the tiles. Slender, quadrupedal, shoulderless, with torsos that bent too far forward. Their bodies were half shadow, half exposed tendon. Eyes like pinholes set in faces that hadn't finished forming. They didn't make noise. They accelerated. One launched toward Naruto. He didn't move. He adjusted. A single twitch of his palm, and the creature stopped midair. Not because of willpower. Because every vector of motion it carried was reversed. Momentum folded backward. Its body spun as if hitting a wall at speed it hadn't yet generated. Naruto stepped under it as it flipped, and touched its leg. A sharp crack. The creature hit the ground, twitching. Its femur didn't break. The marrow inside reversed its growth cycle, and the bone hollowed inward, collapsing under its own weight. Another leapt. Naruto reached for his side. Air ionized in an instant. Plasma ignited. Superheated gas spiraling around his right hand like a miniature corona. Not launched. Sustained. The magnetic field twisted into a cone, and the heat pulse boiled a hole through the thing's chest before it touched him. Too slow. 3 more came. Naruto rolled forward, reaching down mid-slide. His palm scraped the ground. Contact. He lowered the spatial size vectors of a small patch of terrain. It shrunk to the size of a coin, but kept its full gravitational mass. The micro-black hole lasted a half-second. The frontmost creature's front half disappeared. Hinata snapped her head toward the second ledge. One was scaling the wall up to her. She didn't wait for it to reach the top. 2 seals burst across her palm, and she pressed her hand to the stone. Senju art, bark pulse. A net of chakra-rooted wood shot forward like a wave, catching the creature mid-swing and locking it in place. It screamed. She didn't care. She dropped down, spun once, and slammed both palms into its torso. Shatter. The bark wrapped around its ribs compressed, and exploded outward, taking the body with it. Sasuke didn't move at first. The 3 shadows around him were faster, but he was still faster than the world's assumption of him. Rage Jinshu flowed through his skin like a second circulatory system, lightning tracing every muscle group in sync. He moved once. Blade out. No flare. A clean horizontal cut. The edge didn't meet flesh. It interrupted the electrical signals inside the creature's spine. Not paralysis. Just pure internal outage. The body dropped. Another charged. Sasuke ducked low, vanished mid-motion. Reappeared above it. And stabbed down through the shoulder. Electricity surged. Then scattered. No explosion. No scream. Just off-switch. Yamino didn't run. She didn't write flashy words or shout poetic names. She sketched 3 overlapping glyphs in midair and slapped them together. The symbols ignited, compressed, and burst into a straight line, cutting through the space between her and the next 4 shadows like a precision beam. Not magic, just deliberate narration. Stay back, she said calmly, or I'll make you unreal. They converged as the last creature dropped. Naruto flipped over the ledge, landing beside Sasuke. Got anything? He asked. Not dead ones, Sasuke replied. But I can tell they're not native. Hinata rejoined them, pulling a splinter of something from her sleeve. Same structure as the last batch, but these are layered. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Layered? She nodded. Like armor. Under armor. Yamino's scroll flapped once. Scaffold spawn logic. Artificial. These aren't demons. They're bio-coded simulations. Someone fed the garden a new threat pattern. That's when the air behind them opened. Not like a door. Like a hole pulled sideways. A corridor without light. He stepped through. Tall. Thin. Bones visible beneath the skin like armor plates. White hair falling behind him like fabric. Kimimaro. He wore black. Not robes. Not armor. Something in between. Something functional. and his eyes didn't burn. They measured. Naruto froze. Sasuke's grip on his sword flexed. Hinata didn't blink. Yamino tilted her pen slightly. Kimimaro stepped forward onto the bone platform. The shadows didn't follow. They backed off. He didn't address them. Not immediately. He looked at the cracked sky, the hanging arc, the scent of scorched plasma still in the air. Then he turned to them. Not the path I'd have chosen, he said. But it works. Sasuke stepped forward. You're part of this. Kimimaro's face didn't change. I'm stationed here. That's not the same thing. Naruto's expression tightened. You're in the Akatsuki. Names. Kimimaro's mouth twitched slightly. People get too attached to them. He walked to the edge of the platform, brushing one of the bone flowers with his knuckle. It shattered on contact. Your fight's ahead, he said. And this. He gestured around, to the collapsed field, the broken creatures, the fractured sky. Was nothing. Hinata lifted her hand, chakra stirring. Kimimaro turned to her. Don't waste it. Then the corridor behind him opened wider. He stepped back into it, already fading into shadow. Tell your leader something, if you like, he added. They didn't respond. He smirked. No one's judging this world anymore. Only then did he vanish. The corridor closed, and the field trembled. Not from the arc above, from the ground. The tiles below them pulsed once. The platforms realigned. The bone flowers peeled away. And ahead, a gate opened. It was built of shields. Rusted, dented, covered in old blood. And above it, words scorched into metal. Chapel of White Suffering. Clearance verified. No system voice. No divine trigger. Just passage. Naruto stepped forward. Next layer, he muttered. Sasuke followed, silent. Yamino drew another line in the scroll. Hinata held the crown glyph closer to her skin. And together, they walked through. The gate didn't open. It unfolded. Not like paper. Like a wall that had been held together by doctrine and shame finally giving out under its own weight. The shields that made up the structure peeled back one by one. They clanged against the ground like weapons thrown down by soldiers too tired to explain what they were defending. Beyond it, the chapel. Not a church. Not a temple. Just a massive, cathedral-shaped wound built from the bones of paladins and failed saints. The ceiling was half collapsed. The stained glass didn't depict gods. Only hands. Open palms. Clenched fists. Fingers bent backwards in prayer poses that looked more like restraints. The walls bled script. Actual bleeding. Golden ichor dripping from the letters, pooling around old pews that looked untouched for centuries. And at the far end, where an altar should be, there was a throne. Empty. Cracked. As if someone had tried to sit on it with too much guilt. The moment they stepped in, the world reacted. A pulse through the floor. A message that flashed not in front of their eyes, but behind them, as if the world was warning the path, not the people. Chapel domain confirmed. Scenario lock engaged. Combat inevitable. Throne reclamation protocol active. Boss spawn triggered. Seat of judgment. The air behind the altar bent inward. Stone cracked. And then something grew from the center of the throne. Not summoned. Not placed. Grown. Like the throne was a wound that festered too long. And now the infection wanted out. First came the spinal pillar. 6 meters tall, layered in marrow plate. It wriggled upward like a serpent trying to stand. Vertebrae popped into place. Ligaments coiled into limb shape. Then came the arms. Long and inverted, elbow joints bent the wrong way, ending in multi-pronged gauntlets made of fused blades. Chains coiled from the wrists, dragging across the ground with runes burning into the stone. Last came the head. No eyes. Just a mouth. Stitched shut with hundreds of tiny nails. A face carved into a helmet shaped like a screaming priest. It didn't roar. It trembled. As if restraining the sound it was made to release. Boss named the seat of judgment. Class broken dominion. Subtype execution protocol. Weakness no forgiveness left. Warning, do not listen to its words. The monster moved before the system finished printing. Sasuke blinked forward first, sword drawn. Rei Jinshu flared down his spine, wrapping his leg in a vortex of supercharged motion. He swung high, aiming for the joint beneath the shoulder. Only for the boss's arm to split in two, a second blade-tipped limb jutting from the elbow like a defense node. The sword collided, metal screeching. The boss turned and slammed both fists together, the vibration traveling through the air like a tuning fork turned weaponized. Sasuke dropped back, wincing. Counter-pressure field, he muttered. Hinata leapt over him. Her palms glowed with chakra suppression glyphs, the seals traced in looped spirals down her forearms. She struck the boss center mass. Verdant seal, silence type. The seal hit. It lit. It snapped. The boss's torso absorbed it, then regurgitated the chakra back at her in the form of spikes. Chakra stiffened bone splinters that flared like a minefield. Hinata dropped. Naruto caught her mid-fall and redirected their trajectory with a vector shift. Time lags built into its structure, he said. He let go, planted one hand on the ground. A ripple of raw distortion spread from his fingertips. He inverted the time vectors of the throne's foundation. The floor cracked beneath the boss, rapidly aging in reverse until the stone turned brittle, then dissolved into powder. The boss collapsed into the cavity. And as it fell, its chains lashed out, stabbing into the walls of the chapel to anchor itself mid-descent. One chain cut across Naruto's vector arc, disrupting the plasma trail building in his right hand. The charge flickered. Yamino spun her scroll. A half-dozen glyphs ignited in the air like trap wires. Redirected. She snapped. Naruto re-angled the vector of decaying air pressure. It didn't stop the chain, but it slowed the force. Hinata landed again, bleeding from the shoulder, but alive. It's intelligent. It's a throne protocol, Sasuke said. It was made to kill people who sat in the wrong seat. The boss reeled its chains back in. Then it spoke. Not words. Just sound. A pulse that rang across the chapel like a sermon delivered through broken speakers. Sit down. Confess. Be measured. Be cracked. Be hollow. Yamino spat blood from her mouth. Do not answer it. But the voice didn't wait for permission. The sound twisted, folding over itself. Sasuke's knees buckled. His brain couldn't process the decibel pattern. Not because it was too loud, but because his memory tried to answer it. Hinata screamed once and dropped. The crown glyph flared, trying to override her instinct to kneel. Naruto was already on the move. He vector jumped upward, bending the trajectory of his body's gravitational decay to fake a fall. Mid-air, he reversed the arc, snapping backward, and redirected the lifespan of the boss's left arm. In less than a second, the limb aged decades. The bone corroded. The blades cracked. The tendons shriveled and tore loose. The arm dropped. Naruto didn't slow. He landed on the boss's back, pressed both hands flat, and twisted the air around his palms until it ionized into sustained plasma rings. The heat carved deep, but the boss's torso expanded outward, cracking in half along the spine and revealing a second, inner body. Small, childlike, buried inside the ribcage. It looked up, and it screamed. Not a sound. Not a cry. A weapon. Naruto was flung backwards through 3 columns. Sasuke moved again. His hand traced a burning arc in the air. Mark 1, counterline seal. He stabbed it into the broken floor beneath the throne. The energy surged upward, locking the platform in place. Mark 2, reversal path. He appeared behind the throne monster's second head and drove the blade through. It didn't die, but it froze, long enough for Yamino to hit it with 4 layers of ink script. Now Hinata. Hinata forced herself upright, hands glowing with a Senju glyph overlay. She rushed the monster and plunged both palms into its open ribcage. Final seal, Tree of the Uncrowned. Roots exploded from her arms, wrapping through the monster's hollow chest, cracking the throne behind it, piercing it to the architecture. The whole cathedral shook. The chains flailed. The boss tried to lift itself, but the roots dragged it back down, grounding it against the chapel floor. It slumped. Not dead, but beaten. A moment passed. Then the system finally spoke. Throne containment successful. Seat of judgment shut down. Exit unlocked. Gate of dismantling now open. The chapel lights dimmed. The stained glass flickered. Naruto wiped the blood from his nose and stood slowly. Guess that was the welcoming committee. Sasuke leaned on his sword, chest rising and falling. Or a test. Yamino rolled her wrist. Her scroll flickered closed. Either way, Hinata said, pressing her palm to the wall as the glyph crown receded into her body. It wasn't the worst thing waiting for us here. The door at the back creaked open. Beyond it a spiral staircase made of bone. No more guidance. Just descent. The bone staircase had no rails. Only downward curve. It spiraled like something built for a species that didn't walk and didn't need to turn. Just fall, forever. They walked in silence, each footstep scraping across bone that didn't echo. The deeper they went, the colder it got. But not weather cold. Stillness cold. The kind that meant nothing had breathed here for centuries. Not even gods. The light dimmed. The air thickened. Scripture was etched into the vertebrae walls. Scripture that didn't come from any divine book, but from rejection notices, trial records, mistranslated prayers, legal clauses of who didn't get forgiven. After 27 turns of the spiral, the path ended and opened. They stood on a plateau of dry grass and cracked soil. The field was dead, but it hadn't always been. The land bore the shape of trauma that wasn't allowed to heal. Grooves carved into the dirt from dragged feet. Bloodstains that never washed out. Rusted spears planted like weeds. And at the center of it all, a hill. Alone. 3 crosses stood at the top. 2 empty. 1 not. He was still there. Still nailed to the wood. Still bleeding, somehow. Still looking up with eyes that weren't open, but refused to close. Not golden. Not glowing. Just human. A boy in his early 30s. Emaciated. Worn. Cracked skin over ribs too close to the air. His hands were split down the palm. His feet pierced with nails that had fused into the grain. His chest was open, but not bleeding. He wasn't dying. He had already died, and the world refused to let him go. Yamino's hand trembled. Hinata stepped forward, one slow breath at a time. Sasuke didn't speak. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Not in judgment, but in recognition. He'd seen this kind of imprisonment before. Not of flesh. Of story. Is that? No, Yamino said. Not the one people prayed to. That one ascended. This is the first. A system panel cracked into view. Field the Unforgiven Cavalry. Relic class, Earthroot Event Core. Interference detected. Divine Seal status corrupted. The hill rippled. Not in shape. In awareness. A figure stood at its base. Not rising. Just already there. Kimimaro. No corridor this time. No exit plan. Just him. He stood between them and the hill like a memorial that had always been there. Black coat. Barefoot. Lines of bone piercing through his sleeves and along his collar like thorn jewelry. You made it, he said simply. Naruto drew finality. No pretense. Sasuke didn't even shift his stance. His sword was already in motion. Hinata activated her Byakugan in full, veins flaring across her face. Yamino reached behind her, pulling the scroll taut. But none of them attacked, because Kimimaro raised one hand. And the entire field cracked. Pillars of bone erupted around them in every direction, twisting into walls. 10 meters high, thick enough to absorb explosions. Each of them was trapped, individually sealed into separate domes. And then he moved. He started with Naruto. The ceiling of Naruto's bone dome split. And Kimimaro dropped through. Naruto launched vectors instantly, twisting the inertia of Kimimaro's descent to bend his body sideways mid-fall. Didn't matter. Kimimaro's spine dislocated and realigned like it was designed to be abused. He twisted, caught himself midair, and fired bone shards from his palms, each sharpened into scalpel tips. Naruto reversed the air pressure, creating a pressure wall that turned the first volley back. But Kimimaro was already behind him. Faster than last time, Kimimaro said. Naruto spun. Left palm glowing with plasma distortion, launching a cone of magnetically sealed heat directly into Kimimaro's chest. Contact. The impact tore the left half of Kimimaro's torso apart in a burst of cracking armor. But he didn't fall. He pivoted on one foot, one arm dangling, bones cracking out of the exposed side like growths. You're still holding back. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I don't need to kill a puppet. Kimimaro tilted his head. I'm not a puppet. Sasuke's dome didn't wait. The moment the ceiling closed, bone needles shot from every wall. Sasuke moved once. Reijinchu surged across his body. His right arm became lightning itself. He burned a hole in the dome. Kimimaro stepped through that hole before it closed. Your timing's better, he noted. Sasuke lunged. No words. Just blade. It clashed against Kimimaro's arm. Not skin, not bone. Something layered between organic armor and chakra plating. Sasuke didn't flinch. He blinked behind him, reappeared mid-spin, and sliced Kimimaro's calf muscle, then reversed the cut with vector-enhanced force, tearing the leg apart. Kimimaro collapsed to one knee, then stood on the broken leg anyway. His body cracked, reformed. Hinata met hers differently. She didn't move forward. She waited. Kimimaro entered through a rift in the wall, calm, measured, eyes without malice. You won't hit me, he said. She didn't answer. He darted forward. She dodged once, twice. On the third pass, she let him graze her shoulder. He reached for her blind spot and struck the crown glyph instead. It flared. Kimimaro reeled back as his hand began to unravel. Skin peeling into lines, chakra flow overriding his own, disrupting muscle control. She struck once. Hard. Palm to jaw. He flew into the far wall, crashing through his own pillar. Yamino didn't fight. She drew. Every step Kimimaro made inside her arena triggered a glyph. Landmine. Trap seal. Scripted reality tear. He was fast. He dodged 3. The 4th hit him in the chest. The 5th rewrote his trajectory, forcing him to walk in a circle. She wrote his death in 7 strokes. And by the 8th, the dome broke. All of them did. The pillars collapsed. The field snapped back into a hole. And Kimimaro stood at the center. Surrounded, damaged, smiling. You all passed, he said. Sasuke flicked blood from his blade. Naruto stepped forward, arm radiating vector static. Was that the point? No, Kimimaro said. This was. They struck. All at once. Hinata's chakra laced the ground with a snare web. Sasuke's Reijinchu hit his upper torso. Yumino's glyph detonated in the air behind him. Naruto warped the lifespan of the very oxygen Kimimaro was about to breathe. Impact. The explosion rocked the hill. Kimimaro collapsed, bleeding, then laughing, then crumbling into bone fragments. A clone. Entity Kimimaro discarded shard. Status replay shell. Memory source remote. No reward granted. The system paused. Then flashed a final message. Path unlocked trial of ascension. Next location arc entry bridge. The ladder that should not be climbed. The hill went still. And the figure on the cross? He didn't look at them. But for just a moment. He smiled. The ground didn't shake. The world didn't crack. It just stopped being a world. Grass curled inward, browning to ash mid-bend. The sky faded at the edges like wet ink soaking through paper, colors pulled away from their lines. Clouds thinned until they were pure white glyphs. The kind seen on old prophecy scrolls no one dared read anymore. Something had shifted. Not locally. Cosmically. System alert divine pillar collapse detected. Category Armageddon trigger. Justice order duality severed. The wall of good and evil has been destroyed. Hinata staggered mid-step. The glyph crown flared without command, reacting like a wounded nerve. Sasuke caught the sky flickering with red sigils. Yamino stopped walking. Her scroll unspooled on its own, as if trying to outrun what was about to happen. Naruto turned sharply, scanning the horizon. There, beyond the crumbling edge of the field, beyond the hill, beyond the nailed body, a stairway, not built, spawned. It arced straight into the air like a ribcage built from cathedral glass and war crime documentation, each stair etched with failed commandments. And at the top, a spire, a chamber, light bleeding from it seems like something tried to escape and couldn't. Sasuke clenched his jaw. We were too slow. Yamino's voice was thin. It wasn't a test. The whole chapel was a stall. Naruto's hands tightened. It was always him. The ark now hung directly above the world, but its underside was breaking apart. Not decaying, not corrupted, evacuating. Chunks of divine infrastructure fell like marble organs. Temple walls, half-folded glyphs, fractured stained glass. They didn't crash. They dissolved before hitting the ground, unable to remember what they used to be. Hinata looked up. Where's the wall? Sasuke turned. It's gone. There had once been a pillar in the sky. An impossibly tall blade of luminous stone, separating the clouds with its presence. The wall of good and evil. It was missing now. All that remained was a bleeding scar in the air, stitched together with broken oaths and the names of unburied gods. System failure, moral axis unstable. Scenario logic defaulting to observer stasis mode. World classification terminal, the wind stopped. The arc stopped falling, but the world kept unwinding. And at the very top of the spiral stairway that shouldn't have existed, a shape stood, tall, still, backlit by dying heaven. Kimimaro. Naruto's wings flicked into motion. Not glowing, not divine, just movement born from refusal. He stepped forward. We're ending it here. Sasuke followed, chakra bleeding from his fingers. I'm with you. Hinata placed one palm to the ground. Roots blooming beneath her feet in a perfect spiral. Let's go. Yamino didn't speak. She drew. They moved as one. Across the dead field. Toward the base of the stairway. The world collapsed around them. Petals folding into ash, relics evaporating mid-frame. The nailed man on the cross exhaled once. Finally. And his breath left a hole in the wind. The ark shuddered. Not from pain. From release. Because nothing was holding it in place anymore. The party hit the stairs at speed. Each step rejected them with a different trick. Naruto's skin peeled backward by a retroactive punishment seal. He forced the vector forward and reattached his flesh mid-stride. Sasuke's time was split. He existed 2 seconds behind himself and still moved forward by sheer calculation. Hinata's memory began resetting every 10 seconds. She bit her lip hard enough to scar a physical anchor. Yamino bled ink from her eyes. She let it fall, painting counterglyphs into the stairs as she ascended. They passed judgment. They passed expectation. They passed the system's right to stop them. And at the top, there he was, Kimimaro, standing alone in the open chamber of the ark's heart. The core of Eden glowed behind him. Held in stasis, wrapped in chains of scripture and light. The core pulsed once, alive, but fading, and Kimimaro turned to them. Not surprised, only disappointed. You climbed. He raised his arm. The bone claws were already forming. Kimimaro wasn't alone. He stood at the peak of the ark's chamber, silhouetted by the pulsing light of Eden's core. But the radiance didn't belong to him. It belonged to the being descending behind him. Wings stretched twice the width of the ark's heart, but didn't flap. They were frozen in mid-motion, sculpted from brass and ash, each feather etched with burning scripture. His face was half covered by a cracked helmet shaped like a saint's crown, and his eyes blazed with raw white flame that flickered inwards, consuming themselves. He landed with no sound, but the system cried out anyway. Entity registered Michael, the exiled blade. Class fallen archangel. Relation to scenario foreign deity. Intent termination of Eden, the room bent. Literally. Space folded inward, the floor trying to become steeper beneath their feet. The light bled into lines that no longer obeyed physics. Naruto stumbled for half a heartbeat. Sasuke caught him. Hinata raised her hand, chakra flooding to her fingertips in reflex. But Michael only looked at the core, and said this place was never holy. It was only suspended. Kimimaro didn't move. He just turned his head slightly toward the group as they reached the top platform. You're too late, he said. The wall is broken. The ark has no anchor. Eden is severed from judgment. Naruto stepped forward. I don't care about the system's balance. Sasuke drew his sword, electricity already coiling into his palm. I care about who survives. Michael's gaze met his. There is no survival. There is only release. He raised a hand, and the ark split. Not the structure. The arena. Light folded between them. Chains of fallen prophecy wrapped around the platform and dragged Hinata and Yamino backward, sealing them off behind a curtain of fractured glyphs. Naruto lunged. Too slow. A pressure field locked his motion vectors mid-surge. Sasuke blinked forward to cut the chain. But Michael touched the air once, and space shattered. When it cleared, the group had been severed cleanly. 2 sides of the ark now existed in tandem: Naruto and Sasuke, standing in the forward sanctum, facing Michael. Yamino and Hinata, trapped in the rear chamber, facing Kimimaro. Michael's platform, Core chamber, primary light axis. Sasuke flared with rage Jinshu. His left eye flickered. Black lines webbing outward as lightning burned across the floor. Plan. Naruto didn't respond at first. His wings opened. No glamour. No flame. Just motion. He reached down and reversed the decay vector of the floor beneath them, reinforcing it against whatever pressure was coming. By time. Don't die. Sasuke cracked a grin. Simple enough. Michael raised his sword. It wasn't a blade. It was a silhouette of what a sword had been. A weapon erased from memory, now swinging on principle. He moved. Sasuke intercepted midair. Two arcs clashed. Lightning versus absence. Hinata and Yumino's platform. Core chamber. Eden's rear lock. Kimimaro stood still, hands relaxed. He had no armor. No mask. Only bone growing from beneath his skin. Curling around his shoulders, coating his forearms like it belonged there. Hinata stepped forward. The crown glyph pulsed behind her, reacting to the presence of Eden's sealed heart. Why destroy it? She asked. Kimimaro tilted his head. It was never alive. It was containment. Michael is ending the lie. Yamino flicked her scroll. You say that like it's mercy. Kimimaro's expression didn't change. It is. Then he moved. Kimimaro didn't speak. He didn't threaten. He didn't prepare. He just moved. The ground beneath him convulsed as a wave of bones ruptured upward, the entire platform warping under the weight of the summoning. They didn't erupt from his body. They grew from the arc itself. Like this world had always been his to till. And now it was harvest season. There were no openings. The bones didn't come in lines or arcs. They came in sheets. Rising vertically, curling like rib cages, folding inward as if the arena itself was trying to swallow Hinata and Yamino. Yamino backstepped, tearing open 3 glyph scrolls in midair. Third layer deflection grids. Ink surged from her sleeves and slammed into the ground, forming a triangle of glowing sigils around her feet. Thin force walls flared up. Less shields, more rerouting planes. Bone met glyph. The first wave bounced. The second wave didn't. It curved. Kimimaro redirected the angle mid-flight, changing the gravitational weight of each bone shard. Yamino swore. He's bending the battlefield around his bones. Hinata responded by slamming both palms into the earth. No seals. No chant. Just command. Mokuton iron bark uplift. Thickwood erupted in response. Senja made, chakra saturated, knotted and reinforced by sage energy drawn from the living world. It met the third wave of bones like a jaw snapping shut. But the wood groaned. The bones hissed. They didn't collide. They eroded. Hinata's wall began to rot from the point of contact. Each bone carried death upon touch. Not venom. Not chakra. Something worse. A decay of integrity. As if the bones weren't meant to kill flesh. They were meant to unmake structure. Don't get hit, Hinata said simply. She didn't sound scared. She sounded like someone narrating the rules of a death game. Yamino leapt into the air, scroll wrapping around her like a sash, ink pen in her hand. She couldn't stop the battlefield, but she could write space around it. Fourth sequence isolation script. 7 black-rimmed glyphs exploded into place around Kimimaro, circling midair in a containment ring. They slammed downward. Kimimaro was gone. He reappeared above her, bones bursting from his knees and feet. He kicked once. She parried with her scroll, ink hardening mid-frame. Blocking just enough, but her sleeve tore. A bone shard grazed her arm. She didn't scream. She just watched her skin go gray. Veins darkened. The flesh sagged slightly. A spiderweb of microfractures spread from the impact point. Decay vector, she muttered. Not chakra-based. No resistance protocol. Hinata moved. Faster than before. The air shuddered around her as the avatar flare activated. She glowed briefly with the memory of herself across countless incarnations, each whispering strength into her hands. The ground beneath her responded. Senju Sage Mode, deep root activation. Her feet left a trail of glowing vines. Every pulse of movement carried her faster. Every step a controlled quake of focused momentum. She reached Kimimaro midair and slammed both fists upward. One hitting his elbow, the other striking a bone ridge forming near his chest. Impact. Kimimaro blocked, twisting his own shoulder out of joint to redirect the force. He didn't fall. He spun sideways, flicked his fingers once, and summoned thousands of new bones in an instant. They formed a helix around the battlefield, swirling like a hurricane made from ossified judgment. Yamino dropped to one knee. There's too many, she hissed. Hinata raised her arms. Then we burn them. She breathed in, and the air grew thicker. Her skin darkened to bark. Her eyes pulsed gold. Not Sharingan. Not anything divine. Just pure, natural chakra filtered through 1,000 lives of cultivation. Mokuton Ashwood Flame Bloom. She swept her arm horizontally. A forest exploded across the battlefield. Every branch surged outward and ignited mid-growth. Sage flames crawling over the vines like wildfire guided by will. It met the bone storm and clashed like tidal waves. Sparks. Dust. Shattered marrow. Kimimaro fell from midair, landing inside the field. But not harmed. He reached down, touched one tree root. It grayed instantly, then collapsed. Even sagewood, Hinata muttered. Yamino stood beside her now, bleeding from one wrist. She pulled a black scroll. I can hold him for 6 seconds. Hinata nodded. Give me 5. Yamino raised her brush. Script wound the world. She stabbed the ink downward. The scroll unfolded, ink pouring into the floor like water. Kimimaro paused mid-step. The bones around him shook. Gravity reversed. Every bone launched upward, then slammed downward, pinning him under their own unnatural mass. For 6 seconds, he didn't move. Hinata raised both palms. Energy gathered around her like tree roots curling through her arms. Senju final art. Burial root memory implosion. She punched the ground. A single spike of chakra-choked wood rose from beneath Kimimaro. Fast, straight, fatal, impact. It hit. The floor exploded. But Kimimaro wasn't there. Only bone. A clone of his ribcage and spine, left behind like a skin. From above, Kimimaro dropped, fresh bones blooming from his back in winged formations. You're both exceptional, he said as he fell. But I've already started burying this world. The bones laughed. Not with voice. With sound. Thousands of ivory shards clattered together in rhythm as Kimimaro descended. Wings of sharpened marrow flared wide. His body split open with fresh growths. Armored plating sprouting from his spine, ribs extending outward like open arms. He crashed into Hinata's forest with both fists. And the trees screamed. The flame-wreathed branches bent under his landing. Roots recoiled. The forest shuddered like something ancient and proud had been disrespected. Kimimaro didn't hesitate. He slammed his palms to the ground and brought forth a forest of his own. Mokutan, huh? Heh, let's see how it holds up against me. A tidal wave of bone trees erupted from beneath him, spreading in every direction. Towering constructs of calcified death pierced the battlefield. Ribcage trunks, jawbone canopies, vertebrae vines that swung like reaper's scythes. They tore through Hinata's ashwood flame bloom like it was a painting scratched off glass. Each tree was hollow, but alive. Each pulse of chakra through the bones corroded her forest on contact. The roots clashed beneath the surface. Living wood and cursed marrow colliding like gods had been buried in opposite directions. Hinata dropped back, her arms splintered from the backlash. Kimimaro laughed. Not cruel, not mocking, just joyful. Oh, now this is what I've missed. He spun once, shoulder blades cracking, and hurled 2 femur-length spears like darts. One at Yamino, one at Hinata. Hinata rolled right, caught the spear with a wall of root, and winced as it corroded through the center like acid. Yamino didn't move. She lifted her scroll in one clean motion and wrote a single glyph midair. The spear hit it, and dissolved into smoke. Kimimaro's eyes gleamed. You're both really dancing now. Bones surged behind him like ocean waves. They climbed his back, formed into a massive spinal hydra. 5 heads made of fused ribs and jawbones, each extending on a neck of twisted calcium. I've killed gods slower than this. But you? He grinned, fangs showing between bone-covered cheeks. You're actually trying to make me work. One of the heads lunged. Yamino flicked her pen upward. Barrier glyph. The head shattered through the first seal, cracked, then stopped. Yamino bled from the nose. Hinata was already moving. Senju-style avatar step. 100-fold echo. Her body blurred. For one moment, thousands of past lives overlapped with her form. She moved like every warrior she had ever been. Kimimaro howled with delight. Yes. He rushed her. The field exploded. Bone forest versus living forest. Each step they took ripped the floor open. Hinata's roots coiled around her arms, trailing leaves and fire. Kimimaro's bones tore upward like drills, crashing into her defense with mechanical precision. She slammed her palm into his chest. Impact. For once, he staggered. Not in pain. In excitement. That's it. That's what I wanted. He backflipped. Midair, inverted. And ripped his spine out. Not metaphor. Literal. He tore his spine from his back like a whip, reshaped it in one motion, and spun it over his head. A bone flail. He landed. And charged. Yamino screamed Hinata. But Hinata was already responding. Mokutan Crimson Briarwall. A net of sage charge vines exploded outward. The flail slammed into it. Splinters of chakra and bone flew in every direction, enough to pierce stone, enough to level trees. Enough to break ribs. Hinata's body folded from the blow, flung backward through 2 root pillar trunks. She tumbled, staggered, stopped, but did not fall. Kimimaro stood at the center of his forest now, arms spread, covered in blood that wasn't his. Armor cracked, one eye leaking gray. Still smiling. You're still standing? He called. You're still giving me that look? He planted his flail. Bones rose behind him, forming thrones, jagged sculptures, twisted gray markers. His forest hissed. He spoke, quieter now. I don't care about Eden. I don't care about judgment. I don't even care if the world lives or dies. He pulled a spear from the ground. I just want someone strong enough to make me bleed. He turned the weapon over in his palm. So if you've got more left. He grinned. Then don't die yet. Hinata wiped blood from her lip. The crown behind her flared. Yumino's ink turned black, and the sky above the ark groaned. The battlefield was unrecognizable. The ark's upper sanctum had become a garden of violence. Nothing green, nothing pure. Just a forest of white bone, stretching toward the ceiling like a funeral pyre caught mid-growth. Hinata bled from her ribs. Yumino's scroll was torn down the middle. The ground cracked beneath their feet. And Kimimaro? He was still smiling. He moved like joy personified. Every leap carved the air with motion. Every bone he summoned screamed from the strain of chakra moving too fast. He wasn't attacking them. He was inviting them. Come on, he roared, hurling 2 spears of marrow twisted into a double helix. You've lasted longer than any of the angels ever did. Hinata dodged one, ducked under the second, slammed her palm into the ground. Roots burst upward, grabbing at his feet. He twisted midair and spun into a dropkick. Both heels tipped with jagged femur stubs. She blocked with an arm, and the bark plating peeled backward from the impact, vines splintering as rot bloomed along the surface. Kimimaro landed and pivoted. Your body's cracking, he said. Your chakra's stuttering. One more hit and you're mulch, Senju. He turned to Yamino next. You, he said, voice calmer now. You're clever. I like clever. You've been riding defenses instead of trying to stop me. You're the type that survives long enough to learn something important. Yamino stood slowly, arms trembling. Her pen dripped black ink, her scroll barely held together by chakra thread. I'm not trying to learn, she said. I'm trying to write you out. Kimimaro blinked, then laughed. Good. That's the spirit. But something in his laugh twisted her thoughts sideways. The bones. The rot. The way the world obeyed him, but his body didn't. Yumino's ink sparked. She remembered something he'd said. I just want someone strong enough to make me bleed. He didn't fear pain. He welcomed it. That wasn't a weakness. But it was a lever. She rolled her scroll tighter. Stepped into his range. Hinata shouted her name. Yumino ignored it. She ran at Kimimaro. Ink pooling behind her feet in lines. Glyphs snapping open around her legs like she was walking through paper-thin doors. Kimimaro raised his spine flail with one hand, dragging it across the floor like a promise. You're charging me head-on? Yumino grinned. No, I'm charging your bone. She jumped, flipped over him, and slammed her brush into one of the spears sticking out of the ground nearby. The ink ignited on impact, coating the marrow with a spiraling glyph target reciprocal vectorization. Kimimaro turned. What the hell is? Hinata moved. Senju art swing judgment. Fall shadow bind. Roots caught Kimimaro's ankle for a half second. He snapped the hold instantly. But that second was enough. Yumino twisted her pen and yelled now. Kimimaro spun, preparing another throw, and grabbed his own bone, the one tagged with her ink. He hurled it directly toward Yumino's chest. She raised her scroll. Didn't block. Just whispered reflect. The air warped. The bone didn't stop. It turned mid-flight. Looping back, forced by Yumino's counterglyphs, now guided like a railgun of pure command. It struck Kimimaro through the side of his ribcage, bypassing his armor, embedding halfway into his own body. He staggered. Not from pain. From shock. He looked down. Touched the shard. It wasn't bleeding. It was gray. The rot had activated. His own bone. His own death. The decay that had eaten forests and burned sage trees from inside was now in him. Yumino dropped to one knee. Hinata limped beside her, arm wrapped in bark. They both watched as Kimimaro slowly stood straighter. His expression didn't change. His grin remained. But his eyes? They flickered. Just once. Like something caught him off guard. The marrow around the wound darkened. The veins beneath his skin stiffened. The flail dropped from his hand. But he didn't fall. Clever, he said. Not angry. Just delighted. Then the decay spread to his chest. He cracked his neck. The air warped around him again. But he didn't lunge. He didn't move. He just stood there. Smiling, spine twisting again, body shaking with a mix of excitement and something else. Something less stable. His voice rasped. Not weak. Just more real than before. Let's see how much of me dies before I kill the both of you. He took one step forward. And the rot crept higher. The air above Eden was no longer sky. It was judgment, liquefied and burning. Each breath Naruto and Sasuke took tasted like sterilized blood. Like prayer ash, like old steel washed clean by flame and denial. The arc was rupturing. The wall was gone. The system couldn't remember which direction morality pointed anymore. Only one thing remained upright. The angel standing before them, framed by the fading glow of the core. Michael, the exiled blade. Wings unfurled. Face unreadable. Sword made of memory he had chosen to forget. Your fight is with me, Naruto said. His voice cut across the silence like friction. Michael tilted his head. No, he replied. My fight was with Eden. You were just what's left. He stepped forward. His motion bent the world. The floor folded with every step. Pressure dislocating time around his body. His presence wasn't heavy. It was absolute. Like you had already lost the moment you looked at him. Sasuke vanished. One moment, grounded. The next. Airborne, Reijinshi crawling across his limbs, heat static ripping around his outline like storm wind in a bottle. He reappeared above Michael and dropped like a spear, lightning blade arcing straight for the spine. Michael didn't move. He just pivoted his sword without turning his body, catching Sasuke's strike mid-fall and throwing him sideways without touch. The blade didn't clash. It commanded. Sasuke crashed through 2 layers of scaffolding. Naruto was already there. He surged up from below, vectors spiraling down his legs in tight corkscrews. Small, coiled forces designed to force gaps into Michael's defense. He didn't aim for the heart. He aimed for the space beside it. Left palm forward, he reached and touched the angel's arm. For a split second, control passed to him. Naruto twisted Michael's bone density vector, adding impossible weight to the angel's right arm. Michael's sword dipped. Victory? No, the angel let it dip. Then released the weight by cutting the moment in half. Literally. He slashed the second Naruto created with his power. Time shivered. Naruto was thrown backward. Not physically. His internal chronology fractured, his body unsensed for half a breath. He dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his ears. Michael lowered his sword. There is no vector you can impose that I have not endured. He looked up. Your abilities are clever, but I am not a system. I am the thing the system prayed to when it still thought it was right. Sasuke blinked beside Naruto. Eyes burning black. Voice low. He's not blocking. He's editing. Naruto spat blood and stood. I don't care. He raised his hand. Let's overwrite the editor. They moved. Together. Sasuke blurred into afterimages, Raijincha peeling his body into light form. His sword split into mirror glyphs. Burned seals of his own wrath, fragments of Indra's sigil refracted into raw voltage. He aimed not at Michael, but at the air around him, striking pressure vectors where the angel's future would intersect. Naruto followed on his flank. No wind, just massless force. Manipulated inertia, death in pure application. His fingers glowed blue-white, then dimmed into black as he twisted the lifespan of Michael's left wing, attempting to force decay from the joint outward. For a moment, a single feather grayed. Michael turned his head. The sword moved. The platform exploded. Naruto hit a wall made of divine scripting. Sigils he'd never seen, written in a language that didn't speak so much as accuse. Sasuke reversed his lightning vector, shot backward, and re-anchored his body midair with a burst of charged static. Their opponent hovered now, wings half lowered. Not smug. Not angry. Just waiting. You are impressive, Michael said. But it won't matter. I've watched countless worlds burn in the name of hope. He raised his blade. I'll end this one in the name of clarity. Naruto cracked his neck. Then try. Sasuke pointed his blade upward. Because I've never once let someone stronger than me walk away. The arc groaned. The core behind Michael flared. And round two began. Sasuke didn't hesitate. The moment Naruto stepped forward, he stepped back. His body sparked with violet Raijinchu. Black seal swirled across his arms. His shadow split down the center, cracking like an old scar. From it, dark Sasuke emerged. Cloak shredded, eyes cold. Not corrupted. Resigned. They didn't speak. Sasuke raised his hand, palm toward himself. Dark Sasuke nodded. They merged. The lightning collapsed inward, muscle folding into steel, chakra coiling into shape. Sasuke's form compressed into a blade of living storm, black as void, outlined in flickering plasma. A katana. Longer than finality had ever been. Curved like moonlight bent around anger. A weapon built to defy heaven. Naruto caught it midfall. The grip recognized him. And the storm held. Michael moved. No fanfare. Just speed. One wing dipped, and he blurred forward. Angelic mass compressed into his zero-frame dash, sword raised. Naruto was already there. He called his blades. Not Tear of Heaven. Not Shatterfang. Those were gone. Only two remained. In his right hand, eternity. A blade of endless recursion, mirrored surface reflecting every future you'd never live. In his left, epilogue. A black gold sword pulsing with dying story light, its edge whispering of endings yet to be carved. He slammed the two together. No chant. No ceremony. Just purpose. The fusion ignited. Finality. Not a sword. A command. And Sasuke? Still in his left hand. The blade hummed with hate for everything divine. Michael's sword came down. Naruto stepped forward, rotated both wrists. Clang. Finality caught the blow. Sasuke blade slashed across Michael's thigh, tearing white armor, forcing a recoil. Michael didn't grunt. He rotated midair, blade dragging light behind him, and stabbed again. Naruto met him. Cross block. Left hand, Sasuke, parried the shaft. Right hand, finality, came up under. Slashing into Michael's ribs. Sparks. Light. Fractured armor. Michael dropped. Only for a moment. He twisted backward, one wing launching feathers. They hardened into javelins mid-flight, arcing in tight angles around the combat zone. Naruto backstepped, tossed Sasuke blade into the air, spinning, and used finality to slice 3 javelins in one stroke. The fourth curved. Naruto redirected its velocity with a vector swipe and caught Sasuke blade on the rebound. Spun, double slashed forward. Michael caught the first, dodged the second, parried the third. On the fourth, he blocked too late. Sasuke's edge bit into his left wing joint, snapping something metallic and organic at once. Michael's eyes narrowed, not from pain, from calculation. He countered. A perfect riposte. Naruto ducked under it. Vector boosted his movement, shifted forward half a meter, landed behind Michael. Both blades spun. X-strike. Michael turned and blocked with the flat of his sword, but not fast enough. Finality grazed his cheek. Sasuke slashed into the small of his back. He dropped one knee. Fused angel form, Naruto muttered, panting. Dense structure. Too rigid. Sasuke spoke through the blade. Voice like wind behind thunder. Then shatter the rhythm. Naruto stepped. He rushed Michael again. Feint high. Vector pivot low. Finality came in on a crescent arc, blindingly fast. Michael ducked. But that wasn't the real attack. Naruto tossed Finality straight up and stabbed Sasuke blade into the floor. Energy ignited outward. A lightning field exploded in every direction, a snare net of raw rage ensue. Michael was caught for half a second. It was enough. Finality came down. From above. A divine guillotine. Michael looked up. Too late. It struck his shoulder. Armor split. Feathers flew. His sword dropped. He blinked backward, retrieving his weapon in one hand. Now bleeding. One wing folded. The other flickered, barely stable. He lifted his chin. You're not wielding weapons, Michael said. You're wielding each other. Naruto raised both blades. Exactly. Michael bled. His shoulder was cracked open, one wing crippled, the armor around his chest warped and dulling. But he didn't retreat. He floated in the air like a broken seraph, light peeling off him in thin streams, his blade burning white-hot with righteous decay. Naruto stood below, gripping eternity in epilogue, sweat falling from his brow like he was burning himself just to stay standing. Sasuke's blade body still pulsed with rage ensue in his left hand, slightly dimmer now. But unwavering. They weren't outmatched. They were close. Too close. And Michael knew it. Then Naruto blinked. And the world inside him opened. Not through memory. Not through hope. Through Foxtail. POV shift. System level true root access granted. Begin integration cycle retrieval. 1600 shadowed turns. Merging core Naruto Uzumaki. Warning cognitive overflow imminent. Accept override. Do it. Override accepted. Naruto exhaled. And everything returned. The 1600 versions of himself. Every death. Every trial. Every world. Every hand he couldn't hold. Every sword that broke in his grasp. Every time Sasuke walked away. Every time Hinata looked back. Every version of Michael that killed him. He remembered them all. And then he looked down at the blade in his right hand Finality. At the blade in his left Sasuke, still fused, still burning, still loyal. Naruto narrowed his eyes. And he chose. He let eternity and epilogue go. The two blades floated in midair. Glowing. Finality trembled. Sasuke's blade form sharpened. And Naruto reached into the rift of stored reality and pulled. The three swords collided midair. And the world bent. No explosion. No flash. Just compression. Like a story realizing it had only one ending left. When the light cleared, Naruto held a single weapon. It was long and slightly curved, forged from blackened eternity, bleeding epilogue, and the living wrath of Sasuke's oblivion. Its edge shimmered with a thin line of pure story light. The hilt was wrapped in white cloth, torn from the sleeve of a uniform he no longer remembered wearing. The name came not from the system, not from a god, not from a fragment. It came from him. O Keeper. Michael watched the fusion. His eyes narrowed. Not in rage. In recognition. A weapon born of betrayal, he said. Naruto raised it. No. A weapon born to end it. Michael moved. Naruto moved faster. Clash. Michael's blade met O Keeper. And bent. Not from pressure. From principle. Naruto rotated once. Cut across the angel's torso. Spun the blade through his other palm. Reverse gripped. Then stabbed upward into the base of Michael's left wing. Sparks. Divine sigils burst and shattered. Michael dropped. Naruto chased. Mid-air, vector shifting forward, he vanished from Michael's sight. Reappeared above him. And slashed down. Michael blocked. But O Keeper wasn't just a blade. It was a command chain. Each stroke carried a fragment of Sasuke's predictive combat rhythm. And Naruto's calculated force control. And the pain of all 1600 endings that never reached peace. The sword struck. And for the first time, Michael screamed. Michael rose, but not under his own power. The air beneath him lifted him like strings of divine light still trying to obey their last order. His wings were half shredded. Blood. Real blood, not script. Dripped from a gash under his collarbone. One eye flickered with white static, and his blade trembled in his grip, unstable. He looked down at Naruto, the boy with one sword. But not just a sword. O Keeper. Forged from ending, forged from loyalty, forged from truth. Michael exhaled, and the halo behind him cracked, splitting into burning shards of judgment that hung in the air like stilled comets. I see, Michael said softly. You're not here to protect Eden. You're here to end it cleanly. Naruto said nothing. He stepped forward. And disappeared. One instant standing. The next he was above Michael, mid-spin. O Keeper dragging a spiral of blue light in its wake. Aerial whip slice. A falling arc that crashed through Michael's upper guard, forcing him down. Naruto didn't touch the ground. He vanished again. Reappeared behind. 2 slashes and a cross. Horizontal. Vertical. Light exploded off the blade like gravity was being pulled toward the cuts. Michael turned, barely blocking. Too late for the third. A rising slash that lifted both of them into the air. They spiraled above the arc's core. Burning glass below them. Nothing but broken heavens above. Naruto raised his hand. A pulse ignited around Oath Keeper's hilt. 6 orbs of chakra spiraled behind him, each representing a core memory, a past turn, a lost name. He surged forward. O Keeper split into afterimages. Dozens of them. Each swung through a different trajectory, each burning like a comet trail. Michael swung once. It wasn't enough. The blade barrage landed. First, second, 12th, 20th. Michael was knocked back by the weight of them, not the power. Because every slash wasn't just force. It was a life Michael had taken. Naruto dropped beneath him. The orbs behind his back collapsed inward, and he shot upward like a cannon. A full spinning rising slash that carved straight through Michael's chest. White fire blasted out from the wound. Michael's wings flared open reflexively, but Naruto didn't let up. Mid-air, he twisted again. A wide arcing cut that formed a circle in the sky. A ring of blue-white chakra that froze in place, and then collapsed into a spiral slash, dragging Michael into the center of the impact. They dropped. Straight down. Naruto inverted mid-fall. One hand extended behind him, building force. The other gripping O-Keeper tight. And at the last moment, he threw the blade straight into Michael's heart. Silence. A sharp ring. A beat. Then, a pulse of light erupted from Michael's chest, shattering the arc platform in all directions. The explosion didn't burn. It simply removed. Naruto landed, feet skidding against nothing. O-Keeper returned to his hand, bloodied, glowing. Michael hovered above him, his wings gone. No sword. No armor. His mouth opened once. I remember you now. He smiled, weakly. You were always going to be the one to do it. His body fractured. From the inside. First his ribs, then his spine, then his expression. Not sad. Just finished. Michael closed his eyes. And dissolved into radiant dust. Boss defeated Michael, the exiled blade. World classification Eden lockdown overridden. Scenario update in progress. You have obtained key to the forbidden scripture. Next objective, retrieve the core of Eden. Naruto didn't smile. He looked down at O-Keeper. Then behind him, toward the hallway where Hinata and Yamino still fought for their lives. Kimimaro staggered. One knee buckled. The bone that pierced his side continued to rot. His own cursed marrow turning against him, gray veins crawling up his torso. His smile faded, but not from pain. From clarity. He lifted his gaze toward Hinata and Yamino. Both collapsed, bloodied, but alive. He raised one arm anyway. A final attack. He whispered something neither of them could hear. And then, Naruto appeared. There was no flash of light. No wind. Just intention. O-Keeper in hand. No word spoken. The blade raised. Kimimaro turned. Naruto brought it down. And it stopped. Cold. Steel met skin. But didn't cut. Because it was caught. By a hand. A single, gloved hand. The corridor behind him hadn't opened. It had peeled into existence, like the Ark was too ashamed to admit it had hidden something that ancient. And from it stepped a shadow wrapped in silence. Long dark ropes. Hair like night frozen mid-flow. Eyes unreadable beneath the fire-warped sky. Madara Uchiha. He held O-Keeper in one hand. Not forced. Not struggling. Just held it, between thumb and palm. The blade trembled. It hummed, nearly fighting him. But Madara didn't bleed. Didn't bend. And with his other hand, he reached forward, behind Kimimaro, into the core of Eden, and took it. The core pulsed once in resistance. White light. Golden circuitry. Scripture blood. The final memory of what once was right. Madara yanked it free. No effort. No permission. Hinata screamed. No. Yamino raised a glyph. Too late. Kimimaro collapsed. Madara didn't look at him. Naruto snarled, pushing harder against the caught blade. Give it back. Madara finally spoke. No. The core's light dimmed in his grip. It belonged here. This world needed it. And now it was gone. Naruto swung again. Madara turned. Corridor opening beside him, void black and pulsing with anti-light. He stepped through. Paused once. Looked back over his shoulder. I told you once, boy. This world doesn't need salvation. It needs a witness. The corridor closed behind him. He was gone. Silence. The core was missing. Eden had no spine now. No breath. No judgment. No weight. Kimimaro's body faded into chalk-like dust. And the arc above stopped glowing. Yumino fell to her knees. He got away with it. Hinata lowered her head, barely breathing. Naruto didn't fall. He turned. Walked toward the hill again. Past the broken bones. Past the ruined forest. Back to the place where it all began. The cross was still there. Empty. But not silent. Naruto stood in front of it, blade still in hand. Oathkeeper's tip touched the ground. He looked up at the wood. At the bloodstains that never faded. At the ropes. At the hole in the sky above it. Then, he stabbed the sword into the earth. Chakra pulsed. Blue light surged through the ground in a perfect seal spiral, covering the hilltop in concentric arcs. Then again, another ring. And another. Oathkeeper locked in place, buried deep, humming. System intervention. Unregistered protocol. Sealing initiated world heart barrier, class forbidden. Eden's root scar preserved. External influence denied. Naruto stepped back. I couldn't stop them. Yumino stood beside him. But we can stop them on the next world. Hinata nodded, chest rising and falling like each breath was a battle one. Naruto looked to the horizon. Then back at the cross. I won't let this happen again. He turned away. Oathkeeper still buried. The hill behind them would go dark soon. Into stasis. Unmoving. Protected. And the war would continue. And with that, the Garden of Thrones closes. But don't let the silence fool you. This wasn't the climax. It was the door. Madara has taken the core. Kimimura's part is done. For now. And Michael left something behind that hasn't even begun to burn. This is only the beginning of the world's arc. A war that will now spill across every pantheon, every divine world, every forgotten myth. The mytho worlds are real, alive, and watching. Greek, Shinto, Egyptian, Norse, Christian, outer realms beyond even those. And now, they've been exposed to the theft of godhood, to the fall of Eden. This arc will expand the cosmology of otherworldly rendering to a scale you haven't seen before. We're going full tilt from here. Let's see who remembers how to be divine. See you in chapter 36. Way to the dawn there were no horns, no thunder, no triumphant music, just a system alert. Emergency scenario override. Global address requested. Broadcast level unclassified. Speaker. Override accepted. Now broadcasting. Across all pantheons. Across all scenarios. No matter the tier. Whether players were caught in boss fights, trials, or hiding underground. Whether they were burning in Egypt's labyrinths or climbing Olympus's rigged ladders. Whether they knelt before Azura or fled from the twin hungers. The voice reached them. Steady. Worn. Sharp enough to bleed. And it began. I know you're scared. Because I am too. Naruto stood in the middle of a dying seal circle, wind coiling around Oathkeeper's buried hilt, staring into the horizon where the last of the ark's light had faded. He didn't yell. He didn't whisper. His voice just reached. They've taken the core of Eden. The thing that held this world together. And now, they're going to take yours. I'm not here to give you good news. I don't have any. You're going to lose people. Worlds will fall. You're not ready. We weren't either. Across Olympus, the demigods paused in mid-duel. In the Garden of Reeds, the gods of Nile clutched their scenario scrolls tighter. Within collapsed monasteries, among corrupted churches and burning totems, the survivors listened. Even Akatsuki members looked up. Even Madara paused. But listen to me. Right now, the only thing you can have is hope. He raised his head, looking at the stars. Hope is the one thing they can't predict. It doesn't obey the rules. It isn't written into your fable. It's not in your sponsor contract. It's not in the scenario timer. It lives in you anyway. The words bled into the world. Like someone had finally reminded it was still allowed to breathe. I've died more times than I've ever lived. I've watched the people I love burn while the gods laughed. I've walked alone in every possible future. But I'm still here. Not because I'm strong. Because I'm still hoping you'll get to live. So I'm offering something. To every world touched by Akatsuki. To every scenario that's been broken. To every player crawling through a nightmare with no ending. We will come. You're not alone anymore. Global System Alert Worldwide Alliance request from outside node. Sender Naruto Uzumaki, Rogue Fable Carrier. Alignment unsponsored unchained. Message attached the hand that still reaches. Do you accept his hand? Yes, no. Naruto took a breath, then gave the last part. And this time, he yelled, fight. Even if you don't believe you'll win. Even if you're going to die. Even if the world calls you a failure. Stand up. Raise your weapons. And prove to the system that you were never just a line in a script. Hope. Even if it kills you. The system locked. The wind howled. The worlds listened. And in the silence after more than 1,000 screens answered. Yes. 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 The next war would not be fought in silence. Naruto had spoken. The multiverse had heard. The stars were quiet. But his voice still echoed. Across torn battlefields. Across half-dead temples. Across pantheon worlds so hollow they forgot how to pray. Naruto kept speaking. Not softer. Louder. Some of you think this doesn't matter anymore. That it's all meaningless. That no matter what dreams you had, what prayers you offered, what life you fought to protect. None of it matters if you're buried under a mountain or torn apart in the next update. He stepped forward, wind circling his ankles, voice sharpening. And you're right. Everyone dies someday. The system will kill you, or the Akatsuki will, or your own hope will collapse from the weight. He stopped, hands clenched. Oathkeeper trembled behind him, still buried in the cross-shaped seal. But does that mean life is meaningless? Was there no meaning in our being born? Was there no meaning in fighting for your team? In holding the line for someone who had one less second to survive? He looked up, not at the sky, at everyone listening. Would you say that of our fallen? Would you say that of the ones who died screaming in the first scenario, in the second, in the 35th, in the garden, in the hells? Would you say their lives meant nothing just because they ended? No. His voice cracked now, not with weakness, with rage. They weren't meaningless. They were ours. They died before us. They trusted us. They gave us this breath. This step. This heartbeat. He pointed behind him, to the hill where the cross still stood, to the place where the ark had broken, to the blood still soaked into the ground. It's us who gives meaning to their lives. The brave fallen. The anguished fallen. The players who never reached the mid-game. We are the ones who remain. And the ones who remain. We are the rebellion. Wind exploded outward. All across the multiverse, fragments of the seal at Naruto's feet sparked in every scenario. A resonance. Not a faith. A fury. So rebel. If the gods won't fight for you, fight them. If the system wants you silent, scream louder. If Akatsuki comes to erase your story, write a better one. He shouted now. No calm. Just the truth. All of you. Rage. All of you. Scream. All of you. Fight. He paused. For the first time since the broadcast began, Naruto stopped speaking, and in that moment of silence, across frozen temples, suffocating towers, broken churches and pantheons choking on their own myths, you could hear the weight of it, the hesitation, the breath caught in his throat. And then, he spoke again. I'm sorry. The world blinked. The ones who had dared to hope for salvation lowered their eyes. Somewhere, a young boy holding a broken blade sat back down. A girl clutched her sibling tighter and thought, we were wrong. Even Akatsuki soldiers narrowed their eyes. I got your hopes up. I made it sound like we won something, like we had a chance. But the core of Eden is gone. The Ark is dead. This world is going into stasis. And the Akatsuki are still moving. They're already on their way to the next one. He laughed bitterly. Dry and short. So? No, this isn't the part where I tell you everything's going to be okay. I don't know if it is. He bowed his head, hands shaking. Where are you right now? Maybe you're hiding. Maybe you're watching someone die. Maybe you're praying to gods who've already turned away. And I know what you're thinking. Who is this? Who the hell is this guy playing hero, telling us to fight, when he couldn't even stop what just happened? He looked up again. And this time, his voice broke. I'm just a nobody. I'm just someone who's lost too many people to count. I failed thousands of times. I've died more than I've lived. I was never meant to lead anyone, even giving this speech. I only took the job because no one else would. I'm not strong. I'm not brave. I'm scared out of my mind. And in corners of the world, people lowered their heads, not because they were ashamed, but because it sounded too familiar, because it felt like he was speaking the fear in their own hearts. I want to run away. I want to hide somewhere and wait for someone else to fix this. But there's no one coming. And if I run now, it means everyone I've lost really did die for nothing. He breathed in again, and the air shook, because this time he didn't ask for permission. He screamed. So I'm not running. I'm scared and tired and small, but I will not run. Even if all I can do is stand here and scream until my throat bleeds. I'll do it. His fists clenched. His knuckles split. Blood ran down his palms into the seal below the cross. So let me ask you again. Where are you now? Are you curled up alone? Are you holding on to someone who's still breathing? Is the person next to you a stranger you've only known for a few hours? He exhaled. The words now softer, like he was speaking to one person at a time. Can you look at them? Can you look at their face? Are they scared? Crying? Trying to smile just so you won't cry too? Then remember what their real smile looks like. Because this isn't the one they deserve. Somewhere, someone did look, and saw the cracks forming in the face of the person they loved most. Is this acceptable to you? In shelters, in temples, across mytho-worlds crumbling at the seams. No, someone whispered. No, another voice said louder. And Naruto answered them, it's not acceptable to me either. The people I love. The ones I've lost, the ones still alive. I won't forgive the world for making them look like this. I won't forgive the Akatsuki for doing this to you. His voice rose again. But now, it didn't shake. It burned. I want to run, but I won't. I want to cry, but I can't. The enemy is strong, but they are wrong. And as long as they are wrong, I will fight. Even if I lose. Even if no one remembers me. I will fight. He pointed toward the sky, then toward the cross, then toward the dying sun over the Garden of Thrones. And I want you to fight too. Another pause. Then. But not with swords. Not with blood. Fight by lifting your head. By not looking down. Fight by reaching for the hand next to you. Even if it's a stranger. Especially if it is. Because if you can do that, then you're already stronger than I ever was. His voice dimmed, quieter now, but no less clear. If you can look at the person beside you and decide not to give up, then we've already won something. Because the system can take everything, but it can't take that. Then finally, he looked directly at the coreless sky. Please, help me believe I'm not the only coward who still wants to stand. The line hung open. No sound followed. No response from the gods. No reward from the system. Just, you're not, someone whispered aloud. And somewhere else. We haven't given up, said another. And then the cheers came. Soft, but spreading, like fire across dry paper. Until the worlds themselves trembled with the echo. Your message has been received. All across the system. The fight is not over. System broadcast complete. Naruto Uzumaki has become a named entity across 89 scenarios. The fable, the voice that spoke to a dying world, is now taking root. The rebellion has begun. The seal beneath the cross still pulsed. But Naruto's voice had gone silent. Not because he was done speaking, but because now it was time to act. System response pending. Replies from multi-world nodes received. Filtering scenarios under threat of invasion. Akatsuki presence detected. World 01 Asgard, Norse Pantheon. World 02 Olympus, Greek Pantheon. World 03 Duat, Egyptian Afterlife Layer. World 04 Takamagara, Shinto Divine Capital. World 05 Devaloka, Hindu Heavens, 5 messages. 5 worlds bleeding myth. Each one fracturing. Some had already begun to fall, and some had already been claimed. Naruto stood atop the ark's husk, the wind howling around him. Hinata limped forward, Yamino beside her, both still half-burned and half awake from the battle with Kimimaro. Sasuke had reverted to his human form, leaning on his blade, not saying much, but listening. The system's sigils hovered in the air, floating maps of 5 broken cosmos. Yumino pressed her hand against the nearest glyph. Olympus. There's a storm forming over Athena's temple. Too precise. That's not divine. It's strategic. Hinata turned to another. This one's glowing from beneath. Do it. They're already inside the afterlife. That's a direct assault on rebirth. Sasuke pointed to the Norse world. They'll attack Yggdrasil's root systems first. Sever the future from the past. Naruto nodded. This is it, he said. They're spreading too fast. We can't go together. A pause. No one disagreed. Then we split. Yumino raised her hand. I'll take Olympus. I already know some of their logic. We'll need someone who can break their scenario seals. Hinata sent me to do it. Their cycle of judgment mirrors the Shinja framework. I can delay them. Sasuke didn't ask. He simply walked toward the Norse gate. I'll take Asgard. If they want to test strength through blood, they picked the wrong god to mess with. Naruto looked at the final 2. He turned to the air and spoke. Minato. A pause. A flicker. A tear opened in space. A transmission sigil. One way, but alive. Naruto spoke clearly. Father, I know you've stayed quiet, but we need you now. Takamagara is under threat. Shinto laws are collapsing. If you're there, if you can hear me, go. Protect them the way I couldn't protect Eden. He turned to the last world. Devaloka. He touched the sigil. It didn't respond. Just shimmered. He stepped toward it. Alone. I'll go here. The others looked at him. Yumino nodded. Hinata didn't argue. Sasuke grunted. Then we'll meet after. Of course. But none of them moved yet. They stared at the walls between worlds. Floating gates of light and ash. And then Hinata asked the question. How? Naruto turned. And for the first time since the broadcast. He smiled. You can't use your eyes to find the way. He stepped forward, palm pressed to the air where the Devaloka sigil waited. You have to see the world with your heart. The seal rippled. Air folded. The gate began to open. Not like a corridor. Not like a scenario menu. But like a truth finally recognized. You find the path by wanting to reach them. Naruto exhaled. Then carve the road into the world yourself. Yumino's fingers burned with ink as Olympus shifted into focus. Hinata's roots burrowed into the sand and vanished into dew. Sasuke stepped into a storm of winter light and vanished under a sky of thunder. And Naruto? He stepped through light so old it wept when it remembered him. 5 worlds. 5 legends. 5 blades drawn. There was no sound when Naruto stepped through the gate. No blinding flash. No dramatic system tone. Just warmth. Soft. Slow. Like golden hands cupping his face, not to blind, but to invite. For a breathless moment, the world didn't open with force. It simply bloomed. His foot touched down on something too gentle to be earth. The path beneath him was a bridge of floating petals. White lotuses the size of plates, gently pulsing with ambient chakra. Each flower released a low, melodic hum. Not mechanical, but spiritual, like the world was singing beneath his feet in a language older than language. The sky above was endless saffron, brushed with hues of indigo and deep copper, clouds curling into spirals that danced to no wind yet flowed like silk through unseen threads. He exhaled. It tasted like cinnamon, like nectar, like incense burned in silence after a prayer no one heard, but everyone felt. The air shimmered. Not with heat. With memory. Every breath Naruto took was full of something. Not knowledge. Something else. Something like stories. Traces of dreams that had once been lived. He turned slowly. The path of lotuses stretched infinitely behind and ahead. But it wasn't alone. To his left, a forest rippled in gentle waves. Not made of trees, but of peacock feathers, each stalk long and glistening, every eye blinking in slow tandem as if watching him with reverent amusement. And beyond that, waterfalls. Dozens. But not falling downward. These streams curved into themselves, looping from the air into circular pools that floated in midair. Within each pool visions. Some showed people meditating. Others showed flames dancing atop open palms. One held a silhouette laughing as they walked with someone they had already lost. Time didn't move here. It flowed. And everywhere, there was light. But not from a sun. The light came from the very fabric of the world. It clung to blades of radiant grass, floated in arcs above stone temples in the distance, danced in halos around white oxen the size of caravans. These beasts pulled floating chariots made of moonstone, wheels shaped like constellations. Each spoke a different karma wheel, subtly rotating in opposite directions. No chakra signature felt hostile. But none of it felt passive either. It felt aware. Naruto lowered his hand, touched the air. It shimmered under his fingertips. Like water. A status message flickered, faintly. Welcome to Devloka, the heaven of reflections. Scenario stability 74%. Akatsuki interference detected. Narrative balance at risk. Mythic structures Vedic sustained Brahmanic tide, but the world itself said nothing. It had nothing to prove. Naruto stepped forward. The petals held him like breath holds hope. And as he walked, the forest of feathers began to part. Deliberately. He didn't command it. It simply acknowledged him. A river cut through the clearing ahead. Its surface was pure mirror. Not reflective water, mirror. He gazed down. He didn't see his own face. He saw all of them. Every version of him from the past 1600 loops. Each one looking up at him with a different expression. Some proud, some broken, some still dying, some still waiting. And they said nothing, because this was what he bought them time for. He kept walking, past the river, into the golden fields beyond. And there, rising from the horizon, the first city of Devaloka. Not a fortress, not a capital, but a city that looked like it had been grown, not built. Temples layered in tiers, shaped like half-blossomed flowers. Buildings hung in the sky from invisible threads, each shaped like a sound-given form. An OM cast into architecture. Bridges spun from light-connected floating gardens where Devis sat with eyes closed, holding conversation through thought and gesture. One looked up, not surprised, just respectful. The system pinged again. Current balance 63%. Madara Uchiha active presence detected. Location unknown. Beyond karmic field. Danger level unclassified. Naruto stopped at the city gates. No guards. Just a bell hanging above the arch. Rusted with age, cracked down the center. He reached up. Touched it. It didn't ring, but it resonated. A note echoed through the city like thunder whispered through silk. And every god, monk, bird, and beast looked up. He exhaled again. Yeah, he said. This place is beautiful. He closed his eyes once, reopened them, and stared toward the core of the city, where the threads of fate pulled tighter than anywhere else. I'm sorry, it's about to become a battlefield. The deeper Naruto moved into Devaloka, the quieter the world became. Not in sound, in feeling. The warmth that had greeted him upon arrival. The incense-flavored wind, the humming lotus paths, the watchful forests of feathered stalks, was slowly fading. Now, every step felt a little heavier. The sky, still saffron, had dulled to a pale gold. The wind had lost its scent. The flowers no longer bloomed as he passed. Some curled inwards. Others wept sap like tears. Naruto stopped. Oakeeper hummed at his back like a pulse trying to warn him of something it couldn't explain. He turned slowly. The air was clear. But the karma wasn't. It hung over the valley like ash. Not literal ash. Spiritual debris cast off from ruptured cause and effect. And Naruto could feel it. All around him, karma was thinning. He reached down, pressed his hand to the ground. There was no resistance. There was no blessing. The world didn't reject him. It just didn't notice. Warning karmic network imbalance detected. Current flow stability 19%. Regional samsara anchor. Decoupled. Cause undefined. Investigate the source. He stepped into the city. The golden bridges of Devaloka now floated lopsided. Thread paths connecting temples snapped midair, drifting toward the sky like broken harp strings. In the middle of it all, Naruto saw them. Souls. Thousands of them. Frozen. Caught in mid-motion. Some with hands clasped in prayer. Others reaching for reincarnation gates that no longer opened. One stood with a child clinging to her leg, both locked in place. Mid-fade. Their outlines trembled like heat mirages. Naruto moved to help them. But as he reached out, the mother shattered. Not into light. Into nothing. Her karmic signature scattered like dried leaves in a hurricane. The child followed. No scream. Just a look of confused betrayal, like he couldn't understand where his story had gone. Naruto stumbled back. Hands shaking. Not with rage. With horror. He didn't need the system prompt this time. He already knew what he was about to see. But it appeared anyway. Source of imbalance identified. Name Madara Uchiha. Status unrestricted access granted to karmic flow network. Action consumption. Madara is consuming karma. Madara is feeding on cause and effect. Madara is preparing to break the wheel. Naruto clenched his jaw. Why? He didn't whisper it. He didn't scream it. He just said it. Flat. Wounded. He moved again, following the flow. The core of the city was wrong. It no longer resembled a divine capital. It resembled a grave. The grand mandala shrine had collapsed into itself. The outer rings, once colored with light and story, were cracked and draining inward like a whirlpool of judgment. At its center, a single wheel stood, carved from invisible threads. The samsara wheel. Cracked. Straining. Each revolution slowed, the sound of its motion no longer humming, but grinding. Naruto walked closer. The world got quieter. And then he heard it. Not words, but a voice. Speaking not aloud, but into the very fabric of the realm. Karma is a prison. Naruto stopped. A shadow emerged beside the wheel. Slow. Imposing. No chakra flared. No grand entrance. He was already there. Because he had always been. Madara Uchiha. No longer cloaked in theatrics. His armor cracked and lined with inscriptions from forgotten worlds. His eyes not red. Not Sharingan. But black, swirling inward. A karmic cyclone devouring all meaning. He didn't look at Naruto. He looked at the wheel. One hand rested on it. The other held a staff made of silence, forged from the spine of some long-dead god. The wheel groaned under his touch. You came too late, Madara said. Not for the world, Naruto replied. For you. Madara smiled without turning. You think the cycle is worth saving? He gestured with his hand, and the air twisted. Countless echoes of dying timelines appeared behind him. Soldiers torn apart by divine judgments. Children reborn only to be killed again in the next war. A girl crying as she's sent into her 15th body. A man begging not to be reborn if it means forgetting his wife again. Thousands. Millions. Each tethered to karma. Each shown like a slideshow of suffering with no conclusion. Madara turned. Face unreadable. Call it hope. Call it justice. But this cycle isn't salvation. It's recursion. And recursion is a lie. Naruto's fist tightened. You'd kill every soul just to prove a point. No, Madara said. I would free them. He turned to the wheel again. For good. Naruto's breath caught. He could feel it now. Not rage. Not cruelty. But conviction. Madara didn't want to control the wheel. He wanted to halt it. Permanently. You in samsara, Naruto said slowly, and no one returns. No one is reborn. No one is freed. No one even fades. They're just erased. Madara looked at him then. I call it peace. Naruto raised his blade. I call it extinction. Madara exhaled once. Then this is the last time you'll breathe. And he stepped away from the wheel. The wheel of samsara groaned behind Madara. It sounded like an ancient beast exhaling its last breath. Its turn had slowed to a crawl, gold cracking away from its edges like bark peeled from a dying tree. And Madara stood in front of it, one hand gripping his black staff of inverted cause, the other tracing its cracked rotation. The city of Devaloka. Once luminous. Now flickered in and out of being, threads of karma unspooling from the air like veins sliced open. Naruto stood across from him. Finality drawn. No glow. Just wait. A sword that didn't shine. It reminded. Madara turned to him, calm. Almost detached. So it's you. His voice wasn't impressed. It was expectant. I wondered which version of you would crawl through the gates this time. Naruto's fingers tightened around the hilt. I'm not crawling, he said. I walked. Madara's lips barely moved. Then maybe you're finally worthy. He took a step forward. No lies. No borrowed time. No sponsors scripting the battlefield just so you can survive 5 minutes. His eyes narrowed, black spirals reflecting nothing. Let's see what the truth of your existence looks like. Without divine hands pulling your strings. Naruto didn't answer right away. He closed his eyes. And then opened the gate within. POV shift activated. Level true root. Integration commencing, 1,600 cycles of self. Warning mental overflow inevitable. The world slowed. And within his mind, Naruto remembered. Not glimpses. Lifetimes. The 87th version who died alone in a tower trying to save Sasuke. The 202nd who sacrificed his heart to keep Hinata breathing for 3 more seconds. The 480th who was killed by Madara in Eden. The 1,101st who burned his name from the world to buy time for strangers. The 1,599th who almost won. Each step, each death, each failure, each thread of pain tightened his grip on finality. And now, he wasn't just Naruto. He was every Naruto that ever chose to stand when it would have been easier to kneel. He raised his blade and looked at Madara like someone who had already died 1,000 times. And just didn't care anymore. Try me. Madara smiled. Then moved. The clash was instant. Madara's staff descended in a wide arc. Chakraless, silent. Not aiming to destroy. Aiming to unmake. Naruto stepped inside the strike, slashed upward with finality. Sparks ignited. Not from heat. From meaning. Finality rejected Madara's erasure. Not by countering, but by refusing to not exist. Naruto kicked forward, slashed horizontally. Madara tilted his head, staff deflecting the blow mid-air. Naruto used vector burst to shift backward, flipped, landed, and charged again. Madara vanished. Appeared above him, swinging the staff in a spiral, corrupting gravity vectors around him, forcing the battlefield into a deathhold. Naruto inverted the air's inertia, using his understanding of force from 1,600 loops. He grabbed one of the broken karma threads in midair, and used it to pull himself through space, slashing upward. Finality cut Madara's cloak, just an inch from his chest. They landed again. Madara's eyes narrowed. You're different. I remember. Madara's mouth twisted into something bitter. Then you know this ends here. Naruto didn't hesitate. You think the end is all there is. Madara's gaze didn't waver. It's the only thing anyone can truly hope for. Naruto's eyes burned. Not with fire. With certainty. Hope isn't pretending there's more. It's choosing to live like there is. Even if there isn't. Madara stepped forward, his grip tightening. Hope is delusion. No, Naruto said. Hope is rebellion. Finality crackled. And Madara answered. Then rebel and die. They clashed again. This time, it wasn't elegant. Naruto fainted low. Madara dodged by phasing through a karma fold. Naruto reversed gravity mid-motion, shot upward. Madara followed, warping the law of direction with a twist of his staff. They met in the air. Blade against black void. Naruto's blade howled with 1,600 voices. Madara's staff hummed with silence. When they struck, the karma grid beneath Devaloka cracked completely. Madara raged, this life is unfair, no one is equal. There is no hope. Naruto screamed. You think hope means nothing? The only equality is hope. Madara drove him down. Everything ends. That is equality. Finality screamed with every loop behind it. Madara raised his staff again. And the wheel turned one last time. The wheel of samsara trembled. Cracks ran across its surface. Lines etched not by force, but by the pressure of something trying to exist above it. Madara stood beneath it, breath calm, eyes glowing. Not red. Not divine. Just endless. black spheres of rotating gravitational geas. His Mangekyo Sharingan, unlocked not through grief, but through the death of cause itself. He lowered his staff, let it rest against the ground, then raised one hand toward the sky. You talk about hope, he said softly. The wheel cracked louder behind him. You think it's rebellion, that it's a light in the dark. He looked down at Naruto, whose breath heaved against the weight of 1,600 loops of resistance, finality shaking in his grip. But let me show you what hope really is. Madara stepped forward. Each footstep realigned the karma strands under the battlefield, forcing the world to reroute its own logic just to accommodate his presence. Hope is a privilege, he said. A cruel lie we whisper to those born into lesser roles so they'll believe there's still a chance. He gestured behind him, to the wheel, to the frozen souls still hovering at the city's edge, to the stillborn reincarnations dissolving into absence. There is no equality in life. Some are born into power, others into suffering. Some get saved. Most are forgotten. Your story, your entire resistance, is based on the idea that the pain means something, that it's leading somewhere. Madara's eyes narrowed. It isn't. His voice grew sharper. Hope is inequality. Hope is inequality clothed in pretty words. He raised his hand again. But there is one truth all life shares. He looked to the heavens. Finality. Naruto stood firm, finality in both hands, barely breathing. Madara smiled. Not cruel, not triumphant, just tired. I've seen enough gods lie, enough cycles fail, enough warriors die for nothing. I've lived through more systems than you can name, and I've only found one thing that welcomes everything equally. His Mangekyo bloomed fully now, black, spiraling, infinite. And then it flared. You will be the first to see this and not die, he said. And maybe, just maybe, you'll understand. He turned away from Naruto, faced the wheel, raised his right hand, and spoke into the heart of the world. I've Madara Uchiha. Command you. His Mangekyo ignited. Burning glyphs seared into the wheel's outer ring, warping through ancient golden inscriptions. His voice struck reality like a blade made of will. Obey. The wheel screeched. Not in resistance. In confusion. A divine machine never meant to receive orders. A recursion engine that had never heard a voice higher than itself. It trembled, strained, flickered, and then it stopped. Alert Samsara halted. Reincarnation index nullified Al. Karmic flow frozen. Error soul progression route not found. The wheel has obeyed. The city went silent. Souls faded like candlelight in still air. Not erased. Not judged. Paused. No forward. No back. Only stillness. Naruto fell to one knee. Not from damage. From what it felt like. His chakra stopped moving for half a second. His memory stopped flowing. Even finality dimmed. Not from damage, but confusion. As if the very concept of outcome had been suspended. Madara turned back toward him, eyes glowing like twin black suns. Now you understand, he said. There is no equality in life. He raised the staff again. But there can be equality in death. He pointed it toward Naruto. And I will give that to everyone. Naruto stood. Slowly. Finality flared again. Sparks returned. And with them, breath. You think this ends with silence? Naruto said. Madara narrowed his eyes. I think it ends with everything finally being quiet enough to be equal. They charged. Finality howled as it clashed with Madara's staff. Again and again. Naruto ducked a strike, spun low, kicked up, and twisted his body through the shattered air. His blade struck true. But Madara didn't bleed. He caught the sword with his hand and broke the momentum with a slow, effortless twist of the wrist. You've gotten stronger, Madara said. Naruto backflipped, landed in a skid, and recentered his stance. You haven't seen strong yet. Madara's smile didn't fade, but it sharpened. You're right. He dropped his staff and raised both hands. The air bent, like the world flinched. And then Madara pulsed. A shockwave spread through Devaloka. Not outward, but inward, like the world was collapsing around a gravity it couldn't name. Naruto's heart dropped. The wheel behind him gave a broken scream, even though it had already stopped moving. And Madara's body began to shift. Not morph, not transform. Bloom. His back split open in silence. From it, roots unfurled. Black and crimson, burning with inverted chakra. Each tendril pulsed like a vein. Each vein formed into bark. Each bark glowed with script older than any human tongue. A tree was growing. But it wasn't Devaloka's. It wasn't even this world's. Naruto stared in horror. You. What did you? Madara's eyes shone black-red. His skin peeled into latticework, half flesh, half divine structure. From his chest, a core pulsed. Golden and rotting. I didn't just come to break Samsara, he said. His voice echoed in multiple tones. Human. Divine. Something else. I brought the sin with me. From the roots rising behind him, a massive trunk took form, coiling upward like a serpent of sacred lies. 10 branches twisted outward, dripping sap that hissed when it hit the karmic floor. At the center of the highest branch, a single fruit, deep red, unmoving, alive. The fruit of sin, Madara said. The first lie, the last truth. Naruto recognized it, not by memory, by instinct. His body remembered what the world had tried to forget. That's the tree of life, Madara finished. Before it was shattered, he took one step forward, and the tree moved with him, roots dragging behind like a funeral procession. I devoured its core before I came here. I tore it from the remnants of a broken god who still believed balance could be protected. He raised one hand. And now, I'll use it to do what the gods never could. He turned his palm outward, toward Naruto, toward everything. End it. He surged forward. No more staff. Just raw, unconstrained mythic power. Not bound by karma, not limited by mortality, not shaped by any system. Just destruction given form. Naruto moved. Too late. Madara appeared behind him mid-step. Punched his spine. Naruto flipped twice in the air, coughed blood, landed on his shoulder, rolled, regained footing. Finality spun to guard. Madara was already there. A backhand shattered the earth, sending Naruto flying through 3 karmic pillars. He crashed in a spiral of shattered cos. His skin burned. But not from fire. From narrative decay. Madara walked toward him, the ground cracking beneath every step. The tree above him groaned as it spread across the sky, casting everything in red light. This is the difference between borrowed power and stolen divinity. Naruto coughed, rose slowly. His body was sparking, fractured. Finality flickered. But he stood. Again, Madara's hand extended. He caught Naruto by the throat, lifted him into the air. Hope ends here. Naruto struggled, eyes narrowed. Hope survives you. Madara drove him into the ground. The floor exploded. The karma grid cracked. Madara raised his foot. Stomped. Naruto vanished in a blink. Vector shift. Reappeared above. Finality swung. Madara caught it again. No more tricks, Madara said. Show me your truth. Naruto's breath hitched. Finality burned in his hands. His voice rasped. Then see it. He pushed back. Hard. Madara smiled as the pressure locked again. A perfect clash. Tree of sin against the last blade of a boy who refused to let go of hope. Madara hovered in the air. Half god, half rot, framed by the writhing roots of the sin tree, which now curled through the skies of Divaloka like veins pumping heresy into the dying world. Below, Naruto stood. His breath was ragged, ribs cracked, finality dim in his hands. He bled from 3 places and limped on one leg. But he wasn't kneeling. Not yet. Not ever. Madara's voice was colder now. I expected more from 1,600 lives. His Mangekyo spun. Black, godless, commanding. You clung to everything and gained nothing. Naruto didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into the pouch at his hip. Not for a weapon. Not for a scroll. But for a rock. Small. Unassuming. Faintly smooth along one edge, flat on the bottom. Just the right weight for balance. Madara's eye twitched, confused for the first time. Naruto looked at it in his palm. And breathed out slowly. In all of my lives. I had no one for most of my life. His voice wasn't angry. Not shouting. Just honest. Madara's hand paused, hovering over the staff of entropy as if sensing something wrong with this silence. But I had this. He flicked the stone into the air. Caught it. Again. And again. Toss. Catch. Toss. I skipped rocks across the river behind the ruins of the orphanage in turn 28. I skipped them on the edge of the moon during turn 315 when I got stranded. I skipped them off chakra fields, lava pools, and seas made of glass. He tossed it again. I memorized every way a rock could bounce. Every skip. Every possible outcome. Each toss now had a twist. A pull. He was adjusting its velocity vector. Minute shifts, calculating exact angles, adding energy with every pass through his fingers. The stone glowed faintly. It whined. Not with chakra. Not with magic. With math. He was shrinking it. Slowly. Compressing its size. But keeping its mass the same. Madara's eye narrowed. He stepped back. What are you doing? Naruto caught it again. Tossed it higher. This time, the air bent around it mid-flight. I always wondered what would happen if I didn't throw to skip. I wondered what would happen if I threw it to end. The stone fell back. Naruto caught it. The world pulsed. Gravity shifted. The karmic field beneath him wavered, the strands pulling inward toward the stone. Finality dimmed. Even the tree paused. Just slightly. Madara tensed. That's... Naruto smiled. A sad smile. This rock's been with me longer than any god ever bothered to look my way. He threw it. Not with chakra. Not with fury. With every inch of trajectory 1,600 Narutos had ever learned. The stone sang as it spun. Tiny. Shrinking. Mass held constant. Velocity amplified to an impossible degree. A singularity bloomed behind it mid-flight. A black hole. No metaphor. No story logic. Just physics made into weaponized grief. Madara moved to deflect. Too late. The rock hit. It didn't explode. It consumed. A shriek tore through the karmic field. Madara's own chakra screaming as space collapsed around the impact point. His torso was caught first, then half of his left shoulder. His lower half pulled into the singularity before the shockwave even reached Naruto. Madara tried to dodge. Couldn't. The black hole wasn't targeting his body. It was eating his presence. His anchor to this world. And just like that, the tree snapped. Its roots whipped in pain as its conduit was severed. The sky bent. The sin fruit cracked, letting out one long, hollow sound like a world being told to be quiet. When the light faded, all that remained of Madara was half a neck part of his head, one arm, a sliver of his right shoulder floating. Still alive. Still watching. Naruto dropped to one knee. Finality flickered. The black hole shrunk. then winked out, leaving only empty air and drifting ash. Madara's Mangekyo still glowed. Blood ran from what remained of his face. But he laughed. Not loud, but real. The air trembled with absence. Where the black hole had devoured Madara's body, there was now nothing. Just a spiral of lightless space, scars on the world's texture where reality failed to reassert itself. Naruto stood on shaking legs. Blood trailed down his chin. His body screamed at him to stop. Finality was heavy in his hand. Heavier than it had ever been. But the world was quiet again. Even the wheel behind him, cracked and stilled, no longer moaned. He exhaled, then froze. Because something was laughing. A broken, wheezing laugh from the void. From what was left of him, Madara's half-formed face twisted in joy. His remaining eye blazed. Not with cruelty, but with something deeper. A praise that tasted like blood. Yes, Naruto, you were the strongest. From that rundown village that me and Hashirama once made of hope. The air cracked like thunder. Below them, the roots of the tree of sin coiled tighter. The sky of Devaloka broke, revealing swirling darkness behind the saffron veil. Like a higher heaven had been peeled away to reveal the void beneath. Naruto gritted his teeth. Madara's remaining pieces didn't fall. They floated, held together not by chakra, not by physics, by rage, by ideology made manifest, by something deeper than the system. Konoha, Madara whispered, the village hidden in the leaves. Born from two fools dreaming of peace. I loved it. His body twitched. The floating shards of his lost limbs jerked unnaturally in the air. And then I watched it rot. Black roots burst from the missing parts of his body, regenerating not flesh, but philosophy. Where his arms had been, now jagged branches laced with cursed chakra took root. His chest reformed from bark, veined with memory. The faces of the dead Uchiha etched in living wood. The sin tree behind him pulsed. And reconnected. Madara Uchiha was reborn. He spread his arms wide as his legs regrew beneath him and spindled spirals of hardened chakra. His new form wasn't godlike. It was raw, violated, honest. A fusion of belief and blight. His Mangekyo ignited again. Its shape now spiral-tiered with 3 concentric rings. You think this fight is about rebirth or resistance? You still don't understand, Naruto. He lifted his hand. The air obeyed. I will show you the despair that tore Konoha apart. I will show you the truth that drove me from the light into something purer than justice. He raised both hands. The sky shattered. Divine karma chains broke loose from the sky. Blades of fate, torn directly from the laws of rebirth. Madara caught them, formed them into a weapon. A scythe shaped from broken dharma. He stepped forward, fully formed now. But not human, not divine, just inevitable. This world doesn't deserve rebirth. He pointed the scythe at Naruto. And you don't deserve mercy. Naruto lifted finality again. His voice cracked. I never asked for mercy. Madara surged. He closed the distance in a single heartbeat, scythe slashing sideways. Naruto parried with finality, redirecting the swing just inches from his ribs. Madara pivoted, kicked forward, connected to Naruto's ribs. Naruto twisted with the blow, vector shifting to keep his spine from snapping, and rebounded. Finality stabbed toward Madara's throat. Madara leaned back, chakra branches rising from his spine to block the blade. The impact exploded into a shockwave of entropy and force. They kept moving. Madara's scythe tore through memory fields, cutting across soul echoes that had gathered from the karmic system. Naruto ducked low, planted finality in the ground, launched himself upward, using the shock vector of the collision to turn his entire body into a projectile. Madara caught him midair, but Naruto drove his foot into Madara's collarbone, cracking the root structure that held his upper body together. Both hit the ground hard. Neither stayed down. Madara rose first. Slower now. His new body cracked with divine strain. Do you see it yet? He rasped. Do you see how much Konoha betrayed us all? Naruto dragged finality free of the stone. His hands shook, but his eyes were calm. No, I see what it gave us. When we had nothing, Madara screamed and charged. The battle had left the world around them scarred. What had once been Devaloka? Saffron skies, floating gardens, mirrored rivers filled with future lives, was now a battlefield of ruin. Roots from the sin tree twisted around karmic ruins. The wheel of samsara stood fractured in the distance, still unmoving. Souls hung in stasis mid-prayer, mid-step, mid-hope. And in the eye of this broken divinity, Naruto and Madara moved. Madara's scythe arced wide, a streak of black flame trailing behind it like a wound in logic. Naruto ducked, rolled, and lashed upward. Finality clashing against despair incarnate. Sparks flew, but this time neither struck. They stared, locked, and Madara spoke. Have you ever asked why you're even here? His voice was low, too calm. Was it because you were chosen? Born special? Or did someone else just die in your place and leave the spotlight open? Naruto said nothing. Madara tilted his head. You don't know. You never did. That's the real joke, Naruto. He stepped forward. People speak of meaning, of hope, of love, but remove the stage, and what are they? Noise. Desperation pretending to be truth. Like a child crying in the dark just to hear something answer back. Naruto held his ground. Finality hummed. His eyes burned. Not with hate, with grief. Madara gestured to the ruined world around them, to the broken wheel, the paused souls. The world does not love you, Naruto. It watches, then it moves on. Everyone screams for salvation, but they all fall silent eventually. And in that silence, there is peace. Madara's Mangekyo spun once more, burning a spiral into the sky. I wanted to give them that peace. He looked down. You want to give them a lie? Naruto stepped forward, even as his knees nearly buckled, even as his arms bled. Then maybe a lie is better than surrender. Madara raised his brow. Naruto's voice didn't waver. I've seen inequality. I've lived it. I was nothing. The world kicked me, spit on me, forgot me. But that struggle, that climb from the bottom, alone, to prove I mattered, that's what made me alive. Finality lifted. The wind swirled. You think despair makes us equal? But we don't need equality in death. We need a reason to keep clawing. Madara flinched. Just slightly. Naruto raised finality to the sky, and the broken sun cast its glow across the scars of his past. Struggle is beautiful. It means I wasn't meant to win. And I fought anyway. That's the purest way to live anyone could ask for. Madara's eye trembled. Then die with your purity. He lunged. Naruto met him. Finality clashed against the scythe of broken fate, and in that collision of will, a single system message cut across the heavens, glowing softly. Your sponsor has smiled. Naruto blinked. Mid-fight. He didn't know why, but it made him feel. Not stronger, not safer, just known. Then let them watch me, he whispered. To the very end. The world could not keep up. Devaloka, once a divine domain of law, was cracking not under violence, but under ideology. Madara's sin tree blotted out the sky. Karma bled from the air in thick, golden threads, falling like rain that no longer knew what future it belonged to. And at the center of this dying system, Naruto stood, alone, breathing like each inhale cost him a lifetime. Finality sagged in his grip, its weight now a tether rather than a weapon. His cloak was half torn, his right eye swollen shut, and Madara had not stopped. Their last exchange had left craters in the world. Naruto had tried. Every angle, every skip, every loop, every sacrifice, but he had nothing left. And Madara was no longer fighting to win. He was fighting to prove something. And he had. He stood above Naruto now, his foot pressed against Finality's flat, pinning the sword to the cracked earth. His hand glowed with inverted karma. Black-red light crawling through his veins like the afterimage of a war crime. The sky behind him pulsed with his tree's branches, each one thicker than a mountain, dripping sin across a city that no longer knew how to weep. Naruto struggled to breathe. Madara knelt beside him. No rage, no cruelty, only pity. You fought well. He touched Naruto's forehead with 2 fingers. A small echo pulsed into his skin. Chakra laced with something older than chakra. Madara's Mangekyo spun. You reminded me of Hashirama, he said, of what we were trying to build. He looked around, at the collapsed gods, the frozen souls, the halted wheel, and of why it failed. Naruto tried to lift finality. It didn't move. Madara leaned closer. So close Naruto could hear the blood shift behind his eyes. I could kill you now, he said softly, but that would be mercy. His hand hovered above Naruto's chest, just over his heart. Chakra gathered, but not to kill, to curse. I am Madara Uchiha. His voice cut through the system like law written in blood. And I command you. Naruto's eye widened. When it matters most. Madara's hand glowed with a seal shaped like a dying star. You will lose hope. The chakra slammed into Naruto's chest, branding itself deep inside his narrative. You will fall into despair. The seal spun once, burned, then vanished. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow. Madara stood. Branches of the sin tree lowered, embracing him like a god no world wanted. But when it truly matters. He turned away. You will lose everything. Naruto tried to rise. He couldn't. He was buried in silence. Not unconscious, just emptied. His body still breathed. But his story, his thread, had been marked. Madara stepped through a gate of broken karma, the sin tree folding inward behind him. One last look over his shoulder. One final whisper. And then you'll understand what peace really was. Dust. The kind that clings to your tongue, to your lungs, to the insides of your memory. That's what Naruto tasted when he opened his mouth to scream. But no sound came out. Madara was already walking through the gate of karma. A spiraling rift between worlds, formed not of light but of consequences, trailing from his sin tree like smoke rising from a burned heaven. Naruto lay broken in the dirt. Devaloka was crumbling behind him. The wheel would not turn. The gods did not speak. And the curse still burned across his chest like a mark carved into fate itself. You will lose everything. You will lose everything. You will lose everything. No? He whispered. His fingers twitched. No. 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 He slammed his fists into the ground. Once. Twice. Dirt caked under his nails. Tears smeared the dust from his cheeks. He began to crawl. It wasn't for nothing. His voice cracked. I fought. Every turn. Every loop. Every god. Madara didn't look back. He walked through the gate, robes trailing ash, as if Naruto's fury were just another story lost to wind. But Naruto wasn't done. He dug his hands into the world itself, into its body, and clawed forward, 1 inch, then another. The gate was closing, and his body screamed at him to stop. But he didn't. He threw himself through the dirt like it was ocean, scraped skin from bone. His leg dragged uselessly behind him, burned through by narrative decay. But he kept moving. You're not finished with me. His fingers, bloody, trembling, closed around something soft. An ankle. Madara's step faltered. His eyes blinked once. Bemused, he turned his head just as Naruto lunged upward, grabbing his shin with both arms and dragging himself through the gate. The rift screamed. The karmic system threw up a dozen error warnings. Unauthorized entity entry. Narrative thread unstable. Transport integrity compromised. They were no longer in Devaloka. But they were not in the next world either. The spiral began to collapse. Karma unraveled. The gate shorted out. And space itself ripped. They fell and landed in the void between worlds. No time. No gravity. No fate. Just absence. A place even gods forget to name. A place where only stories go to die. Madara stared. You truly are a pest. Naruto spat blood into nothingness. He was barely upright. But he stood. I'm not done, he growled. Madara's voice flattened. You can't stop this. Naruto's hand twitched. His fingers curled in the shape of a mudra, and his chakra pulsed once. Not forward. Inward. He touched Madara's blood, and reversed it. Instantly. No flare. No build-up. No warning. Just a complete inversion of flow through Madara's cardiovascular system. A technique only someone with 1,600 lives of brutal experimentation would dare use. A vector collapse of the self. It should have killed him instantly. It would have shredded any other body from the inside out. Madara's veins turned black. His eyes widened. But only for a moment. Then he laughed. Low at first. Then louder. Naruto was breathing hard. He expected screaming. Convulsing. Death. But Madara stood tall. The black veins pulsed once. Then subsided. Like nothing had happened. You reversed my blood flow, Madara said, lips curling. Clever. He rolled his shoulder. The skin repaired itself before Naruto's eyes. No scarring. No trauma. Just reset. Unfortunately, he said, I'm no longer susceptible. Naruto didn't speak. He couldn't. Because this wasn't pain anymore. This was cosmic unfairness made manifest. And yet, he was still standing. Still shaking. Still alive. Madara looked around the void. Then smiled again. Almost like he was grateful. Well, boy, he said softly. Now you've stranded us both between worlds. He raised his hand. His scythe formed in silence. Let's see if hope still fights in the dark. Naruto's legs buckled. He stood, barely, in the nowhere between worlds. A place without context, light, or gravity. Every breath was effort. Every thought flickered against the yawning silence. Madara's form loomed, framed by the slowly rotating roots of the Sin Tree's projection. His shadow had no direction. Just presence, folding reality inward around him. He cracked his neck, flexed his fingers once. Then, softly, I'm kidding. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Madara smiled. You can't fight anymore. Before Naruto could raise a hand. Crack. Madara's heel came down. Naruto's head slammed into the void floor with a sickening crunch that echoed with no echo. His skull fractured against conceptual space. The surface bent. Not stone, not dirt, but resistance given shape. Naruto groaned. His body refused to rise. Finality slid from his hand, clattering beside him with the sound of a life slipping too far. Madara didn't stomp again. He knelt, placed one hand on Naruto's back, and sighed. Let me tell you a story. No rage. No grandeur. Just a man pulling the curtain open on the thing that had always been eating him. I was born in a time before your sponsors ever gave a damn about stories. When the world bled naturally. When gods weren't points on a board, but forces that ignored you. The Sin Tree pulsed behind him, dark branches shifting through the void like echoes of old grief. I had brothers. I had clans. I had enemies I could understand. Ones who didn't wear masks made of scripture and market shares. He leaned over Naruto's body, voice low. And I had a friend. His fingers curled slightly. Almost tenderly. Almost sadly. His name was Hashirama. And we built a village out of dead children and borrowed peace. Because we were tired of burying people without knowing why. He looked at his hand. And closed it. I thought that would be enough. He rose again. Looked upward, though the void had no ceiling. But peace doesn't last. Because people like you show up. People who don't stay broken when the world tells them to. You get back up. You try again. And again. And your kindness makes it harder to hate you. Harder to call the system wrong when it still makes people like you. He looked down again. Naruto's eye. Bloodshot, barely open. Met his. So I decided if I couldn't believe in peace anymore, I would believe in ending. The void vibrated. Not in fear. In memory. Madara's body glowed faintly from the chakra carved deep into his bones. The remnants of Kagaya, of the 10 tails, of every god he had consumed just to stand here. You want your people to live free. He paused. I want them to stop living like this at all. He turned away. His voice distant. Almost tired. Hope is a cruel master, Naruto. It teaches you how to stand just long enough to watch everything fall. And then, He walked forward, deeper into the void, dragging the Sin Tree with him, leaving Naruto behind, broken, bleeding, but still not dead. The void breathed like it was remembering the shape of a scream. Madara's form, woven with the roots of the Sin Tree, moved slowly forward, like a storm without wind. His back turned, his words finished, his judgment complete, and behind him, Naruto lay shattered, alone, until someone else arrived. There was no sound, just a fold in space, opening without resistance. Like the universe making room for its own consequence. From its step to Bito Uchiha, no mask, no cloak, just the face of someone who had stopped pretending he didn't understand the weight of choices. He walked past Naruto's body, past the blade that had once tried to save everything. He didn't touch him, he didn't mock him, he just looked, and then looked toward Madara. You've said enough. Madara paused. The tree curled tighter, but he didn't respond. Obito raised his hand. With a twist of his fingers, a portal opened. This one narrower, colder, built not from divine law, but from regret. He gestured. Madara stepped inside. Without looking back, Obito remained. He crouched near Naruto, one hand resting on his knee, and for a long time, he said nothing. Then, simply, you're not dead yet. Naruto's breathing hitched. Barely a whisper of life, but still there. Obito smiled. Not kindly, but knowingly. That's what matters most. You can still fight. He looked upward, at the nothing sky, at the silence. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. But if you do nothing. He looked down again. You'll already be gone. He stood, and turned his back. You don't need to believe me, he said. Just don't forget. He raised one hand. Another rift formed. This one not between worlds, but between narrative layers. A drop zone. Thin, untethered, made for transition. That you're still breathing. Then he reached down, and pushed Naruto in. Naruto's body fell limp, spiraling into the darkness. Through broken echoes of worlds he'd touched, versions of himself that had failed, fragments of fables half-formed and abandoned. The void didn't reject him. It simply delivered. And he landed. The world he hit wasn't warm. It wasn't cold. It wasn't alive. It was still. He collapsed into dust at the top of a rock formation. Jagged, high, windless. All around him swords. Not ordinary blades, but fabled ones. Each one unique. Each one forgotten. Thousands, scattered like graves. Each one humming with a name no one remembers. The sky overhead was static gray. There was no sun. Only clouds that looked like they'd forgotten how to move. The wind had died here long ago, but its final breath still whispered across the field. And Naruto lay at the center of it all. Unconscious. Still bleeding. Still cursed. But alive. There was no ground. Only memory. Only grief. Naruto drifted in a world that wasn't dream, wasn't death, wasn't even metaphor. It was the bottom of a soul that had stopped believing it would be remembered. This wasn't the mindscape of old. No redstone sewer, no glowing gate. It was a dead riverbed where all his names had dried out. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He only trembled. Because the fear of the curse Madara placed on him had rooted. When it matters most, you will lose hope. He didn't know how long he'd been here. Time didn't function. His thoughts unspooled like broken threads. For once, even the system didn't speak. Not even Foxtail. Because Foxtail was gone. It had fractured when Madara crushed him. It had gone silent when the gate collapsed. It had abandoned him. And Naruto, for the first time across 1,600 lives, felt truly alone. He wanted to scream, but the silence would eat it. He wanted to call a name, but there were none left to call. All his fables had retreated. Finality wouldn't answer. The spring had frozen. And so Naruto, the boy who kept standing, the boy who rewrote gods, curled in the black and whispered, "Please." And that word, that single, trembling syllable, broke the law of silence. Something ancient stirred. The void itself shuddered. Not with warmth, not with comfort, with regret. A pressure bloomed behind Naruto's spine. Not heavy, not oppressive, just unmistakable. The system didn't announce it, because it didn't know how. Then a voice, older than chakra, older than time, cool, blunt, kingly. I was supposed to wait. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He knew that voice. Not from this loop. Not from any loop. From the space between them. The voice he dreamed of in the dark, before breath came back. A golden glow spilled into the void. It didn't shine. It broke. And from it stepped the last thing Naruto expected to see. Not a fox. Not a beast. Not a memory. But a man. Or something like one. Crowned in 9 jagged spines of light. Clothed in imperial remnants of a war the world had not yet lost. Eyes like collapsing galaxies. The Fang that carves finality. The Emperor God. The king who was once named Kurama. He should not have been here. He knew he shouldn't be here. But Naruto's voice had reached too far. And even the gods could only watch for so long. The Fang stepped closer. His presence did not radiate warmth. It burned. Like walking too close to the truth. Like naming something you weren't ready to remember. Kurama, Naruto breathed. The Fang didn't answer at first. He looked down at the boy he'd chosen. The boy he'd stitched his name into. And his voice cracked. Not in weakness. In shame. I was supposed to see you at the end. He paused. Not now. Naruto tried to sit up. His body trembled. His name stuttered. The Fong knelt beside him. Didn't touch him. Just watched. Do you know what it cost me to return? The Fong said. His 9 tails shimmered faintly behind him. No longer flesh, no longer chakra, but narrative compression, threads of endings, braided into divine authority. I made a vow at the edge of the final world, that I would wait, that I would not interfere with this loop, that I would not break the horizon before you were ready to walk it. He looked pained. In a way God should not. In a way no king should. But you called, and I am not strong enough to ignore that. Naruto's breath caught. A tear fell. Silent, stupid. He didn't have words. Only the ache that had followed him since Madara tore him down. Only the truth that even now, he was still crawling, still hoping. The Fong reached out, pressed 2 fingers lightly to Naruto's chest, where the curse burned, where the system said you will lose hope. And for a moment, only a moment, the pain lifted. Not gone, not broken, just shared. The Fong closed his eyes. You were never meant to carry this yet. But if you are here, then I have no choice but to give you what I swore I would save for the end. His eyes opened. Gold. Red. Like the sun remembering how to fight. Naruto Uzumaki. Scion of witness. Breaker of the 1600 turns. Bearer of finality. I grant you this fragment of memory. My name. My truth. My regret. A tale unfolded. Wrapped gently. Regally. Around Naruto's battered body. And for the first time, Naruto heard it, the full roar of Kurama's divinity. Not rage. Not fury. But love. Cracked. Wild. Devastating. And in that warmth, in that fracture of law, Naruto wept. Like a child. Like a god. Like a boy who never asked to be saved, but still needed someone to come. In the world between worlds, where nothing could be born and nothing should return. 2 names met again. One trembling. One divine. And neither wanted to say goodbye. Naruto clutched the tail that had wrapped around him. He didn't speak. His breath came in sobs now. Raw, cracked things that didn't belong to the hero of 1,600 loops, or the calamity of salvation, or the final witness of samsara. Just a boy. Just Naruto. Kurama pulled him closer. No claws. No heat. Just arms. Strong. Gentle. Too brief. The Fong that carves finality knelt like no god should ever kneel, and wrapped Naruto in a hug. Not metaphorical. Not spiritual. A real embrace, shaking slightly as the silence between them collapsed under the weight of 1,600 loops without one. I missed you, too, Kurama said quietly. Naruto sobbed once, face buried in his fur. You weren't supposed to be here, Kurama murmured, resting his chin atop Naruto's hair. You were supposed to come to me at the end of all things. He exhaled softly. But I think you're close enough now. They stayed like that. In silence. In pause. In the softest kind of grief. The one that knows how rare love is across timelines. Finally, Naruto whispered, please don't leave. Kurama didn't answer. Instead, he uncurled one of his 9 tails. The second one from the right. The one that always shimmered like dawn through frost. And with no hesitation. He tore it off. Not with violence. With ritual. The tail shimmered. Bled light. Grew still. Then curled into itself. And transformed. A weapon formed in Kurama's palm. No longer a tail. Now a blade. Its hilt was shaped from spiraled steel that curved like a broken moon, glowing softly. The blade itself was long, sweeping, etched with thousands of unread fables like runes that only hope could translate. At its center was a single embedded eye. Closed. Not watching. Witnessing. Kurama handed it to Naruto, who stared at it like he didn't know what to do with something that hadn't asked him to bleed first. I call it, Kurama said softly, way to the dawn. Naruto gripped it. It was warm. Light. But not fragile. It pulsed once in his hand. Alive. Kurama smiled through his tears. The dawn isn't the end of darkness. It's the promise that darkness won't last forever. Naruto looked up. Kurama wiped his eyes once. I wanted to wait until you reached me, he said. At the true end. Where everything dies and only one breath remains. But, he laughed. Watery. I'm not strong enough to let you cry alone. He stepped back. Already glowing. Already fraying. The Fong's body was peeling into golden light. His tail shivered, then scattered into embers that would never be stars. Naruto screamed, don't go. Kurama smiled. Even as tears rolled down both cheeks. I'll always be with you. I'll always be proud of you. And I'll always. He broke off, choked, then said the words. The only words that ever needed to be said in the language between them. You'll come back stronger. Believe it. Light engulfed him. No pain. No drama. Just a farewell carved out of every goodbye they were denied in all 1,600 loops before. Naruto reached forward, but his hand caught only light. Kurama didn't fade. He dissolved into the shape of a sunrise that hadn't happened yet. And Naruto stood alone again. But this time, he held way to the dawn. And it was warm. And it was light. And it was enough. The light was gone. The warmth that had wrapped around his soul, that momentarily made the broken infinite seem survivable, was gone. Naruto stood alone again in the black. No more arms holding him. No more fur brushing his cheeks. No more familiar growl to fill the silence. just the weight of absence, heavy as gravity. He fell, not collapsed, fell. Knees struck the unseen floor with a soundless impact, and his body trembled as if the act of kneeling had been forbidden for 1600 loops. His head dropped, his hands tightened. Weight of the dawn rested beside him. Quiet, gentle, and impossibly heavy for something made of hope. The sob came without permission, a gasp, cracked and raw, and before he could stop it, he screamed, "I'll get you back." His voice echoed in the hollow world, breaking against the edges of a place built only to forget. "I'll find a way. I don't care what it takes. I'll bring you home." He pounded the ground with both fists. "I'm not losing anyone else. Not again." Tears dripped onto the sword's hilt, and it glowed faintly, as if his pain was a key, as if this was the only way it could be held. Kurama had given him everything, even when it broke the law of gods, even when it shattered the timeline, even when it meant erasing himself early before the end. He gave Naruto a weapon. He gave him a promise. He gave him love. Naruto, through clenched teeth and shuddering breath, whispered, "I swear. I'll save you." Not a prayer, not a plea, a vow. Weight of the dawn flickered, then stilled, and Naruto, still on his knees, still grieving, reached for the hilt, gripped it tight, and held on like it was the last star in the sky trying to go dark. This chapter hurt to write, and I hope it hurt to read, too. Naruto and Kurama have always shared something more than power. What they share is the rarest thing, earned love. And now, across 1600 turns and 1,000 lost moments, we finally reach the goodbye they were never allowed to have. But don't mistake it for an ending. Weight of the Dawn isn't just a sword. It's a vow, a bridge, a sunrise waiting to be remembered. Kurama was supposed to wait at the end of the world. Naruto was supposed to reach him then. But timelines are cruel. So Kurama broke the rule. For him. And Naruto? He'll break the world to bring him back. We're about to enter the true mid-game now. A boy with nothing left, holding onto a sword made of hope. Let's see if that's enough. Nikumura, the graveyard of fables. When Naruto opened his eyes, the sky did not greet him. There was no sun here, no clouds, no stars, only a slow, dull gray. A sky that no longer reflected anything, like it had forgotten how to carry the weight of stories. He didn't sit up. He couldn't. His body was still broken, not just physically. Although the pain, there was enough. Bones cracked, muscle torn, chakra reserves non-existent. But more than that, his narrative weight was gone. He could feel it, like missing limbs in a spiritual body. No resistance, no sponsors, no voice. Even Foxtail had gone quiet. Kurama was gone. He lay there on the high cliff of the graveyard of fables. A jagged plateau surrounded by a battlefield of half-buried blades. Each sword different, each sword humming, each one driven into the ground like a failed promise. And every one of them had a voice. You fought long enough. Rest now. They all die eventually, boy. Just sleep. This is where it ends. Naruto blinked through cracked lashes. Tried to breathe. It hurt. Even breath felt expensive now. The dirt beneath him was dry, powdered bone. The wind, if it could even be called that, whispered not through air, but through memory. You should be proud. No one will blame you. No one will remember you, either. He groaned. His fingers twitched. His body wouldn't listen, no matter how much his soul screamed. But the sword did. Weight of the Dawn pulsed once. Not brightly, just enough. He reached for it. Fingers scraping through grit, through dust, through the discarded names of heroes who came before and failed. His fingertips brushed the hilt, and he gripped it. Then, he pulled. Not up, forward. He used the blade like a cane, a lever, a lifeline. He dragged himself through the graveyard with it. One breath at a time, one crawl at a time. Every movement screamed through his bones like he was peeling himself away from death molecule by molecule. The blades whispered louder. You can't win anymore. You're spent. You've already lost. Let go of that sword, that hope, that name. His palm bled. The hilt of Weight of the Dawn was not kind. Hope never was. He didn't let go. He clawed forward again, and again. The ground felt endless, like it folded forever, like he'd never reach anything again. But he kept crawling. There's no more story left in you. You've run out of loops. There's no next chapter. And still, he moved. Not because he had power, not because he had a plan, because he refused to die with his face in the dirt and his promise unfulfilled. Because Kurama had given him something. Because hope wasn't the fire. It was the ashes that still glowed when the fire was out. The wind shifted, barely, and in it, one voice stood out. You're not one of us yet. A single sword trembled in the distance. One that wasn't whispering to kill him. One that wasn't telling him to give up. Naruto raised his head and saw it. Black-hilted, gold-bladed, embedded in stone like a challenge. It was different from the others. It didn't whisper despair. It just waited. Naruto bared his teeth, blood on his tongue, breath ragged, and whispered back. Then I'm not done yet. He pulled himself forward again. Weight of the Dawn pulsed once more, and the graveyard whispered. Louder, angrier now, because something in it had just remembered what resistance tasted like. He didn't know how many times he pulled himself forward. He only knew the pain had stopped feeling physical a long time ago. Now it was narrative. His story resisting continuation. The swords didn't stop whispering. If anything, they grew crueler. You're like us now. Buried here. Forgotten. No one remembers the losers. You fought for nothing. Just like we did. Naruto froze. His bloody fingers curled into the dirt. Weight of the dawn flickered in his grip. And for a moment, he was tempted to believe them. But then, he raised his head and spoke. You're wrong. The whispering paused. 1,000 fables turned, unseen. Naruto's voice cracked at first, but it didn't break. Your stories haven't dried out yet. He planted the tip of Way to the Dawn into the ground. Even here. Buried. Your swords still speak. He looked up, at the countless blades stabbed into the field. Some gleaming, some rusted. All of them heavy with stories the world had stopped listening to. You say no one remembers you. That might be true. Maybe the world doesn't care anymore. Maybe there's no audience left. He stood, slowly, trembling, but taller than before. But I'm listening. He dragged the sword forward one more step. And if I make it out of here, I'll carry your names with me. Even if I never know them all. Even if I can't pronounce them. Even if no one else believes they were real. His voice grew stronger, clearer, angrier, alive. Because if you gave up here, if you just laid down and accepted being forgotten. He raised Way to the Dawn. Light shimmered faintly down its edge. Then you never had a story worth telling in the first place. Silence. The field went still, as if every sword was remembering something. A battle, a voice, a name, a reason. And then, one sword moved. It lifted gently from the dirt. Then another. Then a dozen. Then hundreds. Blades that had slept for centuries began to rise. Not in anger. Not in vengeance. In acknowledgement. Naruto's breath caught. He turned. Everywhere. Swords hovered now. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. All pointed to him. Not threatening. Offering. And then, they moved. They rushed him all at once. 1,000 blades became a single wind. They wrapped around him. Lifting him. Holding him. He didn't fall. He rose. The swords carried him forward. Through the graveyard of fables like a comet made of legacy. He soared. Not under his own power. But under the weight of those who had waited to be seen. The forgotten made wings. The fallen made path. The dead made hope. Naruto's breath trembled. His arms hung loose, his sword still in hand. Wind whipped against him as the swords bore him across the sky. And then, they slowed. A break in the graveyard. A clearing wider than any battlefield he had seen. They descended, softly, and placed him down like he was something sacred. Naruto dropped to one knee, then stood. He looked around. The wind settled. The whispering stopped. And standing in the center of the clearing, her cloak torn, ink-stained fingers, eyes red, hair swept by the stillness of this silent world. Yamino. Naruto blinked in disbelief. Yamino? She turned slowly, surprised. Then her eyes widened. You. Made it too? Yamino stood across from him. The silence between them felt suspended. Drawn tight, like a page between two truths that had never been written. Naruto stared at her, as if she might vanish if he blinked. As if he wasn't sure if she was real, or just one more whisper pretending to be someone he loved. But she was here. Tired. Ragged. Real. Yamino offered a half-smile, though her eyes didn't lift. So you made it too. Naruto opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Yamino knelt slowly, her knees crunching against shattered fable dust. She sat down beside him like a sibling coming to terms with shared failure. I'm sorry, she whispered. I couldn't stop it. He looked at her, eyes wide. My world. She said. It fell apart. I did everything I could. Wrote until my hand stopped working. Bled through every line. Tried to hold the pillars up myself. She laughed softly. Bitter. I thought maybe this one would be different. Naruto said nothing. He just listened. The swords in the field around them gave no comfort now. I got split from the others, Yamino said. Hinata and Sasuke are ahead. Somewhere farther in. I don't know what they're facing. She looked over at him. Really looked. And winced. Your condition is terrible, Naruto. And just like that, he broke. Naruto collapsed forward. His body folded in on itself like a paper screen finally caving to wind. He pressed his face into his own arms and sobbed. Not like a hero. Not like a god. Like a boy who had just realized what he lost could never come back. Kurama. He whispered. Yamino blinked. Naruto kept speaking, even through the tears. Kurama is dead. Yamino tilted her head. Who? He froze. Mid-breath. Mid-break. He slowly lifted his face. Kurama, he said again. Yamino's expression didn't change. I don't. I'm sorry. Is that someone from the Pantheon? The wind stopped. Naruto's fingers twitched. And he understood. Kurama didn't just leave him. He didn't just die. He erased himself. So thoroughly, so completely, that not even Yamino, his own companion, his sister in grief, could remember. The seal was too perfect. The sacrifice was too final. Kurama didn't give Naruto strength. He gave him everything, and paid with existence. Naruto began to shake. He whispered the name again, and again, as if repeating it might hold the shape, as if saying it might anchor it back into the world. But there was no system ping, no recognition, no flicker of remembrance, only silence, only him. Yamino watched. She didn't interrupt, didn't ask again. She simply reached forward and placed a hand on his back. Warm chakra flowed from her palm. Not violently, Not explosively, just a soft, persistent hum. Healing. And Naruto cried, while her hand stayed where it was, while the world remained too quiet, while the name Kurama became a secret only he could hold. Yamino whispered, then I'll remember you. And her voice didn't crack, because someone had to stay strong when he couldn't. Naruto's sobs had slowed. The worst of the wave passed. Not because the pain was gone, but because there were simply no more tears left. Yumino's hand never left his back. She sat beside him in the grave dirt, silent for a while, letting him grieve something she could no longer understand. She didn't remember Kurama, but she remembered Naruto, and sometimes that had to be enough. The graveyard's wind had grown still. No more whispers from the blades. Only two souls among swords too tired to speak. Finally, Naruto sat up, eyes red, hands trembling, but breathing. Yamino pulled her knees to her chest and spoke again. This time softly, not as a friend, not as a writer, but as someone who had seen too much and carried it anyway. Sasuke and Hinata pushed through. Naruto blinked. What? Yamino nodded. They were sent to different mytho worlds. Just like me. Just like you. Her voice had lost all its usual sarcasm and softness. Now it was just truth. Sasuke tore through Olympus and Asgard. He didn't stop moving. He didn't wait for strategy. He just moved. She paused. There's no one left in his path. He killed most of the Akatsuki members. Naruto's breath caught. Killed. Yamino nodded again. Firmer. Yugo. Guren. Kabuto. Kisame. All gone. She looked forward. Eyes unfocused. I watched him rip Guren's fable apart mid-cast. No hesitation. No words. Just lightning and fury. She swallowed. Hinata was with him. Not behind. Beside. Naruto didn't respond. Just listened. Every word stitched new flame into his bones. She kept him grounded, Yamino said, even while the world burned around them. When Kabuto tried to consume Duet, she grew a forest of wood style deeper than the Nile itself. Yamino smiled faintly. Some of the gods started praying to her. Naruto looked at the sky. Still gray. Still cold. Where are they now? He asked. Yamino's smile faded. Her eyes sharpened. They're fighting Madara. The name shattered the silence like stone through glass. Naruto flinched. His hand clenched around Way to the Dawn. They reached him first, Yamino said. He's guarding the last world gate. Behind it are the remaining cores. She inhaled. And Obito is waiting there. Naruto's mind raced. But Obito? He's the one. Yamino nodded. He's trying to absorb all of them. Every mythic core. Every god thread. Every fable anchor that's left. She looked at Naruto now. Really looked. And if Madara stalls them long enough, Obito wins. The words fell into the graveyard like a final bell. Naruto stood slowly. Swayed. But stood. Yamino rose with him. Can you walk? She asked. He shook his head. But I can crawl. Yamino grinned faintly. Sounds like you. Naruto turned to the horizon of swords. To the next world, waiting beyond this grave. To Sasuke. To Hinata. To Madara. To Obito. To Kurama's absence. And to the part of himself that wasn't done yet. I'm coming, he said. And the swords shimmered. As if they'd been waiting for those words all along. Naruto took one step. And nearly collapsed again. Even with Way to the Dawn supporting him, his legs buckled beneath the weight of grief, exhaustion, and burned-out narrative channels. The graveyard pressed back like it had been waiting for him to fall. Yamino caught him before he hit the ground. No, she said quietly. Not like this. Naruto coughed into his arm. I can fight, he rasped. Yamino stared at him, then shook her head. Not out of pity, out of defiance. Then I'll be your legs. Naruto blinked. What? Yamino helped him upright and pressed her ink-stained palm to his chest. There's no time for rest. No time for slow recovery. And I don't have enough chakra to rebuild your system. But I can make a deal. She reached into the air and wrote. Her fingers sliced the space in front of them with lines only she could see. Ink that wasn't ink. Symbols that weren't part of this world's language. Naruto recognized it. Fable casting. She wasn't just writing. She was calling. Who are you? He began, then felt it. The air shifted. The graveyard darkened, not with shadow, but with presence. A breeze passed over them. Sweet, sterile, sterile sweet. Then a voice who breaks their bones for another? Who signs their years away for someone who is already half dead. And there she was. The goddess of health, standing in the whisper light between worlds. She wore no form. Only veils of muscle, sinew, breath. Her eyes were hospital white. Her aura smelled like clean linens folded over regret. She did not smile. She only waited. Yamino didn't bow. She met the goddess's gaze like an author meets an editor. I'll give you half my lifespan, she said. In exchange, restore his body. The goddess looked at Naruto, then back to her. He is already broken at the soul. I can only fix the vessel. I know. And the cost? Yamino's smile was small. I'm not planning on living long anyway. Naruto tried to speak. Tried to stop her. Yamino didn't let him. The goddess extended one hand. A thread formed. Red and silver, pulsing gently. Yamino touched it. And exhaled. The thread snapped. Naruto screamed. Not in pain. But in sudden, overwhelming restoration. His muscles surged. His lungs opened. His chakra pathways flickered like candlelight being remembered. His legs worked. His heart beat full. His weight returned. And Yamino staggered, just slightly. But Naruto saw it. Her eyes dimmed. Her hair shimmered faintly gray at the ends, like something vital had been quietly removed from her. You didn't, he whispered. She smiled. Yeah, I did. You gave half your life. She shrugged. Better than giving half my spine. Naruto shook his head. He couldn't stop the tears again. You didn't have to. I did, she said. She looked forward. The graveyard was already beginning to change. The swords parted. The path forward opened. You're the one who saves gods, Naruto, Yamino whispered. Someone has to save you first. Naruto gripped way to the dawn. And this time, when he stepped forward, he didn't fall. They had arrived too late. Sasuke fought Madara alone on the far edge of the battlefield. Lightning stormed around his form like an afterthought, but Madara did not move. His eyes did not follow. He merely waited. Like he already knew the story's next scene. Yamino and Naruto had just stepped forward from the grave of swords when the world bent. Not trembled, bent. The sky split sideways, and a single red-threaded seal spiraled through it like an unwanted thought tearing through fate. From the rift stepped Obito. But it wasn't just him. He was carrying a body. Naruto's breath shattered. It wasn't metaphor. His body physically recoiled. In Obito's arms. Hinata. Her limbs hung lifeless. Her expression was still. She wasn't dead. But she wasn't there either. Naruto screamed, Hinata, and took a step forward. Yamino moved to stop him. But then stopped herself. Even she didn't know what they were seeing. Obito's voice came softly. Quietly amused. It had to be her. He held Hinata delicately, reverently, as one would carry a holy blade. She was the successor. The one chosen by that howling god of balance. I didn't need to forge a vessel. I just needed to borrow hers. He set her body upright, and reached for something on his belt. A dark, root-carved artifact, shaped like a mirror made of bone. It shimmered with the glyphs of heavenly inversion. Naruto's mind screamed to move, to act, but his body froze. He could only watch. Obito pressed the mirror to her heart, whispered, I offer myself in your place. And then, he vanished. His body crumbled into script and spilled into her. The mirror shattered. Hinata opened her eyes. But what looked back was Obito, not possessed, not controlled, worn. Obito had not stolen the crown. He had stolen her body. He smiled with her lips, flexed her fingers, and the crown bloomed from her spine. Not summoned, inherited. It had always been hers. Now it answered to him. Naruto dropped to his knees. It wasn't just possession. It was corruption of something sacred. System notice Madara's curse detected. When it matters most. You will lose hope. Curse activation complete. Narrative will suppressed. A scream died in Naruto's throat. His vision blurred. The battlefield flickered. Yamino shouted behind him. But it sounded like it came through water. He saw Obito raise Hinata's hand. Saw the glow spiral around her crown. And he felt it. The second presence behind him. The Nocturne Husk. It stood silently, waiting. Naruto's knees gave out. His sword fell. And Obito stepped forward. Spoke with Hinata's mouth. Your soul has no strength left to resist. And your body is perfect. Naruto's body rose into the air, bound in threads of black gold ink and deathless narrative. The Nocturne Husk approached. And the merger began. Fusion initiated. Vessel Nocturne empty. Core Naruto suppressed. Crown Authority Obito, Heavenly Demon successor, inhabiting vessel. Naruto's soul screamed. But it had nowhere to go. He fell inward. His last sight before collapsing into his heart was Hinata's face smiling at him, and knowing it wasn't hers. 3 battles. None fair. None balanced. None kind. The world had already begun to collapse. Not from force, not from technique, but from narrative saturation. There was no longer enough space in this reality to hold the weight of what was about to unfold. The battlefield floated above nothing. Beneath their feet a sea of unwritten storylines, torn system notices, bleeding timelines, unfinished prayers. And now, the final actors arrived. The Nocturne Husk opened its eyes. Naruto's face. Naruto's skin. But no soul behind the stare. His movements were calm, inhumanly fluid. He didn't blink. He didn't need to. His hand rose. And in it formed something impossible. A blade. Longer than logic. Wider than meaning. It didn't shine. It demanded silence. The air bent away from it. The system stuttered. Even the ground refused to reflect it. The sword was Ultima. And Ultima was not a weapon. It was a law. Carved from the paradox of fable death. Grown from all the stories that had no ending. Ultima possessed omnipresence. It existed wherever it needed to be. Omnipotence if it was swung, it struck. Causal authority if someone tried to kill its wielder. Ultima could retroactively declare they never tried. And the husk held it with a single hand. Not reverently. Just obediently. Obito. Inside Hinata's body. Stood behind him. The heavenly demon's crown now fully bloomed. It sat atop her like an executioner's halo. Red gold tendrils of narrative wrapped around her limbs, amplifying every motion into dominion. She was no longer a vessel. She was an empire walking. And Obito wore her like regalia. Before them, Yamino stood alone, hair whipping in the wind. her quill already dissolving into lines of active scripture, bloodied. She looked at Naruto's body, at the face she knew better than her own, and she whispered, "I'm sorry, Naruto." Then she charged. The husk reacted with no tension, no urgency. It moved when Obito spoke. He didn't shout. He didn't order. He just said, "Stop her." Ultima moved. Yumino's attack wasn't simple. It wasn't meant to harm. She wrote the world's refusal. The page beneath her feet split open with ink that declared, "You may not touch him." A universal barrier. An absolute rejection of control. Ultima cut once. And the line Yumino wrote was never written. The blade retroactively removed the action from the timeline. Yumino stumbled. Her script turned blank midair. She rebalanced, spun midfall, threw an entire passage forward. He was always free. It spiraled toward Naruto's chest. But Ultima was already there. No swing. No build-up. Just consequence. The phrase burned out in light. As if it had never existed. The husk did not blink. It did not breathe. It only stood, sword humming with the paradox of impossible truth. Behind it, Obito gestured with Hinata's hand. A wall of deathless chakra poured forward like a second sky. Yumino was forced to dive aside. She rolled through burning scripture that tried to rewrite her into a forgettable footnote. And she kept writing, even as her arms blistered from glyph fire. Even as the winds around her began to deny her presence. She would not stop, because someone had to remind this world that Naruto Uzumaki was not a puppet. Far across the battlefield, Sasuke screamed. His blade. Raijin. Locked with Madara's hand. Not weapon. Hand. Madara didn't need to draw anything. He stood in the air like a god with nothing left to prove. Raijin crackled. But Madara didn't budge. "You're slowing," Madara said calmly. "You're feeling it now. The world's rejecting you." He pushed forward. Sasuke was launched across 3 kilometers of crumbling skyland. Madara followed by walking. Each step rewriting gravity. Sasuke flipped mid-air, marked the air with his Mangekyo, and called down a field of lightning. Madara tilted his chin. The lightning fell behind him. The storm was rerouted before it ever started. Sasuke's eye twitched. He landed and immediately fired a barrage of spatially inverted jutsu. Madara caught one mid-air, tore it open like a scroll, and spat it back as a black flame of history he never lived. Sasuke was forced to use Reijinchu, his full lightning form, to slip behind. But even there, Madara was already waiting. The two of them crashed together in silence, like myth against the final chapter. Back across the ruined basin, Yumino was pinned. 100 threads of divine chakra looped from Hinata's stolen hands. Each thread told a different story of death. She dodged 99. The last one sliced her side open. She collapsed beside a grave made of blade marks. Her hands still glowed. She gritted her teeth. And she wrote, "He will remember who he is." The words reached no ears. But inside Naruto's heart, a faint knock echoed in the dark. There was no sky, no ground, just red, endless red. A haze of sunset-stained silence that felt warm, like a memory. But too still, too empty, like something had died here, and left the color behind. Naruto floated in it. Or maybe he was drowning. His limbs didn't move. His thoughts didn't echo. The curse of hopelessness. Madara's curse. Bound his spirit like narrative gravity. He could feel it etched into his bones when it matters most. You will lose hope. And it was mattering. Every second outside, his body moved without him, wielding something wrong, obeying someone who wore Hinata's face. He tried to scream, but in here, there was no voice, only weight. Chains of dull light wrapped his chest, his arms, his throat. They weren't tight, but they were absolute, like resignation made real, and even still. In his hand, something warm flickered, barely, weight of the dawn, not glowing, not burning, just present, and that was enough. Naruto's fingers twitched, his grip closed, and the blade shone, not with power, with promise. A single cut, no wind, no force, just a decision. Weight of the dawn severed the chains. The red cracked, and the world pulsed. He dropped to his knees, gasping. His voice came back in a rush. Half scream, half sob. And then, he looked up, and froze. Standing across from him the husk. Same face, same hair, but empty. Eyes like mirror shards. And in its right hand, finality, Naruto's own sword. But it didn't answer him now. He reached inward, called it. Nothing. He tried again. Still nothing. "You took it," he whispered. The husk didn't move, didn't blink. It just existed, like an echo that never stopped ringing. And then, it charged. Naruto barely lifted way to the dawn in time. The first clash shattered light across the airless hardscape. He was flung backward, skidding across the red like stone over water. He flipped, landed, but the husk was already there. Finality fell like judgment. Naruto ducked, side-rolled, slashed upward. The husk batted his blade away and pressed forward again. Faster, smoother, not alive, just correct. This wasn't a fight of strength. It was a fight of narrative priority. And right now, the system saw the husk as more Naruto than Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth. He spun way to the dawn in both hands, trying to recall the pulse. But every swing felt slow. Every breath came late. The husk wasn't reacting. It was anticipating. Naruto screamed and charged again. Their blades locked. Finality pressed down like it didn't recognize him anymore. And way to the dawn. Cracked. Just slightly. But enough. Naruto's eyes widened. The husk knocked him back again. Naruto rolled, slammed into something. A wall made of old memories. The orphanage. The training grounds. The graveyard. They flickered. Vanished. He felt a one knee. Blood dripping from a cut that wasn't physical. He looked up. The husk walked toward him again. Finality dragging behind it like it knew this was always how the story would end. And then, the red bent. Split. A whisper tore across the heart world. That's enough, brat. Naruto gasped. No way. From the void above, something dropped. A mask of foxbone. A tail of flame. A voice he hadn't heard since the grave. Foxtail. The fragment of Kurama that refused to die. The fable too stubborn to be erased. He stood in the red air like he belonged there. Because he did. He had always been here. Watching. Waiting. You really were about to let him cut you down with your own damn sword. Naruto blinked. Tears rose. Foxtail turned his back to the husk. You'll get your shot at him. But first. Listen to me. Naruto nodded. Shaking. Foxtail's voice grew low. Measured. That blade he's using. Finality? It merged. Naruto frowned. What? Foxtail stepped forward, eyes glowing with dead suns. You remember what you carried? Way to the dawn. Finality. 2 blades, 2 parts of you. Your soul was already fracturing when Obito struck. When he forced that merge. Your body processed both blades. It created something new. Naruto froze. Foxtail spoke the name. Not reverently. Not fearfully. Just honestly. Ultima. Naruto shook his head. No. I didn't. I never summoned that. Foxtail cut him off. You didn't. But your body did. He looked over his shoulder. Toward the husk. And now it holds a weapon that can literally break the script. Naruto's chest locked. What does it do? Foxtail's voice was grave. Ultima is causality bound. If it's swung, it hits. If it's targeted, it retroactively rewrites events so the attack never landed. It erases contradiction. Naruto staggered back. That means, if Obito gets full control of your body, and that sword, he wins. The whole damn world ends. And not with a bang. Just an edit. The husk raised finality again. Foxtail turned back. Lucky for you, he muttered. He's not finished wearing you yet. Naruto stood. Way to the dawn burned in his hand. The crack had sealed. His eyes lit. Not with rage, but with truth. This wasn't about winning. It was about refusing to let someone else finish the sentence. Then I'll take my heart back, Naruto whispered. Foxtail smirked. Damn right you will. The husk charged. And Naruto ran to meet it. Their feet struck the mirrored floor of the red-stained void at the same moment. No dust. No wind. No metaphor. Just 2 bodies. 1 soul between them. 1 sword each. Naruto and the husk sprinted toward each other at full tilt, swords drawn low and to the side. Clang way to the dawn met finality in a tight cross-slice, shoulder to shoulder. Naruto skidded backward half a step. The husk advanced instantly, slashing down from above with a vertical strike. Naruto raised his blade to parry. Crack sparks burst between them as the 2 weapons ground against each other. The husk's raw pressure forced Naruto down to 1 knee. Naruto dropped backward on purpose, flipping to regain distance. But the husk had already air-stepped, closing the gap mid-air with a twist. The husk slashed low, aiming for Naruto's legs. Naruto backflipped, avoiding it by inches. The husk vanished. Reappearing behind him, Naruto twisted and blocked just in time, swords grinding against each other. Then, counter. Naruto dropped low, kicked the husk shin, and leapt upward. Slash. Diagonal upward swing with way to the dawn. The husk blocked mid-air with finality, blade locking. They hovered for a heartbeat. Then both pushed off each other, flying backward in opposite directions, boots skidding across the mirrored surface. Naruto dug his heel in and charged again, quick 3-step rhythm right. Left. Feint right. Then slash left low at the husk's hip. The husk parried. Twisted his body, using momentum to spin into a roundhouse kick. Bam! Foot hit Naruto's side. He was flung to the left, tumbling across the air-like surface. He rolled. Slammed his sword down to anchor. And righted himself mid-slide. The husk didn't wait. It flash-stepped forward. Finality came down in a falling arc strike, overhead vertical. Naruto brought way to the dawn up and caught it. Barely. The floor shattered beneath their feet from the impact, pieces flying upward into the weightless red sky. The husk pressed again, sliding forward with 2 quick, tight diagonal strikes right shoulder to left hip, left shoulder to right knee. Naruto blocked both. But he wasn't gaining ground. He kicked upward. Mid-spin, he fired a short-range blast of chakra wind from his palm. The husk slid back slightly, staggered. Naruto flipped toward him. Mid-air strike. Straight thrust aimed at the chest. The husk side-shifted at the last second, reappeared above Naruto, and stomped downward. Naruto dropped his body flat in mid-air and twisted. The stomp missed. Naruto grabbed the husk's ankle in midair and threw him to the ground. The husk bounced off the floor. Naruto dove after him, blade first. Clash. The husk caught the blade with finality again, locking it against Naruto's. They grappled, hand to hand, foreheads nearly touching. Then the husk headbutted him. Hard. Naruto reeled. Blood from his lip. The husk lunged forward with a shoulder check, then followed up with a tight upward slash. Naruto ducked, rolled, stabbed backward over his shoulder. Connected. Tip of the blade raked across the husk's cheek. It didn't bleed, but it staggered. Naruto pressed his advantage, 3 quick slashes. Left, right, downward cross. The husk blocked, deflected, ducked, then pivoted and went for a reverse backhand cut. Naruto barely sidestepped, countering with a thrusting elbow into the jaw. The husk's head snapped to the side. Naruto jumped off his own momentum, spun 360 midair, and came down in a twisting vertical slash. The husk dodged with inches to spare, and fired a shockwave of raw chakra from its hand. Naruto was hit, sent flying backward, tumbled 3 times across the ground before he caught himself with way to the dawn buried blade first into the floor. He panted. His chest hurt, but he gritted his teeth and launched forward again. The husk raised finality for a clean horizontal sweep. Naruto jumped at the last second, using the swing as a launch pad. Stepped off finality. Midair he twisted, flipped downward, and double-handed slammed way to the dawn toward the husk's back. The husk spun blade up. Steel met steel. They clashed again. They were equals. In speed. In reflex. In movement. But not in will. Because Naruto screamed. And the husk didn't. Naruto broke the deadlock, sliding beneath the husk's next swing. He jabbed way to the dawn at its torso. Missed. Feinted. Then swung upward toward the face. The husk caught the blade between both hands. They wrestled. Locked in place. Naruto's forehead pressed against his own mirrors. Give. It. Back. The husk didn't speak. But finality twitched. And that's when Naruto saw it. The sword was still responding. It wasn't rejecting him. It was waiting. Because it wasn't Nocturne's sword. It was his. Naruto smiled through gritted teeth. Foxtail's voice echoed somewhere far behind. You're starting to remember now, aren't you? The husk kicked Naruto off him and reset its stance. Finality shimmered in its grip. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth and stood again, breathing hard, but standing. All right, he said. Let's end this. Both swords rose, and both versions of Naruto charged. One driven by obedience, the other driven by the refusal to be erased. They clashed again. Harder. Closer. Every movement mirrored, every breath anticipated. Blade met blade in a flurry of horizontal strikes. Parry, swing, sidestep, spin, thrust, back-to-back spiral steps. Each slash split air with surgical precision. Each dodge was a prediction. They were equal. Too equal. Naruto leapt backward and skid to a stop, breathing hard. His body was cut, bruised, but it wasn't the pain that stopped him. It was the truth. The husk stood still, finality steady in its hand. Not a single bead of sweat. No hesitation. No emotion. Only movement. Only perfect action. And Naruto felt it in his bones. This fight wouldn't end with victory. It couldn't. Not like this. He lunged again. Diagonal slash from above. Blocked. Recoil. Spin around. Double swing. Low thrust. All deflected. He jumped again. Air step. Came down from above with a scream. The husk raised finality and caught the blow perfectly. The two locked again. Face to face. Same face. Same breath. Same weight. And Naruto stopped. He pulled back. Let the blade drop to his side. The husk tilted its head. Didn't react. Didn't pursue. Just waited. Naruto's eyes dimmed. His voice came out like gravel. This isn't the way. He looked at the husk and felt it deeper than instinct. That he wasn't fighting an enemy. He was fighting a reflection. And even if he won, even if he killed this, it would just be another version of himself cast aside. Another loop-broken fragment, buried again like he'd done 1,600 times before. He promised. He swore he would never do that again. Not to himself. Not to the parts of him that hurt. That failed. That kept moving anyway. Foxtail's voice flickered behind him. Soft. Knowing. You already know what you have to do. Naruto looked down at Way to the Dawn. It glowed faintly. Waiting. Not for battle. For choice. He turned. Faced the world around him. His heart. And all its wounds. The floating memories. The shattered pieces of fables. The unspoken names. The child that cried and was never heard. The soul that was always reaching. And he drove Way to the Dawn into the floor. Deep. Straight. Not at his reflection, but into the core of the world. The red began to crack. The mirrors of identity trembled. The husk stepped back. Confused for the first time. It reached for Naruto. But Naruto stepped forward, past him, and pressed his hand to the air. He spoke one word and the world shattered. Heart integrity collapsing. Identity thread severed. Soul structure fractured. Error core container rejected fusion. Inside, Naruto looked at the husk. Still reaching. Still empty. And whispered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you behind. And the world exploded in light. No pain. No scream. Just one truth: he would rather die completely than become someone else's puppet. He would rather break himself than abandon his soul again. Outside, Naruto's body twitched, and then collapsed. Ultima dropped from his hand, glowing violently. The crown pulsed on Obito's head, then flickered. Obito froze. Yamino, bloodied, raised her head in shock. Sasuke stopped mid-strike. Madara narrowed his eyes. In the distance, a black hand reached from beyond the sky and pulled the remains of Naruto's soul from the battlefield. Moments before the collapse, moments before the light swallowed the sky. Before Naruto collapsed, before Obito froze, before Ultima clattered to the ground, Sasuke was already making his decision. The battlefield was crumbling, not from jutsu, but from ideology. Madara stood tall, unmoved, his cloak untouched by the storm. His Rinnegan burned in silence, observing more than combat. Observing belief. Raijin crackled in Sasuke's hand, the lightning spiraling so violently it peeled the stone beneath his feet into molten shards. He had lost count of how many times they clashed, how many counters were nullified, how many strikes were preempted. Madara wasn't a wall. He was a mirror, reflecting every piece of Sasuke back at him. You cannot win this, Madara said calmly, brushing blood from his lips with a flick of his wrist. Not by fighting with only your story. Sasuke didn't respond. He couldn't. His breath was ragged. His vision blurred at the edges. He had burned through every technique he had forged, stolen, inherited. Madara was still walking forward. Still calm. Still whole. Sasuke's grip tightened around Raijin. His Sharingan spun. He didn't feel pain anymore. Just clarity. The kind you feel at the edge of ruin. And then, he made the choice. He dropped to one knee, slid his palm across the battlefield. Not to draw a seal. Not to invoke a technique. To write a name. Not Indra. Not Ajura. Not Amaterasu. Not Raijin. A name no god should ever speak. The Black King. The ink pooled from his chakra. Not black, but void. It ate light as it formed. His voice was hoarse, his mouth dry, but he spoke the words, "Anyway I call you now. If I cannot defeat this world, then I will end it." Madara's eyes sharpened for the first time. Sasuke. The air bent. The battlefield cracked. A hole opened. Not a portal. A wound. Jagged and groaning with the sound of breaking timelines. From within it a hand. Long. Slender. Wrapped in threadbare truth. Tipped in claws of undone law. It reached out. Sasuke braced for it. He offered himself. Take me. But the hand did not move toward him. It reached. Past. Sasuke's eyes widened. No. The hand ignored him. Swept over him like he wasn't even there. And reached for Naruto. Across the collapsing field, Naruto's body had just begun to fall. His soul cracking. His identity unraveling. The blade way to the dawn now dim. The fusion undone. And the hand closed around his heart light. Sasuke screamed. No. He's not. Too late. The hand pulled. And Naruto was gone. Gone from the battlefield. Gone from the story. The portal sealed with a soft click. No sound. No light. Just absence. Madara watched in silence. Then looked back at Sasuke. And said, almost gently, even the king didn't choose you. Sasuke's eyes dimmed. The lightning around him flickered. His hand trembled. But only for a moment. Then he stood again. Raijin pulsed at his side. And Sasuke said, then I'll force my way through anyway. The sky hadn't recovered. Naruto was gone. The battlefield still held his echo. His shape etched into the air where the Black King's hand had reached across time and story to take him. But the world didn't get a moment to weep. Sasuke didn't allow it. He stood, breathing fire and ash. Madara was still watching him like a father disappointed in a son who refused to surrender. But Sasuke wasn't looking at him anymore. He was looking up, at the air that had just split, at the trail of fabled dust still drifting where the portal had closed. He clenched his fist, and his Sharingan. No, his Storm Eye. Spun. Raijin roared. And Sasuke spoke 3 words: I'm not done. Then, he stabbed the air, with no target, no spell, just intent. His lightning-wrapped blade pierced through the edge of narrative fabric, and the wound left by the Black King's hand, still fresh, split open once more. And this time, Sasuke reached in, not to chase Naruto, but to drag a god down with him. Madara stepped forward. Too slow. Sasuke grabbed his cloak with one hand, Raijin humming in the other. Madara's eyes widened for the first time in 1,000 years. You wouldn't. Sasuke met his gaze. If he went in alone, then you're coming too. Madara raised his arm to block. Too late. Sasuke pulled. The Black King's portal tore open in full. Dark. Starless. Alive. It didn't resist Sasuke. It welcomed him. Like it had expected this. Like it was curious. Madara snarled. But his body bent with the twist of fable law. They both vanished into the dark. Cloak trailing. Lightning screaming. Gods dragged behind those 2 human to kneel. And then the wound closed. The battlefield empty. Only Yamino remained now. Bleeding. Alone. Holding her pen like it still mattered. Somewhere far beyond the story. A door slammed shut. They fell for what felt like days. There was no sky. There was no gravity. There was only weight. An impossible, suffocating weight. When Sasuke and Madara finally landed, It wasn't on Earth. It wasn't even matter. They landed on pressure. A surface made from the collective burden of stories that had no ending. The fabric of forgotten fate, compressed until it groaned beneath their feet. The moment Madara touched down, he staggered. Sasuke rose from the kneeling position he'd landed in, breathing sharp, controlled. The world of the Black King whispered like a lungless choir. No color, no light, only endless strands of narrative dissonance. Ribbons of gray logic that spun like Saturn's rings around a god long since past description. Above them floated an eye, not watching, remembering. Watching was too human. This was deeper, more final. Madara took a step forward, and his foot cracked. Not the ground, his own bone. He looked down, and saw lines forming across his skin. Not scars, not wounds, fractures in his existence. This world, he muttered. He tried to lift his arm, but the system didn't allow it. The moment he moved, his immortality activated, bones regenerated, muscle stitched, and then broke again. He screamed. Once, not out of pain, out of confusion. He was immortal. He could withstand extinction, rewrite molecular death. He had stolen enough myth to live past heat death. But this wasn't death. This was pressure. The world wasn't trying to kill him. It was simply ignoring that he had ever deserved to survive. Place. He growled. His voice was cracking. Literally. As he spoke, his throat split and healed in sync. This place was never meant to hold gods. Sasuke stepped forward and said nothing. He didn't need to, because Madara was breaking. Not from technique, not from Raijin, but from irrelevance. The Black King's realm had no use for immortals who refused to change. Only things that suffered honestly could survive here. Madara screamed again as one of his legs detonated inward. Regenerated. Shattered again. A perfect loop of pain. The system kept him alive. The world refused to let him exist. Finally, he stopped trying to move. He dropped to both knees, looked up at the invisible horizon, and whispered, I see. He reached into his cloak, pulled out something buried since the Warring Clans era. A single coin, stamped with the sigil of a door. A corridor of darkness artifact. One of only 3 in existence. To use it was to abandon narrative flow, to sever sponsorship, to discard immortality. Madara stared at it, his hand shaking from the effort to still exist. You're still watching, aren't you? He asked the sky, the eye, the world. Is this what you wanted, Black King? The world didn't answer, because the Black King never speaks. He only remembers. Madara bit his own thumb, pressed blood to the coin, and broke it in half. A corridor opened. It didn't shine. It wept. Long ribbons of narrative peeled away like burned paper from a soul that had waited too long. The moment it opened, the weight lifted, just slightly. Madara crawled toward it. Half his body was gone by the time he passed through. The world tried to remember him, and failed. His name bled from the walls, but the door stayed open long enough, and he escaped. And behind him, the world twisted again, waiting for the one it actually wanted. And Sasuke stood at the edge of it all, watching the sky spin, watching Madara vanish, knowing this world didn't pull Madara by mistake. It only opened because Naruto was already there. And now, Sasuke was alone in the king's domain, and the king was watching him next. And he would save Naruto no matter what. The battlefield had stopped breathing. Everything that mattered had fallen quiet, because Naruto was gone. He stood upright in body, yes, but the person they knew, the one who had laughed, bled, endured, had already collapsed inward, destroyed his own heart, and had his being stolen by the black hand that Sasuke summoned. And at the center of that silence, Obito turned to face Yamino. The heavenly demon's crown shimmered above his brow, bound to Hinata's stolen body like a curse. His smile was confident, too calm, as if the end had already been written, and Yamino was just a typo in its margins. But Yamino didn't move. Not yet. She stood there, her hands twitching, stained in old ink. You took her, she said. Her voice was hollow, her body trembling. Not from fear, from rage that had nowhere left to go. You desecrated her. Obito tilted Hinata's head slightly, still smiling. Hinata Senju was always destined to be a vessel. You knew that. Her lineage, her fable weight. The heavenly demon chose her for a reason. He stepped closer, and now, her body houses something greater. This is not death. It's promotion. Yamino's eyes narrowed. She whispered to herself, a phrase she had written, then torn out of a book. There is no greater crime than using love as scaffolding for ambition. And then she moved. Ink surged. Her sleeves exploded with narrative threads, wrapping around her arms, igniting in violet sparks. Each one a sentence she never published. Each one a story she had written to protect him, to save Hinata, to remember Naruto. Obito raised his hand, the crown pulsing. But Yamino was already there. Her fist slammed into Hinata's stolen body, and a burst of ink exploded outward in a ring. Obito staggered. His hand flicked. Script tried to rewrite her. A glyph for paralysis formed over her heart. She bit her own lip, breaking the spell with fresh blood, and spat the words, erase this. She spun, kicked upward, hit the crown. Not Hinata, not Obito, just the artifact, just the corruption. And it rattled. Obito snarled, tried to shield it. But Yamino wasn't fighting with power. She was fighting with truth. You aren't a god, she whispered. She planted her feet. The ink around her legs rooted into the ground like chakra anchors. You're not even a man. She raised her hand. And a single line of text carved itself through the air. This story does not belong to you. She punched again. Harder. The crown cracked. It flickered, sparking with misaligned narrative threads. And then, with one last scream, Yamino ripped it from his head. Obito screamed. His control over Hinata's body flickered. The ground trembled. The fable connection snapped. The crown hit the dirt. And did not fade. It pulsed once, then twice, then rose on its own. Yamino stepped back. Obito staggered. And everyone stopped. Because something impossible was happening. The crown did not return to Obito. It did not dissolve. It unfolded. The metal split. The fable thread unraveled. And reformed. Not into a crown. Into armor. Piece by piece. Shoulder. Chest. Arms. Legs. Not forged of chakra. Not shaped by divinity. This was narrative plating, fused from Hinata's will. The armor wasn't ornamental. It was elegant. Practical. Devastating. Etched in the divine glyphs of the heavenly demon. Rooted in wood-style patterns. Gleaming with the aura of a soul that had refused to die quietly. It hovered in the air for one breath. Then collapsed to its knees. A heartbeat passed. The chest plate pulsed. And from it, a faint glow. Not external chakra. Not residual data. But will. Hinata's soul. Not her memories. Not her voice. Just her last intent. Protect. Stand. Resist. The armor rose. Slowly. 1 foot at a time. And though it bore no face, no words, and no flesh, Yumino's heart knew it. Hinata. Her soul. Her rage. Her refusal to be erased. Obito stepped back, stunned. What? No. That's not. He reached toward it. The armor lifted its hand. And swatted him away. The ground split beneath him as he crashed into the ruins. And the suit. The soul. Stood between Naruto and what remained of Obito. Still wordless. But alive. Naruto's body hung suspended in script fire. His face was still. His soul long since pulled inward. The nocturne husk now stood in his place, cold and unblinking. A silhouette of narrative perfection forged from discarded fables, controlled remotely by the crown-bound Obito. And Obito. His grin was quiet triumph. Madara fought Sasuke in the sky behind them, twin gods of opposite storm fronts clashing above a battlefield of ash. Yamino stood alone, bleeding ink, breathing fury, but not alone for long. The suit of armor that had formed from the shattered heavenly demon's crown no longer hovered. It moved. No step, no rise. It ignited. A pulse of pressure. Too divine to be chakra, too intentional to be magic. Rippled outward, making the fabled dust of the battlefield rise in slow motion. The armor forged from Hinata's last will began to walk. But it did not make sound. Not footsteps. Not breath. Only presence. It stood tall. Taller than the real Hinata had ever been. Because now it wore not flesh, but her determination. Obito hesitated. The smirk slipped. What are you? The suit of armor didn't answer. It lifted its right hand. A sword began to form. Not drawn. Manifested. Forged from narrative memory. From everything she had ever refused to surrender. The blade was called the breath between stars. It shimmered like polished obsidian, its hilt laced in carved bark. The last breath of a Senju forest turned to steel. But the blade's edge? Woven in script. Living script. Narrative that read itself in a language only the dead could pronounce. Yamino gasped. The text along the side of the blade kept rewriting with every motion. My name will not vanish. I will not be used again. Let me fight. And then the suit moved. Faster than wind. Faster than chakra. One moment it stood. The next, it was inside Obito's guard. The blade snapped forward. Not with finesse. With conviction. Obito blocked with Hinata's arm. His stolen vessel. But the suit twisted mid-strike, blade rotating on an invisible joint, bending like a whip and snapping back around his defense. It struck him across the chest. Hard. And real. Obito flew backward, slammed through a jagged monument of broken law. Glyphstone cracked from prior battles. Before he could recover, the armor surged forward. The blade transformed mid-flight. Its edge collapsing into a drill of blazing light as the suit of armor lunged with a spiral dash, mirroring Naruto's own Rasengan, but grounded in pure will. It landed hard. A full-body slam, sword first, into Obito's chest. He choked on his breath as the air distorted. Obito warped backward. His hand glowed with red glyphs. An attempt to command the crown back. But the armor raised its left gauntlet, and with it, 7 glyph seals appeared, hexagons orbiting around her like ritual moons, each one a negation field of her own inherited memory. She was no longer obeying the crown. She had overwritten it. The blade morphed again, into a glider form, the suit stepping onto it and launching into the sky with impossible velocity. Obito followed, only to be intercepted by a streak of script fire as the armor accelerated toward him like a bullet. He raised a hand to counter. And the armor's sword split in two. Now dual-wielding mirrored blades, it struck from both sides. Obito deflected the right. The left blade dissolved into a chain and coiled around his wrist, then reformed, still attached, and pulled hard. Obito's body spun. The armor warped behind him mid-motion and smashed him downward with both blades turned into an executioner's hammer. He crashed. The ground cratered. Yamino watched from below, wide-eyed, blood down her chin. "Hinata," she whispered. "You're still here." Obito stood, chest heaving. Half his stolen sleeve was burned away. He finally spoke with his voice, not Hinata's. "You're a corpse," he snarled. "You're just echo data left behind by a stupid girl who thought kindness could rewrite fate." He raised both hands, forming a ritual triangle between his palms. A black prism formed. Inside it, red orbs began to spin. "Curse seal final command. Cage the narrative." He snapped it shut. The triangle rotated midair and fired 6 plasma drones, each locking onto the armor. But the suit didn't dodge. It charged. As the drones fired, the armor spun the blade, deflecting each beam midair in a cyclone motion like the glider form Buzz saw. It moved with terrifying simplicity. No wasted movement. No emotion. Only the logic of willpower that refused death. The drones exploded behind her. She kept coming. Obito screamed. He unleashed a burst of gravitational scripture, pulling everything inward. The armor froze for a breath. But then, it snapped its arms outward and shattered the seal mid-cast. The helmet of the armor cracked slightly. Light poured out. Not golden. Warm white. The armor roared. No voice. Just her essence. Hinata Senju. The last Senju. Reformed as a legend not of flesh, but of defiance. The blade reformed once more. Final mode. A long cannon of bark-like iron, etched in Heaven Demon script. The last breath of a name. She aimed. Obito screamed. Charging. And the armor fired. A column of pure narrative pressure. White-hot sorrow, compressed sacrifice, unread fable. Obliterated the earth between them. Obito flew backward. Half his cloak vaporized. The crown flickered on his brow. And for a moment, trembled. Yamino whispered, "She's going to win." And above them, the suit of armor turned slowly. Looked toward the false Naruto. Toward Nocturne's husk. Toward what remained of everything Hinata had tried to protect. And it began to move again. The battlefield had no name anymore. The sky, fractured. The world, hollowed. The timeline, threadbare. Naruto was gone. Nocturne's husk, his lifeless, mindless echo, stood for a moment longer, and then began to fade, like the memory of a name no one would speak again, like breath leaving a body the soul had already abandoned. Its limbs trembled, its hands lowered. Light bled from its chest in slow, radiant streamers. Not chakra, but narrative disintegration. The husk, built from all Naruto had discarded, sculpted by Obito to house a god, could not continue. Its anchor was gone. Its myth was stolen, and so it dissolved. Obito watched in silence, his breath shallow, his grip twitching. The crown still clung to his forehead, its edges now fraying, reacting to Hinata's presence in the soul armor below. Obito clenched Hinata's borrowed fists. "Not yet," he whispered. "I'm not done." But he couldn't finish the sentence, because she was still moving. Hinata's armor advanced again, her blade reshaped mid-stride, fractaling into a chain blade. A bladed vine of glowing, wood-grain steel coiling from her gauntlet like a living lash. It cracked through the air with every step, singing a song not of fury, but grief sharpened into precision. Obito raised his hand. A barrier of script ignited between them, layered in glyphs stolen from dozens of dying worlds. She didn't break it. She passed through it, like water through truth. The whip blade lashed outward, struck Obito's side. He twisted Hinata's body, forced reflex over ownership, and narrowly redirected the blow. But she was already moving again. The whip retracted, split, became twin sabers of interlocked kanji, rotating like chakra turbines. She spun, midair, dashing toward him with grace Naruto never saw, but would have believed in instantly. Obito deflected. Barely. He returned fire, conjuring 3 hovering drones, each charged with plasma fables from the fallen gods of Duat and Olympus. They fired simultaneously. Hinata caught one on her left blade. The second, she deflected with her shoulder. The third, struck her chest plate directly, and didn't budge her. She pressed forward. Obito cursed, stumbled back, reshaped Hinata's right arm into a blade of his own, twisting her fingers into spear form, laced with corrupted chakra. He stabbed forward. Hinata's right knee slammed into the weapon mid-strike, snapping it sideways, then twisted her blade into a drill lance and punched forward. It struck Obito in the side. Hard. He screamed. Hinata didn't stop. The armor let go of the drill lance. It transformed again, melting into a bladed glider beneath her feet. She launched forward, body crouched, cape of fragmented memory flaring behind her like the wings of a fallen deity. Obito conjured a defense sigil midair. She shattered it with her shoulder. "Why won't you just stop?" he shouted. Her only answer was another step forward. Another form. Her blade now flattened into a ritual seal, hovering behind her back. A circle of light. 8 fragments, each piece inscribed with the names of those she had vowed to protect. Obito panicked. He began casting a kill seal, one of the kind only Madara had used in prior timelines. Culling spiral narrative collapse tier 3, it began to charge. Hinata flicked her finger. The ring of light behind her fired its 8 segments in succession, each one hitting the charging glyph, breaking it faster than it could complete. Obito stumbled back, tried to fly. The armor followed. The ritual ring returned behind her like a halo of momentum, her blade reforging in her right hand as a twin-edged glaive. She threw it, and it spun through the sky like a comet of grief and resolve. It struck him midair and detonated. Not with fire, with memory. Hinata's voice whispered through the shockwave. I was never weak. You just never knew how to see me. Obito fell, cratered hard. Smoke hissed. The crown flickered. And Hinata, no longer needing words, descended after him, blade in hand, intent to finish it. But a shadow moved behind her, a wind she could not block. A voice like rusted fate echoed across the battlefield. Enough. Everything froze. The crown pulsed. Obito gasped. The ground itself folded open. And from within stepped Madara. His armor cracked. His right arm gone. His eyes glowing with something older than fury. He had escaped the Black King's world. Somehow. But the cost was etched into his body in scars the system refused to name. Obito, through Hinata's stolen mouth, whispered, You're alive? Madara nodded. Slowly. But there was no triumph in his tone. Only cold command. It's time to leave. Obito hesitated. The crown crackled. Madara gave him a look that tore resistance out of the air. Obito clutched his ribs, nodded once, and vanished in a flicker of divine retreat. The crown went with him. So did Hinata's body, leaving only Hinata's soul and the suit of armor. She stood there, still, silent, then turned away from the fading light of where Naruto had once stood. She stepped to the center of the field, lifted her blade, and planted it, deep, into the fractured earth. She knelt, slowly, no sound, and folded her gauntlet hands in prayer, not to a god, but to Naruto, to memory, to the boy who gave her his hand when she couldn't look anyone in the eye. No one moved. Sasuke stood alone now in the Black King's world. Yamino clutched her chest, tears mixing with blood and ink. The world didn't end, but it had changed, forever. There was no horizon here, only weight, the kind that presses against your thoughts before it ever touches your skin, the kind that threatens to grind the meaning of your name into a fine, forgettable dust. Sasuke stood beneath a sky that was not sky, just ink suspended above him, folding in patterns that made the Sharingan burn to comprehend. He didn't know how long he'd been here. He didn't know when he had arrived. Time did not pass in the Black King's world. Only regret did. In the distance, broken towers swayed with no wind. Each one was carved with stories that had no beginning. Just endings. He looked to the horizon again. Still no Naruto. Still no answer. But he could feel something. A pressure. Not Naruto's chakra. Not his light. Just a silence where Naruto's voice used to echo. Sasuke stood on a floating platform made of shattered fables. The remnants of gods who tried to challenge this place before. And failed. He lifted one foot forward. Then the next. Every step was like walking through grief. His Susanoo would not rise here. His eyes burned from the weight of forbidden sight. But he kept walking. And as he did, he whispered. Not to the Black King. Not to the void. But to Naruto. I don't care where they took you. He stopped. Looked down. At his hands. At his blade. Then raised his head. I'm coming to get you. The world didn't answer. But that was fine. It hadn't answered Naruto either. That didn't stop him. Sasuke looked upward. Into the dark where no gods dared speak. Even if I have to break the end of the world. I will find you. I will bring you back. He stood in defiance of silence. And kept walking. The wind had returned. Just barely. Not enough to carry ash. Just enough to remind the battlefield that time hadn't stopped. That the world hadn't ended. Not yet. Yamino sat on her knees, next to the place where the crown had been torn free. Hinata's armor had not moved since she set her blade into the ground. The suit of will, the last ember of her soul, remained still, like a statue carved by desperation. But Yamino knew she was still there. She could feel it. That tether that had never once broken, even across timelines. Even across death. She reached forward, placed one hand on the armor's chest plate, and leaned in until her forehead touched the cool steel. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. She closed her eyes. Her breath trembled. But I will not let this be your last story. The armor didn't speak, didn't react. But her words weren't for this moment. They were for the next. For every page we burned, I'll write 1,000 more. She lifted her head, stared past the battlefield, to where Obito had vanished with Hinata's body. Then down at the sword still embedded in the ground. You trusted him. She smiled faintly. I trust you. She stood slowly. Her knees buckled once. But held. Hinata. She whispered. Her voice didn't break. It sharpened. I'll find you, even if I have to write our ending with my own blood. She turned, faced the torn sky, and began to walk toward it. One to save Naruto from oblivion. One to save Hinata from erasure. And between them, the broken silence of a world that had almost forgotten how to hope. This chapter was a major turning point. Naruto is gone. His body is dissolving. His soul was taken by the Black King, and now the people around him are the ones holding everything together. Yamino stepped up. Hinata's will refuse to fade. Sasuke is still searching. This is the aftermath of everything they've lost so far, and it's the beginning of something much bigger.